changed to a worse lifestyle in this last administration, and now is hoping that it goes back to a better lifestyle in this current administration. What is the problem for that if we're basing this on real life experience?
Because that's called a
I
correlation
understand
causation fallacy.
Bear with me. I'm almost finished, Parker. I do understand there's correlations, there's data, there's statistics that can go in both directions. But you do have to acknowledge real world life experience.
I understand, but what you're not understanding is that just because two things are associated doesn't mean one caused the other, right? You can have a life experience, particularly that like someone had an allergic reaction to like Tylenol. Does that mean that's how Tylenol works for everyone?
No, of course not. But it does tie in with certain things. Like you guys say Trump's economy was bad. But how do you explain the 4.9, I believe, wage growth for low-income workers from like 2017 to 2019?
If you could play me a clip of me saying that the economy was bad under like the totality of Donald Trump's first admin.
It's a general talking point. I'm not saying
I'll give you $10,000.
I know you want to. I know we're going down the berating style. I'm talking to you man to man. We're not shit talking. You know.
No, I'm just saying you're saying
it's
something.
It's a general talking point. Okay, you know what? Fine. I'll even make it a little more specific. Yeah, not you specifically, a general talking point of the Democrat Party.
Well, you're debating me. You're not debating the DNC. Now, what I will say here is I'd appreciate it if you could respond to what Parker said down here.
In regards to his Tylenol joke?
No, in regards to the fact that you can't just say that you support Trump today because your life was better under his first administration compared to the Biden-Harris administration. Because you're not accounting for the influence of external variables on the quality of your life unrelated to the administration. Like, for instance,
well, my wages went up.
One really big reason why maybe you had a poor quality of life under the Biden-Harris administration was because things cost a lot more, right? But like the Biden administration didn't cause that. The pandemic did. Maybe another reason why you had a lower quality of life under the Biden-Harris administration is because in the first year or two, people were staying inside, scared of getting COVID. Well, Biden didn't cause that. I don't know. Natural.
He didn't make it easier.
Caused that, etc. So, I mean, basically what we see here is that you'd have to specifically indicate the actions of Donald Trump under his first administration, the actions of Biden under his first administration, or the actions of Donald Trump in his second administration to justify why you support Trump.
So I just want to clarify one thing real quick. Is your statement just based on what you said? I know it's not, but I just want to clarify. Are you saying that the entire Biden administration, the reason everything is the way it is strictly 100% because of COVID?
Specifically inflation in the last 4 years. What a crazy red herring to my position. You should be ashamed of such an illogical,
I'm not saying it didn't play a major part in it. I'm just saying, are you attributing...
What an illogical bad faith red herring. I mean, like, seriously, how could you? Like, that's so bad.
Well, you're attributing 4 years due to COVID. Now, don't get me wrong. It was a major factor, and I will agree with you on that. But we cannot say it wasn't everything.
Okay, so then how did Biden cause inflation? Tell us. Mm-hmm.
The Inflation Reduction Act, I can get into it. I can look it up.
How did the Inflation Reduction Act cause inflation?
When it literally was deficit reducing over 10 years.
Up, but just have to pull it up. Sorry, not pull it.
Well, while you're pulling that up real quick, I would love to thank Kat Lynn for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. Kat Lynn says that today's been full of circles and mental gymnastics. We're only going to get into more of that here with this guest. It has been really bad today. Thank you for the $10, Caitlin. As well as Miles, M-Y-L-E-S. Thank you so much for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Holy crap, Miles. Miles says, I'm going back to school and officially declared for political science, and that's all thanks to you and Parker. Thank you for unlocking a new passion for me. Keep it up, brother. Dude, Miles, that is awesome to hear. Can we please show some very extra special love to Miles, not just for the $50 donation, but also going back to school for political science? That is awesome, man. I'm so proud of you, Miles. I hope you absolutely kill it. Have fun getting your degree, bro, and I'm really happy to see where you're at later in life, bro. Good for you. Let's show some love to Miles down below. And then also, Jade, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. That is incredibly kind of you, as well as Myra with the $20 over on PayPal. Myra says, always look forward to watching your debates. By the way, enjoyed the composition piece posted on the Instagram. I've been working on that one for a while. That's a fun one. But thank you so much for your kind words, as well as the $20 donation, Myra. If you're watching and you'd like to support me, you could find my PayPal, which is my only active, donation link right now.
Is your Venmo
and
not
the link tree in my bio. So my Venmo suspended, and I got my Cash App figured out, and I had that for the first hour, but then Cash App suspended me again. So, yeah. It's out. It's
So
just completely
you asked about the
outrageous.
Inflation Reduction Act. I'll just skip to one section. It's a little detailed, so just bear with me. But Section 2, energy taxes and higher costs. The IRA imposed a natural gas tax and other energy-related costs, which critics say raise production costs for energy-intensive industries. Natural gas is used in power generation, home heating, and chemical manufacturing, so higher costs ripple through to consumer goods. From January 2023, when most IRA provisions
What,
took
what was
effect,
the
to
effect
September.
that the IRA had on consumer goods?
Well, bear with me. I'm reading it, please.
I'm
To
talking from a
September
net
2023,
basis.
average gasoline prices rose from 309 to 384 per gallon, and natural gas prices increased over 40% since Biden took office. Grocery prices also rose approximately 20% from 21 to
Well, now,
23,
no, well, now
partly due to
you're not
energy cost
answering. You're
pass-throughs.
not answering.
That
You're not
literally
answering.
answers question.
No,
Groceries and
no,
energy.
no. Because you just said how much the price of these goods increased through the totality of the Biden-Harris administration, and you're
Due to
attributing that-
energy costs.
and you're attributing that to the IRA. So I'm going to give you one really compelling reason why that is not a good response, and in fact is a very bad faith, illogical response. Are you ready?
Go for it.
Because you're attributing inflation to the IRA that happened before the IRA was signed into law. Silly goose. So obviously that's going to be an insufficient response.
And if anything, the IRA had a downward effect on inflation. It was
Yeah,
very
thanks for the meteor
small,
shower.
but 0.1% downward. I don't see anywhere where it says it had a net like increase in inflation. I don't see that. Now, yes, there were some aspects of the bill that were meant to impose regulations on, how people conduct energy, but that overall is going to increase social welfare. The whole reason for environmental regulations actually is to increase social welfare, because if you just leave it up to the private markets, there's more private externalities or negative externalities, which negatively impact other people within the market that aren't the owners of that particular good. Does it make sense?
The problem, it makes sense. The problem is a lot of it is not backed by real world data. So if you look at the IRA, the tax credit for the electric vehicles, it was 7,500 per vehicle. Clean energy led to 265 billion in private clean energy investments by 2024. 40% of it, what's all the projects were delayed due to market conditions and overproduction in China. It
Okay.
slows the side
You're not
relief.
responding to what I said, and you didn't respond to what Parker said.
Well,
Repeat
to
what I
be
said.
fair, I'm talking to both of you, so I'm trying to pick out where to talk. You can only get a couple seconds before you guys cut in, so I'm trying to get what I can.
I haven't heard a response to what I or Parker said. All I said was that you're attributing inflation data to the IRA.
It has
happened
real world
before the
effects. All right,
IRA.
let's say it didn't go
Listen-
through. Okay,
listen to
hold
what
up.
I-
Let's
listen
say
to
it
what
didn't
I-
go through
no,
because you
no,
guys,
no,
this
no,
is
no,
something
no,
you
no,
were
no,
saying.
no, no,
Let
no,
me
no,
talk
no,
for
no,
just a
no,
moment.
no, I'm not
You
gonna let
always
you
talk
talk.
about the tariffs. They
I'm
didn't
not, I'm
happen,
not,
but you
I'm
say
not
it
gonna
has
let
an
you
effect.
talk. I'm not gonna
When
let you
you
talk
talk
because
about something that
what I
goes
still
through.
haven't heard an explanation for was the fact that you are attributing inflation to this bill that happened before the bill passed.
Because when you come in with a thing, for example, like I was saying, you guys always talk about the tariffs, how they have the negative effects before they even went through. Okay? Just like how you have this IRA that goes, what's all that you talk about, it
Hey,
has
Christian.
negative effects. People pull back funding based on actions.
Oh,
So
okay,
it
so you're
did
basically
have an
saying
effect.
that before the IRA
I am
was
not
signed
saying
into law,
before, real quick,
listen,
just
listen,
one
listen,
quick
listen,
thing
listen,
before you
listen.
try to go in. I'm not saying it was the root cause of all inflation.
Okay,
I'm
so
just
you're
saying
that
it's a
before the
contributing
IRA,
factor.
you're saying that before the IRA was signed into law, the IRA inflated the price of gasoline by reducing the confidence in oil producers, causing them to produce less.
It was a contribution, not the main reason, not the only reason. A contribution is absolutely a factor.
Yeah, we had the highest total level of energy production ever observed in this country under the Biden-Harris administration. You're wrong.
Where was our exports then? Because to my knowledge, we used a lot of our reserves.
No, actually, he sold our reserves when oil was at a high point, and then refilled them when oil was at a low point to make our country around $120 billion. You're still not responding to what I said, though, because the conclusion of your claim would have been that the IRA disincentivized oil production in America, and because there's less oil being produced, there's an overall lower level supply, which created a higher equilibrium price due to consistent level of demand. My rebuttal of your position is just to simply point out that we actually had the highest level of domestic oil production we've ever observed as a country under the totality of the Biden-Harris administration. And the reason why we had higher prices was because of a lower domestic supply, but it was because of a lower global supply, particularly induced by OPEC reducing their output by 10% and us sanctioning oil from Russia. Now, of course, we wouldn't say there's a lower global supply because of the IRA, because the IRA does not have global jurisdiction. So you are wrong.
Like I said, and I've responded to you, maybe not to the way you wanted to hear, but like I said, it is a factor. I am not saying it's the only thing. You asked how it was bad. I answered that it has factors. When people talk about it, funding gets pulled. That is a portion that goes into this. I'm not saying the IRA was horrible the whole way around. Obviously, it had stuff that was beneficial. Nobody's denying
Can I
that.
get an answer to my question? What was the net impact that it had on inflation? Or it says it had a net.
Let me pull that up. Bear with me one moment.
Jesus Christ. Man, Parker, my guests today have been terrible. I don't even
So
think
I'm
there's
terrible
something-
just because I have
there.
to look up a couple information because I don't have everything on hand.
Because you claimed that it had like such a high increase on the effect of everything else because of the increase that it's going to have on anything related to gas, right, and energy here. So I would love to see that because you know that simultaneously it invests in energy as well, right? So any negative impact that you'd see in the oil markets, right, would be offset by positive impacts that we see in renewable energy markets. So like the idea that it's going to impact energy insofar as that transportation will be so much more costly is actually not even something that.
All right, well, to answer your question, the IRA's net negative impact on inflation stems from its immediate fiscal stimulus, energy cost increases, and limited short-term deflationary effects, which outweighed its long-term benefits during a period of high
Yeah, slow
inflation.
down and actually explain what you're reading off of ChatGPT.
Hold
Just slow
the hell
down
up,
and
hold up,
actually
bear
explain
with
what you're
me.
reading.
You're telling me to slow down. You guys speak super fast just to try to get 10
Okay,
points across.
I'll
and
slow
then
down
you-
too. So
Okay.
will Parker. We'll all slow down.
So just
But I
bear
want
with
you
me.
to, I want you to meticulously go through what you're reading to demonstrate the net impact that the IRA had in inflation. We're not here for rhetoric. We're here for substance. Let's hear the substance.
Okay, so going off what I was reading, it outweighed its long-term benefits during a period of high inflation, 9.1% in June 2022. Here are the key pivotal points with data and
That's
context.
before the IRA was put in place. Why are you? What are you doing? I'm asking you. What was
It was
the
signed
net
into
impact?
law on August 16th, 2022, correct?
What would you just mention? You just mentioned June.
The statistic of the inflation, or what was that? The inflation? Yeah, the high inflation.
What is 9.1%
9.1%
inflation from? What month?
in June 2022.
June 2022. Is June before or after August?
It was not stating that that was from that.
No,
It
no.
was
I just want to know:
stating
is June
that's
is
where
June
it
before or
started.
after August?
Obviously before, dude.
Thank you very much. I really
Don't you think this is the problem where we're trying to have, you're saying we want to have a conversation of substance?
Because you
We're
want
on
to answer
what,
my questions,
6
then I try to get
insults?
you to answer my question.
6
Like it's
insults
my
towards
fault
me
for
where
trying
I'm
to get him to
literally
answer the
just
question.
talking
My
to you
bad.
guys. I haven't
My bad.
insulted
He
you
shouldn't be
once.
answering my questions in a debate. Yeah.
Because you're not asking questions for information. You're asking in a berating way. You're doing it literally to defame the substance of what I'm talking about.
How?
It's obvious, dude. I was literally just trying to have a conversation with you guys. If you're gonna act like children, we can move on to somebody else who can deal with it. But look,
What the fuck? Wait, you made a claim that
I
the
did
IRA
make a
caused
claim. I backed up the claim
hey,
with some
children
information.
typically
And then
interrupt.
you
Let's-
guys threw a
okay,
baby
going-
fit and started asking a million questions, then got mad when I didn't answer one of your million questions.
I don't know why you're crashing out. Parker just simply pointed out that you said the IRA caused inflation 3 months before it was signed into law.
That's not what I said at all. You completely took it out of context. You did not listen to what I read. You just
Please-
heard what you wanted to hear.
Please contextualize you saying that it caused inflation 3 months before it was signed into law.
Here's another statistic then, just to go towards it then. In 2023, $265 billion in private clean energy investments were spurred by IRA subsidies. 40% of IRA-funded manufacturing projects, e.g. solar, battery plants, were delayed, limiting supply-side relief. Inflation remained elevated at 3.7 in September 23, with government spending contributing to demand-driven price measures. The demand is what I'm talking about. We have, just an example, I have a couple friends who are CDL drivers. Biden's term kicked their ass because of the gas prices. Their freaking hours went down. It's hard to fucking stay afloat. the energy is a massive point of this. So not only did it have direct without impact, but like I said, what I was trying to point out was just the conversation that this was happening had a negative effect.
Can you
Did I
please-
say it's going to
can
be
you-
the 100%
can
game
you
over?
please-
No.
so
It's
can
a
We'll
you-
never
port-
get an
so-
answer.
Yeah, so I mean, what you just said was that the IRA subsidized clean energy producers, and then clean energy producers produce less. Explain to us how subsidies from the IRA caused that? Because wouldn't the subsidies, if anything, prevented further reductions in production?
How is clean energy made? Just
Answer
give me
my
the
question
most
before I
simple,
answer yours.
simple answer.
Dude, there's plenty of ways in which clean energy are made. One would
Fossil
be wind,
fuels,
one would be
nickel,
solar,
a bunch of
etc.
different metals. All of that requires, let's go to the very base version of this, gas, so CDL drivers
A
can
lot of
transfer
yapping, not a lot of
that.
answering
So,
questions.
yeah, are you going to
As
answer?
I literally
because
just
I'm
answered.
repeating the claim that you just made. The claim that you just made was simple. They subsidize clean energy producers, and that caused a downturn in their production. That is exactly what you just said.
They overdrew. To answer your question, you're asking how the negative effects. They had a 10-year plan, which in theory was a good plan. I wasn't against it. In theory, it was great. However, they overdrew the funds. They were pulling out too much too early. It had a negative effect. It outbalanced the long-term gains that the Inflation Reduction Act was supposed to do.
Okay.
Long-term
explain to us
gains
how.
related to what? Right? You're not talking about inflation. What was the net effect on inflation?
I literally read you the net the net effect multiple times a few minutes
So
ago.
you said it was net negative, correct?
Net negative in terms of, like I said, it's not
Inflation?
all bad. In terms of energy,
So-
yes.
Okay, so then this guy just lied. He said that inflation went up a lot because of the Inflation Reduction Act, and then just acknowledged that it had a
I
net
did not say
negative
it went up a
impact
lot.
on inflation.
I said it was a contributing factor. You're putting words in my mouth.
But you just acknowledged that it had a net negative impact on inflation. Do you know what you're saying right now?
So I may be miswording. When I say net negative, I mean in the sense of it's a bad thing. So if I'm
What?
saying, I apologize.
What are you reading?
There are negative effects from the Inflation Reduction Act.
Can we ask you what you're reading?
I've pulled up a couple different sources.
From what?
Really? From Grok?
Originally, yes. Then I pulled it up from different websites.
You actually used Grok?
To bring up the initial, then I actually went to websites to verify. I don't
dude, that
read
is
off Grok.
brutal.
Okay. Watch this. So you told us that you think that it had a 40% reduction in production of clean energy, right?
There was a contributing factor, yes.
Okay. Well, according to sources such as, let's see here, it's originally coming from Vox. Let me see. Yeah, there we go. Radium Group. So according to the Radium Group, which, by the way, is a biased right group, they say that Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill will slash the capacity
Well,
of...
hold up. Now we're
new
changing
clean-
subjects. Hold up. We're talking about the Inflation Reduction Act. We're not talking about the big, beautiful bill. That's a whole different discussion. We can start that if you want.
Can you finish letting me speak before you hop in?
No, because I got you at a point where it was all you have to admit something went wrong or you have to change the subject.
No.
What?
No, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because Parker just got you to admit that the Inflation Reduction Act had a net negative impact on inflation. So now that we've won the debate on the IRA, I am now constructing a counter argument rooted within the policy of the Trump administration. So assuming that we didn't win the debate, assuming that we didn't get you to admit that it had a net negative impact on inflation and that your claims were true, that it caused inflation by cutting the production of clean energy in America, according to the Rodian Group, the big beautiful bill in Congress right now is estimated to slash the capacities of clean energy producers in this country by 72%, which is 32% more than what you say was true of the IRA. Does this mean that the big beautiful bill is even less desirable and less preferable to you than the IRA was?
With the big, beautiful bill, there are portions of it I like, portions I'm not a huge fan of.
So
I am
answer
not
my
a fan
question.
of raising the debt ceiling X amount.
So then answer my question.
Can you shorten your question and say it one more time?
Does this mean that you find the big beautiful bill less desirable than the IRA? because it cuts new capacity of energy production more than the IRA in accordance with what you said. By the way, the Rhodium Group actually estimates that some of the credits offered under the IRA were good for energy production. And a lot of the capacity being slashed.
Yeah, some could be.
A lot of the capacities being slashed are actually by sunsetting the IRA credits.
In terms of a one-to-one comparison, now don't get me wrong, this is not an endorsement for the big beautiful bill. In terms of a one-to-one comparison, I would prefer that over just
Why?
for
It
the bill
slashes
as
the
a
energy
whole.
production more.
Bear with me. The investment that he's brought alone, so the traveling he's done to go to all these countries to bring in the investments he's brought in, which if I'm correct, it's around 1.5 trillion so far.
Investment in American industries has stagnated since Donald Trump won the election and his service in his first quarter.
That is wildly incorrect. And
It's not wildly incorrect. My source, no, don't pivot. What I said was true. My source would be the FRED, the federal bank bank from the city of St. Louis. Now, if you go on Google, you type in real fixed private investment (FRED), you will be able to find the data for yourselves. That's pulling from the U.S. Economic Bureau. We had a massive boom in investment in American industries under the totality of the Biden-Harris administration. Donald Trump won the election, and they've stagnated since. So, yeah, what I'm saying is right. What you're saying is wrong. I have the data. You don't.
Right. So, let me ask you a question. Did he travel the last couple months?
No. You're going to address what I just said.
This question answers your question with that. Did he travel the last couple months? Did he secure $1.5 trillion of investments? Ballparking, not an exact number. Ballparking.
I don't know what the particular figure was. I know that that particular figure was significantly estimated by him on stage, then corrected by the White House. But regardless of the amount of money that he secured in investment, we still know whatever amount of money he secured in investment was a stagnation from prior growth. So.
And you're saying about stagnation. This didn't happen between Biden at all?
Yeah, there's actually the biggest boom in modern American history under the Biden-Harris administration.
No. Take out COVID out of the equation.
Right.
Put the numbers, put third-year Trump into that.
Right, yeah. Insane boom from third-year Trump to the Biden-Harris administration.
The entirety of Trump's administration was actually net decrease.
Yeah, even if we
correct,
look at right
accounting for COVID.
Even when we account for COVID,
if you take out COVID
if you
out of the equation, you eliminate Biden's first 2 years. Just to be fair, to take out that COVID.
Yeah, no, please do it. I mean, it's significantly higher. There actually wasn't that much of an increase in real fixed private investment under the Trump administration, and COVID actually didn't have that massive.
So how come
decrease?
Real wage growth
are you gonna allow me to finish? So you're gonna allow me to finish like a good boy.
Yeah, now you can go fuck yourself, dude.
Oh, he's so mad.
Are you gonna rage quit and leave?
No, you're not gonna talk to me like that, dude. I'm a grown ass fucking man. I don't need that.
He just did. He just did it. He just did it.
I understand that was wrong. My apologies. Could I, if I were to hypothetically pull out a ukulele and give you a song with tears, would it make it all better?
Dude, look. At the end of the day, it is what it is. We have a
No, at the end of the day, I'm still talking. So yeah, regardless of the metrics that you want to compare, you could try to contort the data of real fixed private investment under Biden and Harris compared to under Trump in his first term, and regardless of your contortion, Biden and Harris will still win because it was just that insane. The difference between the level of real fixed private investment under Trump in his first term to that same investment under the Biden-Harris administration is nuts. I'm telling you to go look at it for yourself. Go to Google, type in real fixed private investment, FRED. You will see it for yourself. And since Donald Trump won in November, we've had a stagnation in that investment. Ignore COVID, Biden and Harris went boom. Ignore Donald Trump's fourth year as a whole. Biden and Harris went boom compared to him. Ignore Biden and Harris's first year or two. They went boom compared to Trump. Ignore whatever years you want. Do your contortion. They still win. It's just that it's that much of a difference.
Well, then you and me must be living two completely different lives.
Okay, my source is the FRED pulling from the U.S. Economic.
Oh, I understand. You got your sources. You got your numbers.
So what's your source? What's your source? What's your source?
He doesn't have one.
You don't have
The
one.
life
That's right, buddy.
I
You're
live
fucked.
with my wife
Yeah,
and my
yeah. How's the life that
children.
you're gonna live inform you about macro level business investment? Are you an idiot? Are you, dude? Are you fucking idiot sandwich? Are you kidding me? Look at what you're saying. You're saying that your life experiences can inform you about macro level business investments. Dude, holy fuck. Are you like Jesus? Are you all knowing?
No, but I'll tell you one thing, I
the
lived a
only
lot
way,
better under that.
the only way that your life experiences could inform you of macro level business investment in the private sector in real non-nominal dollar amounts is literally if you are all knowing. That is the okay, think about it this way. Everybody watching, have you ever just had a life experience, unless you're God, that has informed you of what the current level of macro level business investment in real dollars is?
muting
Have you
people.
ever had a
Yes.
no, you've never
I have.
you've never had you have Parker, shut
I
the hell
have.
up.
The life experience I've had looking at the graph.
Right? Yeah, no, for real. No,
And people
please
here in the
don't.
real world who don't get paid to stream and talk shit online actually have to work for a living.
Oh,
did
you don't think
better.
you don't think I work for a living?
Yeah, this is work, buddy. Putting up with you. You're quite a tool, dude. So
Oh,
I'd say I'm working hard. And about getting paid about that. Reagan, thank you for the $5
babysitters have jobs?
over on PayPal. Real quick, Ark, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal, saying, "Can we not debate somebody that's using ChatGPT?" Well, it's fun because then the moment you're able to force them to not use ChatGPT, such as how I am doing by referencing private fixed investment, they crash out like this guy right now. Thank you for the money, Ark, for the $10 over on PayPal. And then Kiara, thank you so much for the let's see here, for the $20 over on PayPal. Saying, "Hello, Dean. Thank you for helping me stay politically informed. You are awesome, Kiara. Show some love to Ark and Kiara down below in that chat for the love right now, everybody, while we get the next guest on the line." And he actually got a violation. I wonder what for.
That's brutal.
Yeah.
I have 3 people to thank whenever you're done.
Go for
Thanking
it,
people.
dude.
Oh, okay, for sure. Lennox, thank you so much for pushing the $4. Thank you. Joy with the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Sid with the $100. Thank you so much for Happy Monday.
Hello.
Hope you're doing well. Always good to see you. Always good to see you, Sid. Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now?
Good to see you too, Parker. Thank you for that. It's good to see you too.
Yeah,
Good to
drop
see
a
you,
quick
Karen.
beat. Drop a quick beat, Karen.
So yes, I was prepared for this. There is a house in New Orleans on top of the rock. You know what? My voice is a little. You just
Bye, Karen. Thank you for coming up. We love you. Hi, Austin. Do you support Trump?
Hell no.
Hell no. Base, bro. We're just looking for Trump supporters, so we're going to go to kick you. Everybody, y'all go and just give us a minute to get that next guest up with the box. If you're in that queue, make sure that means that you're an American adult that does indeed support Donald J. Trump.
God, I'm a big fan. Big, like.
Thank you,
Massive?
Jack.
Massive?
Thank you, Jack. You're awesome. W big fan Jack down below, y'all. What are you saying massive for? Bro, don't say that.
Like
You're gonna
massive fan? Like I was making the ninja joke. Okay.
you're gonna get clipped out of context, and then your girlfriend is gonna be really mad at you. That's what happened to me.
How'd that
I
happen
was
to you?
I was making the massive ninja joke on a stream, and then somebody clipped it and made like a hypersexual edit. It was fucking disgusting, and my girlfriend was upset. So be careful with saying that. Hello, Marcus. Do you support Trump?
Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck
Base,
Donald
Marcus. Hell yeah. We're gonna move on to the next guest, everyone. Go ahead and just give us a minute here, y'all, to get that next guest up in the box. We are just seriously looking for some debates, everybody. And then also, M, thank you for the $5 and the 55 cents over on PayPal, saying you and Parker are iconic. M, thank you so much. Just some love to EMM down below. Also, yeah, if you're watching and you want to support me, my Venmo got closed, my Cash App got closed. Somebody's coming after me. So right now, the only way that you can support me is over PP PayPal, which you can find in the link in the bio. Y'all get 100% of proceeds over there. They all go straight to me, as well as you will get a notification at the top of my phone screen that I could read out. And thank you so much for your support. Welcome in, Tristan. Do you support
Shout
the
out to
Orange
$5.
Maniac?
Yo, yeah, man.
Oh, how old are
All the
you?
way around.
How old are you?
25.
Okay, and you support him because dropping bombs on Iran?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, that was a major loss. So, I mean, what did we get out of that? We got the Iranian parliament to pull out the IAEA's oversight clearance, so now we don't even know what their uranium enrichment levels are. Early U.S. intelligence reports told us that we didn't destroy their nuclear facilities. We only set them back by a matter of months, and we have no clue where their enriched
You're
uranium
trusting the
is.
CIA now? Wow.
I'm saying that we definitely don't have a more reliable source than somebody who would have a bias to report otherwise because it's being literally led by somebody in the Trump admin. Wow.
I mean, the bias of them running in the Trump admin would be that they're wrong, right? By your logic?
So they'd have a pro-Trump bias, right? And they're still reporting somebody, and which would contradict the narrative set forth.
I mean, wouldn't the pro-Trump bias be to say that they still have weapons so
No,
that they can continue
because-
bombing?
Because Donald Trump has said that they're wrong and that these reports were incorrect.
I mean, no one gives a fuck what Donald Trump says. He lies every single day, and no one
It
cares.
does
What?
matter. It does matter insofar as determining what a pro-Trump bias would want to report. Okay, a pro-Trump bias would not want to report something that would contradict what he says.
Do you think it's an issue that you can't take the president of the United States seriously?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, why do you support a guy that you can't even take serious?
I mean, I support what he does, not the person.
Like
right?
what? Can you tell me what he does that you support that you think is so fantastic?
I mean, bombing Iran was a great one. You think that's bad? I get that. But I have more of a question directed towards Dean.
You just support him because he wants to bomb Iran. That's it.
Oh, I mean, the Middle Eastern total package being that he's.
What is the positive outcome that we got out of that?
Yeah, like what do you get from bombing Iran? Didn't they just like literally get paused for like essentially like a few more months?
I mean, do you want Iran with a nuclear bomb? Like, what's going
Why
on?
did Trump
mean,
pull
I
out of the nuclear peace agreement then? Tell me.
And then I
Because
also think
Iran
that,
wasn't listening to it.
yes, they were. Yes, they were. That's not what you're saying is absolutely misinformation.
Yeah, we had 24/7. We had
Misinformation
24/7 surveillance.
Yeah, so a part of the deal. So the deal was overseen by the UN as well as the EU, and a part of the deal was ensuring that IAEA had 24/7 access and surveillance to every single one of their nuclear facilities, as well as the fact that Iran would have to completely dismantle and get rid of all the machinery that would be required to develop nuclear weapons, and they had to give 97% of all of their enriched uranium to Russia. And for the totality of the 3 years that the deal is signed, the IAEA report precisely 0 infractions of any of the criteria that I just described. So when I hear people like you say, well, they violated it, that is literally just like MAGA misinformation.
Well,
It
I
is
have a
just
question
as wrong as
as
the
far
claim
as,
that Donald
like,
Trump won 2020.
Yeah, no. So as far as like biases go, do you think the IAEA would have a bias to report infractions or to not report infractions?
A bias too, dude. It's a IAEA. They are a nonpartisan nuclear watchdog, and the formation of the IAEA was literally for nuclear denuclearization and across the globe, and for a check/balance on the nuclearization agreements of countries. So
Yeah, so, I mean, what I'm trying to
absolutely,
say
if you're
is
going to
that
argue that the
Iran denied-
IAEA was lying, you're
Yeah.
going to have to give us some very fucking compelling reason, because you have now discovered a truth that nobody else has ever discovered before. So in discovery of this truth that the IAEA was lying, what is the compelling reason to believe this?
The evidence is that when Iran was getting the quote unquote 24-hour surveillance, they just denied entry. Probably, I think it was 17 times in 3 years. What does 24-hour surveillance mean if you just can deny entry?
Oh, so they denied entry 17 times in 3 years. A,
Yeah.
I don't know the validity of your claim, but
That's
B, it
just
sounds
true,
like they
and you
did
don't
this
know about it.
multiple
That's what I'm talking
times
about.
and
You
not
don't
one
know about
concurrent
it.
time.
You don't know about that?
So
Yeah,
I'm
you're saying that IAEA
I am
definitely
responding
does do
to
that.
your claim. So if imagine that they were denied entries to these facilities, and now you said 17 multiple times, not one concurrent time, meaning that the IAEA had access to these nuclear sites in between the denial of entry, as well as to the enrichment of uranium through the totality of the country, meaning that they'd be able to intermittently check and ensure that they weren't developing nuclear weapons. But like, I'm pretty sure when you say denied entry,
Where do you get
all-
evidence for this? I was
all,
like,
all
where
that
is
you
this?
mean is they basically said that this is a bad day for an inspection. I'm pretty sure that Iran had 500 inspections per year, all 3 years, that the agreements were signed. And those inspections were literally just people in person. And the 24/7 access to surveillance was the 24/7 surveillance feeds that were running, regardless if they had people in person, surveilling the facilities or not. And you're saying the 17 times that they denied entries were the 17 times out of 1,500 times that Iran had people in person looking at their facilities over the course of 3 years.
Okay, walk me through this logic then. All right, so let's take an analogy. You have a food inspector, right? Do you understand what a food inspector is? Do you know what that is?
Yes.
All right. You have a pizza shop. And the law says that the food inspector can drop by whenever they want for a random drop-in inspection. Right? Do you get that?
I'm following.
And in order to make sure you don't get caught violating anything, you just don't let the food inspector enter. And then you let this food inspector enter when you've already moved all of the things that were violations away, and then you let them enter, and then every other time you don't let them come in.
Yeah, the issue with your logic is that we'd be able to see them moving the violations away with the live feed through the cameras.
Oh, why did Trump certify Iran's compliance twice after they specifically, because the only 2 times they exceeded the limits very slightly on accident.
True.
Yeah,
So
like Iran exceeded the heavy water limits briefly, but is now in compliance.
Your entire premise here is that Iran is a good faith actor.
No, I'm not even claiming that. I'm just saying that like what you just said was like disingenuous because Donald Trump, after the point in which they specifically 2 times went over that limit slightly, said that they were in compliance. Twice. He signed off on them being in compliance twice.
Yeah. So Donald Trump said that they were in compliance twice. They had access to the camera feed even when Iran had to reschedule the in-person. And like the subject to the in-person oversight. So your analogy failed, and
I don't
now you have to
understand
account for
this.
Donald Trump assuring their compliance twice. Please go ahead and try to tell us why we're wrong, Tristan.
So
You're
yeah,
on the
no,
losing side of an argument.
I guess I don't understand the entire idea of like when Donald Trump is saying something that you might agree with, you say that Donald Trump is a good source, but every other time he's lying. Why couldn't he just been lying there?
Lying where? What do you mean?
So
You
usually,
said
like
that
we
certified that
determine,
they were compliant.
so we usually determine that Donald Trump is like an unreliable like actor due to his like aptitude to lie to make himself look better than he actually is in reality. However, when he says something that makes him look worse, right? Like such as saying that they're in compliance and that he then pulled us out of the deal and called it a bad deal. I'm actually not willing to believe that he'd have that same aptitude to lie. Like, honestly, man, like when I hear Donald Trump say shit that makes him look worse, I'm like, that must be true. Like, holy fuck.
Okay. Well, then why is he lying about Iran specifically not violating the deal when they did violate the deal? Why would he lie about that? Can you tell me?
I mean, I don't know why Donald Trump lies about anything. I'm just saying that you can't use him as a
we do.
source
We could absolutely always attribute a reason for a lie. So what's the reason for the lie? Because honestly, man, what it sounds like is you're just like the hysterical one, right? Basically, like the culmination of your argument so far is that you think whatever Trump says is a lie and the opposite must be true. And that's the logic that your argument here hinges on. Even though the IAEA reported 0 infractions, 500 in-person oversight meetings per year, and 24/7 access to surveillance cameras and all of their nuclear.
So let's go back to it then.
You just
If
sound
you're
crazy.
saying that
You just sound absolutely crazy.
No, I'm saying let's go back to it then. You're stating that he basically said that there have been no the IAEA says there's no infractions.
Right.
Okay.
Donald Trump says there's no infractions. Right.
No,
500 in-person meetings per year and
take a look.
24/7
Okay.
access to surveillance feeds. Right. You're a conspiracy
All right.
theorist.
Let me talk for like more than 5 seconds. Can I do that?
Go ahead.
I guess.
Okay, cool. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
It's funny when Parker does that. Parker just muted you as a joke because like you just said, let me talk for more than 5 seconds. Once again, very abusive mod over down here. Feel free to unmute. I'm really apologetic for his abuse.
Cool. Yeah. No, totally. I have a cool question for Parker. Hey, Parker, is your pizza cold right now? Do you need to go eat some pizza? Is it cold?
What are you talking about?
Dean, is your pizza cold right now?
Yes, it's still in the fridge.
Oh, bro, you need to go eat that pizza, bro.
I'll probably eat it later.
I'm confused,
So
bro.
why are you dodging Destiny so hard?
You're a Destiny fan?
Instead of addressing this, you're just gonna say
Wait.
that?
Wait,
No, you just trolled me by muting me. I'm trolling you back. Why are you dodging Destiny so hard?
If you're a Destiny fan,
I didn't say that.
Why do you believe? Okay, so are you or are you not?
I'm not, but you are dodging him. No.
Okay. Yeah, I disagree. We are here to talk about Trump, though. I'll happily talk about that. When
Do you think
not
I'm
here to
dodging
talk
every
about Trump.
communist just because I don't debate people who are on the general left or liberals?
No.
Nah, I mean, you
It's-
said directly
listen,
that you wouldn't debate him, and then
here, how about this? I'll
about
consider.
slurs, and you said
I'll-
that slurs are more.
I'll consider
You're thinking Dean.
giving your question a response after you're able to respond to me and Parker's critiques of your position that Iran violated the nuclear peace agreement. But just due to the nature of this serving as like a huge deflection away from the fact that you have an incomprehensible position here, I'm not going to engage it. But
Okay,
feel
yeah,
free
no,
to
you're
like
not gonna
respond
engage with it.
without
Cool.
deflection.
I literally trolled because I got muted for trying to speak. I was trying to refute that point, and then you muted me. So
Okay, so you don't actually believe that Iran had violated the nuclear peace agreement?
No, they did. I'm just saying.
Okay, well then
as a matter of fact,
continue to
they
argue
did
that point
violate-
because I disagree with you.
No, as a matter of fact, they did violate it. You're disagreeing on a matter of fact. So I don't know
Oh,
to
okay,
go from
okay.
there.
Well, we've given you an abundance of reason to believe otherwise. So, what is your reason to believe we're wrong?
I mean, you've given me no evidence. I actually have some sources.
Really?
The
So, 24.
the
Okay.
IAEA doesn't
Evidence.
report violations.
Evidence. So, evidence such as 24/7 access to surveillance feeds. Evidence such as 500 in-person oversights per year. Evidence such as it being affirmed by Trump twice. Even though that like contradicted his optics because he later pulled us out of the deal. I just think that you're obviously gonna have a losing position here, but you told us.
No, I
you
mean,
just
there's a
came
lot
up
of
here to-
reasons to say why.
up here to troll. We're obviously here to talk to Trump supporters. So given the nature of your troll, you're not a Trump supporter. So we're gonna move on to the next guest. But everyone, just give us a minute here to get that very next guest loaded into the live. We got Vicky loading in, y'all. So everybody just do be patient while we get that next guest loaded up into the box, y'all. If you are in that queue, make sure that you're an American adult that supports Trump. What's going on, Vicky? Do you support Trump? Vicky's not here. Braden, man, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. That is incredibly kind of you. Everybody show some love to Braden down below in that comment section. Braden says, always looking forward to your lives, man. You and Parker always have me laughing. Keep doing what you're doing and making a difference. Much love, fam. Show some love to Braden down below. That is seriously so incredibly kind of you. As well as Megan. Megan, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. And I did see your message there. I will check it out. Let's get 250 Megan W's down below. As well as Afshan, thank you for the $4. Marquel with a $10. And Emmeline with a $5. Thank you so much. And then also, Casher, I just saw that you tried to send me $3 over on Cash App. So my Cash App is restricted. If you want to support me, feel free to do so on PayPal. Link in bio, but that money was returned to you. Welcome in, Nolan. Do you support Trump?
Oh, Dean Parker!
They got to hold like the #1 position for getting on this live.
They do. It's all the different accounts. It's the fact that they come up with new names too.
Yeah, they're really good at what they do. Hey, Bladen, what's up? Do you support Trump?
No.
All
Well,
right,
yeah,
I'm gonna go to queue. Guys, if you're in that queue, make sure that you're MAGA, everybody. If you happen to be one of the 8,000 people watching on TikTok right now, guys, make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen, quite frankly, and sharing out this live with a handful of friends. Y'all already know the drill. Hell to the yes. What is going on, Ace? Are you MAGA?
Yes, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Okay. Well, you could just stop being MAGA if you think it's so unfortunate.
I fucking love you. I'm a big fan. No, I just wanted to take.
We are going to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute, y'all. We got Charlo loading up into the box. Here we go, y'all. Once again, everybody, if you're an American adult that wants to come up and debate, let us know down below in that comment section. We'll get you loaded in here. Everybody, please just be patient while we're trying to get a debate going. I apologize for all the trolls in the queue. I really wish that you guys wouldn't do that.
Dude, tap
What's
that
going on?
screen, like the stream, everybody. Let's get to 2 million fucking likes on the TikTok stream.
What's going on, Charlo? Do you support Trump?
Charlo, what's up, team?
Hey, what time is it?
It's 3 in the morning.
All right, everybody. I have 3 rules. They are very simple. If you are in the queue, you have to be from America, you have to be an adult, and you have to support Trump. Danny, thank you for the $5 over on Cash App. That was returned to you because my Cash App is down. So if you would like to support me, feel free to do so over on PayPal. All right, guys. If you are MAGA and you want to come up and debate, let us know in that comment section. We'll get you pulled up here. Really just looking for anybody. Just looking for anybody. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
All right. Phenomenal.
Why?
Why is that?
What do you mean, why? Like, I
What
support.
do I mean? Why?
Yeah.
What do you,
like,
okay, do you need
I
me
sup-
to... Okay, no. 1 second. I will go ahead and give you the
Jordan
definition
Peterson.
of why.
What do you
Why?
mean by why?
Why definition. So why can be defined as primary use can be defined as such to inquire about reasons, causes, or purposes. So like when I say, why do you support Trump? In all reality, I'm inquiring about the reasons that you may support Trump.
Are
what
you an
caused
American
you to support
citizen?
Trump, or the
Yes.
purposes in which your support goes
Are
to
you an
shit.
American citizen?
Yes.
So why do you not support Trump?
Yeah, I don't support Donald Trump because...
No, don't answer it, Parker! Parker, don't answer it. Don't answer it. I'm going to be the big bad guy. You answered the question above my head. You weasel. Okay? All right. You got Parker, but you didn't get me. No. Tell us why you support Trump.
I support Trump because he's the president of the United States.
Okay, well, I mean, I think that I've already responded to this one a handful of times, but I'll respond to it again. I don't think that respect or support is granted on the basis of somebody being in a position of power. In fact, I think those that are in positions of power...
So
have to
you
work
want him to
harder than those-
fail?
I think that those who are in positions of power have to work harder for respect and our support than those who are not. One hidden check and balance that exists inside of America, as well as every other democracy on the face of this planet, is populist support for a candidate, a president, or what that president opts to do. Okay, in the moment that we remove this accountability by evaluating what a president is doing to see if it's effective, to see if it's good, to see if it's bad, well, then we're basically empowering those in power to do whatever they want, even if it's not for the benefit of the people, right? That is why accountability is even more important for those in positions of power compared to those not in positions of power. So you just merely stating that you support him because he's president
feel
is
like-
totally regressive to the function of a democracy and totally regressive to what the constituents of a democracy are supposed to do to act in accordance of what is best for them by granting their support to people that help them and pulling their support away from people that hurt them.
Do you support Joe? Did you
I feel
support,
like you
wait, hold
only
up, hold
so-
up. Did you support Joe Biden?
I mean, to be honest with you, I didn't really know that much about Joe Biden.
Did you support him?
I mean, I just told you, I didn't think I was like, I knew enough, whether or not to like him or not.
So your answer to Parker's question was no. Now please respond to what I said.
I have a question. Do you I feel like for your career, you just want Donald Trump to do bad.
Hold up. You don't.
So
You're
you
not
have
just.
more-
Wait, I just
so
want to
you
clarify.
have
You're
more
not
stuff
just.
to talk
hold
about.
up.
I feel like you actually don't want what's good for the country. You know what I mean? I feel like you make more money off of just Donald. I feel like honestly,
the only
I feel
person
like
here, the only
honestly-
person here that doesn't want what's good for the country is you, because
How?
you literally support what's bad for this country.
How?
Because you said that you
How?
support him out of virtue of the fact that he's president. Do you think that presidents
Obviously.
are always good for the country?
What? It
Do you
doesn't
think,
matter.
it does matter. It does matter because you just told me that I'm doing something wrong by apparently supporting what's bad for the country. But now you're sitting here telling me that you support Trump in virtue of the fact that he's president, while acknowledging that presidents aren't always good for the
Dean,
country. So
Dean.
this means that you support things in virtue of something that is outside of their impact on America. I mean, let's think about it. Use your fucking brain here, bro. You told me that your evaluative standard to either
I'm using
support
my
or not to
brain.
support
I
somebody.
use common sense. I use common sense, Dean. I'm sorry. I hate to break it to you.
Okay, this guy's rage baiting. You're rage baiting, right?
How am I rage baiting?
Because like you don't have a brain. Either you're seriously like you don't have a brain, or it's rage bait. I'm giving
Well,
you the
that's
benefit of the doubt.
That's kind of mean.
He literally said that he didn't support Joe Biden. He didn't have enough reason to support Joe Biden.
Yeah,
But
is that unreasonable, Parker?
Okay,
Is that unreasonable?
so then you obviously don't support Trump.
That's unreasonable?
So then you obviously don't support Trump.
Wow, that's
So
unreasonable.
you obviously don't support Trump just because he's president, in the same way that you
I
didn't
support Trump because he's president, because I want
Okay, DJ. You said that you didn't
I
have
want
enough.
to win.
You said that you didn't have enough reason to support Biden, even though Biden was president. So this means the fact that Trump is president doesn't give you sufficient reason to support him either. Okay, so what does give you sufficient reason to support Trump?
Do you think that do you think he only does bad things, Donald Trump? Do you
After
think he
you
does
answer-
anything good?
After you answer my question, I'll answer yours. Once again, my
I'm
question
sorry.
was.
Can you repeat it one more time?
Of course, you said that you didn't have sufficient reason to support Biden, even though he was president. So this means that the fact Donald Trump is president doesn't give you a sufficient reason to support him either. So what is the sufficient reason that you possess to support
Well,
Trump?
yeah, I was younger when Joe Biden was president, so that's
Okay,
probably why.
that didn't change the fact that he was president.
Yeah, but I wasn't like learning about it, so it actually does change it because I just didn't care.
Okay, so then you're saying that there's other facts outside of the fact that President Trump or President Biden were president that make you support them. So what are
Not
these other
necessarily, it was
considerations
just
that
a
you've learned
different-
about that make you support Trump?
I support Trump because he's the president, and I don't think that everything
Okay.
that he does is. I don't think that everything that he
Joe
does.
Biden was president. You didn't support
Okay.
Joe Biden. Why?
So you don't support Biden, even though he was president, but you do support Trump because he's president.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
I have a syllogism that I want you to follow. Okay. Premise number 1: Socrates is a man. Premise number 2: all men are mortal. What is the conclusion of this two-premise syllogism?
I don't understand this at all.
Right. No. For real, bro. Let me ask you a question. Can I have both 2 feet and 1 foot, only 1 foot simultaneously?
I don't think so
Why?
because it doesn't make sense.
Because it's a contradiction?
I guess just
Okay.
doesn't make sense.
So there's a contradiction in your view. The contradiction is you telling us that you didn't support Biden even though he was president, and you support
I
Trump because
told
he's
you
president.
why. It's not that I didn't support him because I don't like what he did. I wasn't paying attention. Like, what don't you understand?
Were you paying attention enough to know he was president?
I guess, yeah.
Okay,
but,
so
like-
then the knowledge that Biden was president wasn't enough to make you support.
okay, then
Biden.
sure. I guess I supported him. Yeah, but yeah, it's irrelevant. What does this have to
Okay,
do with
well,
anything?
then I'll ask you
Well,
this.
Biden's in the past. Joe
Parker,
Biden's in the
feel
past.
free
It's
to say
irrelevant.
whatever you want. I'm gonna like this guy. Like, seriously has,
One
like,
more
5 brain
question,
cells.
and then I'm about to kick him off. Then
Why are you
go
gonna
ahead.
kick me? What did I do that was wrong?
Please
Because you're too stupid. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, genuinely.
Dean, I'm
So,
definitely smarter than you.
I have a
buddy.
question, DJ. That was crazy.
Dean, you sit on here debating like
DJ.
50-year-old
Wait,
single men all day,
DJ.
just
I have
sitting
a
around.
question. I have a question. At what degree in Fahrenheit does water freeze?
32.
Wow, actually, I didn't expect that.
Holy fuck.
You're asking me like 3rd grade level. Yo,
Okay, what's 6
I think
times
that
6?
speaks- no, Parker. I think that speaks to your intelligence.
What's
as a
DJ?
matter of
DJ, what's
fact.
6 times 6?
36?
Holy shit.
I'm wow, dude. What
No. This is so dumb because you're trying to make me
can you
feel
spell
bad about
economy?
myself.
Can you spell economy?
I'm not doing this because you're trying to make me feel bad about myself.
Hold up. I
for
just
no
want. I
reason
just
in
real
the middle
quick.
of a
Real
debate.
quick. Can you spell economy?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, do it.
I don't want to do it. I'm not gonna lie. Spelling isn't my strong suit.
Don't worry, me neither, DJ. Yeah, we're gonna move on. Wow, dude, the guests today have been something else. I don't think that we've gotten like one guest so far today that's been like here for like a decent convo. I don't know like what's in the air, like what is going on today, but these people, man, have been rough so far today. Welcome in, Ashley. Do you support Trump? And Ashley is not here. Once again, if you're watching and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, I want to support him, you can find my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. I also got my Cash App down there, but don't do it to the Cash App. Oh, dude, why is this guy back? We're gonna kick him out pretty quickly after. I just wanted to say something to him real quick because we already talked to him the other day. I just want to say something to him real quick. Yo, give us a minute. Give us a minute here. Yo, Kai.
Okay.
I
appreciate
I,
love you, man.
I have a question. Why did you leave our last conversation so butthurt?
W gaslight. No, I'm joking. I'll be nice. I'll be nice. I
Tell
appreciate
me.
you having me. I appreciate you having me back on. I didn't think you'd bring me up, but I
It's all,
appreciate
you're only going to be up here for a moment. Then I'm going to remove you.
Okay.
I just had to ask you. Cuz like seriously, man, think about it this way. You came onto the live, you made a ridiculous claim that birthright citizenship was somehow like controversial legally speaking. I mean, I corrected you.
That's not the only view he has.
Right.
This
It
guy's
wasn't-
from old
it
political
wasn't
TikTok in 2020. He's a
it wasn't
lunatic.
it wasn't even like that big of a Dean W. It was like a very typical like debate win. I don't know. It just wasn't anything special. And then you go on to say that like you'd find jokes about child rape funny, and then I kicked you. And then you went on Twitter and you were like, I own Dean in a debate. It's Kai, bro, please. Listen, I want more people in this country to be rational thinkers that aren't just absolutely insane. So I brought you back up literally just to tell you to stop being insane and just to start thinking rationally.
I'll do that. Okay. And you know what? I'm willing to concede. Maybe I was a little extreme. Maybe I was more hyperbolic than I should have been given the conversation. I'll admit that. I appreciate the censure, Dean, and I mean that seriously, not satirically or ironically. What I will say.
All right, Kai. We are going to go to move on to the next
He's from 2020 political TikTok. He's a lunatic. He's like one of those alt-right people. Yeah, like he's been off of TikTok for so long. I don't know what his reason.
I appreciate you for like in any sense acknowledging that was nuts.
They don't want me.
That's a foot in the right direction, I guess. Okay, all right. At least like it's a foot in the right direction. Okay, let's go to move on to the next guest. Everyone, give us a minute. But if you're curious on why I kicked Kai out, it's because I had a conversation with him the other day. I try to only talk to one person one time. Everyone, just give us a minute here. What is going on? Do you support Trump? Kevin.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Kevin, how old are you?
I'm 15.
All right, goodbye, Kevin. We are going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. We got Max loading up into the box, y'all. If you happen to be part of the 7.5 thousand people in here, guys, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen.
If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everybody. It'll help get it out to more people. On Dean and I's stream, make sure to like the stream.
How did DJ get back?
And if you're new here, if you haven't already, make sure to follow. Make sure to subscribe if you're new. Following and subscribing is one of the best ways to help send out the content more.
Hey, Max, you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
How old are you?
23.
All right. What about you, Chase? Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
All right. What year are you born in?
2007.
Cool. We're going to do a quick 1v2. Sorry, no, 2v2. Sorry. But real quick before we do, Carry On, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal, man. Carry On said, I knew it was going to be BS from the moment he came up. Absolutely, Carry On. I appreciate you for the $10. As well as I'd like to quickly thank Landon for the $10 over on PayPal. Landon says, thank you for debating these Trump supporters. They don't even know much about Trump is going to add to the deficit. Yeah, $4 trillion with one bill if it passes. Thank you for the $10, Landon. Christian, good to see you. Thank you for $5. I really appreciate you so much for the love, Christian.
What's up, Christian?
Alyssa with the $20 over on PayPal. I want to see at least 200 Alyssa W's down below in that box. A comment section, my apologies. But Alyssa says, thank you for re-educating these MAGA airheads. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Alyssa. You guys are being incredibly kind today. Thank you, everybody, so much for the love, as well as Laurel with the $5 over on PayPal. No message left, just the love. Thank you, Laurel. Now, take it away, you two. Tell us why y'all silly gooses support Trump.
Oh, Jesus
Because
Christ.
Cookie King mogs the...
He said HS 2028. Jesus Christ.
Jesus. Dude, he's like 13. Moving on. Here we go, everybody. Give us a minute. We're going to get that next guest up the box. Y'all, we got Astro Kid loading into the line. Phenomenal. Great. We probably have about another 30 minutes left on live before we hop off. And then hopefully actually, guys, I might be live later tomorrow. So keep that in mind, Parker. I might be live around 3 to 4 your time tomorrow. Just because that's when I get my main account back. So you might want to keep that in mind for like, figuring out your
I'll
schedule
go
and
live
whatnot.
early tomorrow.
Very nice. Getting it worked out. Adam! Thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Guys, show some love to Adam down below in that chat. Well, we're getting that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box. Adam, man, that is incredibly kind of you. Adam says, go Dean, remind everybody of the human element in all of this: immigration, reproductive rights, healthcare policy, foreign policy, etc. You're the man. Couldn't agree more, Adam. Thank you so much for the love and the very kind message. Show some love to Adam down below in that comment section while we're working on getting that next Trump supporter up here. As well as Maria, thank you for the $5. And Maya, thank you for the $5. Maya says, I don't know how you stay sane debating these lunatics. I don't. That's why I took a day off. It was very needed. I touched grass and I felt like a normal person for 24 hours. Hello, Clara. Do you support the maniac Trump?
Yeah, I would like to apologize actually because I was on here like 3 days ago and I lied and I'm actually liberal, but you're kind of cute and I like to argue with cute guys.
Dude, okay.
That's crazy.
Bye, Clara. We're going to go to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute here, y'all. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Hello, Danny. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Danny. How old are you?
I do. I'm 18.
No way.
I'm 18. See, it's like even like my deep voice is like even like my regular voice is a bit deeper than that, so I can't even do it. I'm 18. Yeah, I gotta go up in pitch a little bit. I'm 18. I'm 18. You know what? How about this? I appreciate the initiative. Okay, all right, but don't do it. Don't do it. Not until you're older, man. Gotta be 18. Seriously. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Jason?
Yes, I do, buddy.
All right, Jason. We'll have a good conversation. Before we do, Linda, thank you for the $20 donation over on PayPal. Linda says, keep up the great work. I say, thank you. That's incredibly kind of you. Shout out to Linda down below. Thank you. Seriously, so much, Linda. You're incredibly kind. All right, take it away, Mr. Jason. Why do you support the man, the myth, the failure?
The man, the myth, the failure. I mean, you can't be a failure. Look at the stock market, buddy. The stock market is up all times high, buddy. All times high. The highest we have ever seen in this country. This is what I voted for, buddy. The economy booming. Gas is cheaper. This is what I love, buddy.
All right. No, man. I definitely feel you. So the trajectory of the stock market over the course of the last 3 months has been very negative, and it is only in the last week that it has been finally able to break past the point at which it was at when Donald Trump was inaugurated. So I don't think that this all-time high is something to celebrate because of the lows that we've experienced that came in tune. Now, would you mind telling me what Donald Trump did to cause that all-time high in the stock market?
Look, I think the terrorists have gave us immense, money back to our country that we have been losing under the Biden administration.
Is this who I think it is?
No, it's not. Hey, bro, I gotta stop snitching the chat, bro. Oh
I
God,
didn't
bro.
look. I promise I didn't even look at the chat. I didn't even look at the chat.
Oh, is this that one guy?
Yeah, like he knows Chris or Connor.
No, he did that pretty well. That he did that voice pretty well. I won't lie. He was a big troll. Big troll, guys. Big troll. Moving on. All right, we're gonna try to get that next debate going up on here. Everyone, just give us a minute. Welcome in, Mr. Entrepreneur.
Hello. How are you doing?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed. All right, as an entrepreneur, why the hell do you support the guy that is actively making it harder for small businesses to get their feet off the ground and reducing economic mobility through aggressive tax policy?
Well, I'll put it simple for you. You said small businesses. Ha ha ha. I run big businesses.
Right, but you started running a small business, right?
Well, actually, I took over my parents' company.
Oh, you're a troll. Oh, you're either a troll or just a maniac. Which one is it?
I'm a billionaire.
You're a troll. Get out of here. We're going to go to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute, y'all, while we're loading in that next guest. Everybody, go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat accompanied with your age if you'd like to come up and have a debate. Yes, indeed. It's a troll. That's right. Somebody in my YouTube chat says cooking has diarrhea. Winston Sayer. You might be onto something there. Somebody needs to invest in this great mind. Hello, Allie. Do you support Trump?
Hey, can I just correct you on a minor fact?
Yeah, what the
Really
heck?
quickly,
Correct me.
please. Okay. So one of your questions when you're trying to like weed out the fetuses is what is a W-2, right? And you're like, yeah, that's the form you fill out like when you go for employment. Actually, it's the W-4 that you fill out. W-2 is the thing that you get at the end of the year.
You're right.
Not that I think that the fetuses would know either or.
Dean's a fetus. Conclusion is Dean is a fetus.
Yeah, conclusion is Dean is a child. You know what, Allie? I'll take it. Thank you so much for
All right. You're welcome. Goodbye.
Appreciate you.
We're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Yeah, just got owned, guys. Just got absolutely owned. All right, guys. We probably only have time for around one more debate. We're going to move on. Here we go, everybody. Come up here, debate a fetus. Here we go. Dean's first ever loss. Got absolutely destroyed. Absolutely cooked.
Cadence, thank you for the $10. Maya, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Nafi, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you, WCW Venus. Absolutely. Jade, thank you for the $5. Ripsy, thank you so much for the $20. And Davo, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sorry.
No worries, man. Can we also quickly talk about how the Republicans on Twitter are just like have no media literacy whatsoever?
Yeah.
If you guys use Twitter, in the last like 3 days, have you guys been seeing a clip of me like jokingly crashing out about the anxiety
It's not just
pin
Twitter.
going around?
It's not just Twitter. You know, Asmund Gold made a video, has almost 1 million on YouTube.
About it?
About it, yeah.
Bro,
dude, they think you're serious. They're fucking insane.
Wait, I gotta see this video.
And by the way, happy birthday, Scarlet CK.
Is this real?
Yes, like I'm serious. I saw it literally before I went on live. Had like 900,000 views. And some people on TikTok are posting it. They're fucking crazy. The fact that they are posting that video as something to like discredit Dean based on shows you how fucking little they have. That's insane, isn't that? It's obviously it's obviously you joking and being like, it's an obvious joke. If they can't identify that's an obvious joke, like what's wrong with them? Like this is actually funny for them. This is like we should be laughing at them because they're so insane for doing this.
Wait, where's the Asmund Gold video?
I swear it's I look at Asmund Gold clips or something.
I know, I'll find it. Anyways, we're gonna try to get that next guest up in here. I just think it's absolutely hilarious. I just think it's absolutely fucking funny.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Dude, it's a picture of me
954K.
screaming into the mic with 954 saying you can't make this
In
shit
15 hours, 954K views on our end. That means it has like 1.4 million views at least.
Dude, can we listen to this real quick?
Yes.
Pen. I'm sorry that I have anxiety. Okay, and honestly, yeah, it is kind of the fault of people like you that want to come up here and bully and berate me over something that I don't do.
Just for context, Dean Withers is the biggest political progressive TikToker and sometimes referred as the bro whisperer. Now he's mad because during a debate about Trump, some viewer called his anxiety pen a vape.
Okay, so cut the shit. It's not a vape. All right, it's an anxiety pin, and God, the amount of times that I've asked you to respect me and respect my anxiety pin is, at this point, getting.
Is this real? Like, there's no way this is real, right? I mean, like, this has got to be like.
Yeah, it's not fucking real. Okay, thank you.
A meme. I mean,
ridiculous, Cody. So please
justify. Crash out
for the final.
I literally
for
say
the
justify
billionth time,
crash out.
You please just respect the fact that it's not a vape and that it's an anxiety pen.
Yo, you really
God,
got me.
get the fuck. Just
framed for this.
get the fuck out.
Get him out.
I hate women.
Oh man, I don't even know what's real and what's not. Like I don't. I legitimately don't even know if this is real or not. But this guy doesn't. But I don't. Oh God, I don't even know where to begin. I don't even know where to begin.
Because I need it!
Don't worry, I know the perfect person to calm this dude.
Oh my God. Oh my dude. Yeah, let's read through the comment sections real quick. The first one says, "Respect my anxiety pin" is something that Cartman would say in a woke alternate South Park universe. The second one is, "This is the sound of a teenager who's never faced adversity in his life being met with mild resistance." Dude, with 11,000 likes, I can't believe that they think that's real. One of them says, "Seems his pin is faulty." I like that. I'm actually gonna like that one. Oh man, no. I gotta stop doing that.
No, keep doing it. That's fucking hilarious. The fact that
No.
they can't realize that that's
Oh,
a
I
joke
gotta-
is so fucking funny. The fact that they think that's a real crash out.
I could just, man, you know, it was a good joke for a long time, dude. It was a great joke for a long time, but now the conservatives have gotten hold of it and they're taking it seriously. That is something else. Let me tell you, that's so fucking funny. Oh my god. Okay, all right. Back to the debates. Where are we at?
It's so funny that how it was a joke for a while and like everyone knew it was a joke until conservatives got a hold of it.
Yeah, man. It's such an L. Hello, Jaden. Do you support Trump?
You hear me?
Yeah. Do you support Trump?
No, I just want to show off my tattoo, but you turn my.
Here. Would you kick him? Real quick, Parker?
Yeah.
Kick him, please. Kick him. Oh, he's actually just showing his tattoo. Okay, Jaden, never do that again. Never do that again. I understand that you just literally wanted to show us a tattoo on your arm, but
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Ugh. Okay, moving on to the next guest. Here we go. That was crazy. He just actually wanted to show a tattoo. What the fuck? Okay. All right, man. We're gonna go and move on. Never do that again, though. Holy cow. What's going on? Do you support Trump and AAP?
Can you debate my dad?
Is he there?
I don't really do that anymore.
Hello?
I just get scared that the parents will take it out on the children. If I get them upset. What's going on? Do you support Trump, Aaron?
Yeah.
And Zach,
Okay,
thank you
how
for
old are you?
$20. Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate it. YouTube super chat. Thank you.
How old are you?
23.
23. Phenomenal. Well, we're going to go let you take it away now. Before I do, real quick, Sid, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. Let's continue with these Sid W's. Sid says, "Could you please spam heart on all of the comments on the video? It would be so funny." Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to give him a reply. Thank you for the love, Sid. Show some love to Sid down below in that chat. And Aaron, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
I think he's a good president. I think he. How do I say it? Well, I think recently in Iran, I think he did a good job. I think I'm trying to think what else I'm gonna say. I think he's trying to make the economy better by immigration. I would say a lot of people who are immigrants are taking up most of the money, especially in California. He's trying to send them away, meaning like the people who send money, or they're basically, how do you say it? No. So more jobs for the Americans because he's trying to look out for the American people. You get what I'm saying?
Wrong. Because if you decrease the size of the population, you have less people demanding for goods and services. You reduce then the incentive for suppliers or businesses to increase the amount of laborers they have, so they can meet that level of service.
But
Does
he's
that make
looking out
sense?
for the American people.
No,
The
that doesn't look out for the
immigrants-
American people. Actually, since tariffs have been imposed on Donald Trump's administration and even paused, right, that has led to a 0.3% decline in real GDP, which is GDP accounting for inflation, after several quarters of multiple percentage points real GDP growth. Right. Also, we saw real wages decline after we had 4 quarters of real wage growth, real median wage.
Well, we have to look in the future. And I do think, how do you say it? I mean, he's looking out for his people, no? So,
How? In what way?
Oh, no.
well, through immigration, because like they're here illegally. Because why are they going to be here illegally? You get what I mean?
Because our legal process takes too long. So we should incentivize people to go through the legal process by making it significantly faster.
Oh, no.
Well, how about this? Tell me why.
Dean, what are you reading?
No, I just tweeted out. It's a goddamn anxiety pin in all caps.
That
Take
is
it away,
so
sorry.
fucking funny.
No, sorry for it to try.
I never heard of anxiety. Oh, whatever.
Dean, that's gonna go so viral. I hope you know that.
I don't know.
That's gonna get like 20 million views.
20 million. That's right. Okay.
I
Take it
say
away.
Dean gets 20
Hey,
million.
Parker, tell me why Trump is a bad president.
Oh, yeah, because he's advocating for a policy right now that's going to cut Medicaid by $880 billion over the next 10 years, along with the fact that it's going to cut food stamps by $300 billion. He's also passed policies specifically that have harmed women in terms of their rights and access to abortion, because he's put multiple people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which has led to a reduction in people's access to abortion in plenty of states, even in instances in which they've been sexually assaulted.
You're pro-abortion,
I think that people should be able to get access to abortion, absolutely.
but there's a decline in birth rates.
So I think, wait, so then why don't you satisfy the fact that there's a declining birth rate in hiring immigration?
No, that's not the point. The point is that there's a decline in birth rates, meaning like there's not a lot of people who are getting they're having children.
So you want to force
people-
like teenagers to have children?
I never said that. All I'm
You
saying
understand that that's if you can't get access to an abortion, right? Then you're going to be forced to go through that pregnancy, correct? So you're saying you want to force people to go through pregnancies, right? So that you
I
can
never
have
said
more
that.
children.
I never said that. All I said was there's a decline of birth rates, meaning that only poor people are having children. And I'm not saying people. You're telling me that I want to force people to go through pregnancy. I never said that. All I'm saying is that there's a decline in birth rates, meaning pro-abortion. I would think it's bad because we need to populate the earth. You get what I'm saying? So, better terms. I'm trying to put in
Fuck
better.
is wrong? So you want to force people to go through pregnancy?
Okay, first of all, I never said force. I just wanted to dispute
you want
that.
it to be illegal for them to end the pregnancy.
I just think abortion is bad.
So
It's
you
basically
think
killing
it
the
should be
baby.
illegal to end the pregnancy, correct?
I mean, I can't really dictate anything because I just think abortion is bad, because if you have a child, I just don't think as a mother you shouldn't terminate your child by making a bad decision. You get what I'm saying? But I'm not disputing the fact.
You keep saying it's a bad decision without providing a reason why.
I just don't think it's a good idea to abort your child.
Why not?
Because there's a decline in birth rates, and I think women have obligations.
I have a question. Is it wrong that I don't have a child right now?
No.
I can have a child.
Yeah, you can.
Is it wrong that I don't currently go and have a child?
No.
Is it wrong that I'm not donating sperm, because that would increase birth rates?
No.
Do you think that every guy should just go do that because it would increase birth rates?
No, all I'm saying is populate your country. You get what I'm saying? I'm just saying that there's a decline in birth rates. That's all I'm really saying.
Okay, so then what are you arguing people should have to do in order to be able to?
I'm not saying they should have to do anything. I'm just disputing I'm giving my opinion that I just think abortion is bad. And
Okay, I have a question. If there's
Yeah.
a declining birth rate, right, wouldn't like a way to be able to satisfy the fact that there's a declining birth rate be by allowing people to immigrate to the country to a higher degree in order to satisfy the fact that there are less younger people that would be able to work to be able to provide social services for the same level of benefits that have existed for Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid in the prior years?
Wait, repeat the last part. I didn't hear that.
I'm saying, wouldn't you want to engage in more immigration specifically so that you can satisfy the fact that there are less young people, right, to pay for people who are older on social services such as Medicare, Medicaid, and whatnot? Because a higher amount of people who are in the labor force who are younger would be able to pay for those different types of programs and satisfy any offsets that are negative to the population and to the economy, specifically from there being a population crisis related to birth rates.
So you're saying that it's bad for people to have kids while they're young, or you think?
No. I said that you can specifically get rid of the negative impacts caused specifically by a population crisis due to fertility rates in terms of the effect on social services, in terms of the benefits, by specifically applying immigration at a higher level.
Oh, okay. I mean, shit. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of didn't understand, but
What did you not understand? And I'll explain it.
you said immigration. So immigration about abortion. What does immigration have to do with the abortion?
Fiona, thank you so much for the $30 over on PayPal, guys. Can we get 300 Fiona W's down below?
Wait,
Fiona,
Parker, I got a
check,
question.
thank
If
you
you
so
were
much.
president
Speaking of which, Callie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Parker, I got a question.
Absolutely.
If you
I'll make sure to look at that. And Nelia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Go ahead.
If you were president of the United States, what would you do to make your country great again?
What What would I do to
Just
make the
hypothetical.
country a better place? I like how he's completely pivoting from everything else, but I would specifically advocate for universal health care policy, child care policy, housing affordability policy to a greater extent. I think those things would be incredibly beneficial. I would extend paid family leave and maternity leave and paternity leave, right, to help like families. I would expand the child tax credit. There are plenty of things. Invest in infrastructure and high-speed rail and renewable energy production.
Yeah, that's a lot of things. I mean, shit. Yeah, it's good points. But there will always be like people against you.
What do you mean?
There's always Republicans and or conservatives, liberals, I guess.
Yeah, so
You know what I mean?
how about you make less people against me by coming onto my side?
By convincing them, debating them, basically what you guys are doing.
No, I said how come you don't do that? Make it easier for me to get to those particular policies by changing your mind.
Say that one more time.
Make it easier for us as a society to be able to get to those particular types of goals that I just mentioned by believing in those same things yourself, believing that we should do those things, changing your mind. Because if you change your mind, right, along with other people changing their minds, that will make us even closer to that point.
Yeah, I get it. It's like really like I'm not big on political, so it's like hard. But other than that, I mean, yeah, it's good points. I agree.
Okay, so you've changed your mind? You wouldn't
No,
support
I mean,
Donald Trump?
I still like Trump. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, why?
I just think that he's a good. I think just.
I'm just giving this last debate to Parker. Honestly, I'm checked out. I drove like 3 hours today. It's been a long couple days, so I'm checked
you
out.
can-
I'm
you
giving-
can
I'm
get
giving
off
this
if
last
you'd
debate
like.
to Parker. No, I will after you're done talking to him down here.
Oh,
just wanted
you
to
can
give
kick him.
Give me this last debate.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hey, Aaron.
Yeah.
See you later, pal. Real quick, Alba, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal, and Daniel with the 10. Show some love to Alba and Daniel down below in that chat. Thank you guys so much. You are phenomenal, seriously. Now, hey, for everybody watching the live stream, I am going to go to an end for the day. It has been a great day. Now, tomorrow evening, around 4 p.m. Mountain, which is 3 p.m. Pacific, or 5 p.m. Eastern, I will be back on live on my main account doing the debates as per usual, which is great. But for tonight, we are going to go ahead and hop off, but I will see you tomorrow. Andrew, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Parker, I'd assume that you're going live?
Yep, I'm going live right now.
Okay, well, if you want some debates for the rest of the evening, head over to Parker Get a Job if you're on TikTok, and at Parker Get a Job if you're on YouTube. Really, wherever you're at, if you could hear my voice, just go to at Parker Get a Job, and you'll find this guy doing debates for another handful of hours. Now, I love you all. I'll see you tomorrow.
See you, man.
And have a good rest of y'all's evening.
Nina, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $14. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the 14 Canadian and for the 7 Canadian. I really appreciate it for you take a shot every single time Parker said specifically. Oh, geez. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Yo, thank you so much for the gift on TikTok. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to start getting some debates up here in a second. Sweet Dreams, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to start getting some debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Let's run it up to 1,500 likes. It'll help get it out to more people. Everyone joining from Dean's Live, I really fucking appreciate it. What's good, everyone? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? What's good? What's good? What's good? We're going to start getting some debates up here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Christian, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Sahas, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Personally, as someone who's in the workforce, I like his policies with overtime as well as tips. So someone who works overtime almost every week, his policy with no tax on overtime is a good thing for me, as well as I support his immigration policies.
Okay, so to clarify specifically, in terms of his overtime policy, you know that it's specifically just a deduction, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just a
Well,
deduction along
and
with
then as well as in like next year of 2026, he's going to make the work weeks where your normal hours would be 32 hours, and then the last 8 would be considered overtime.
Okay, so again, that this is still a deduction, correct?
Yeah.
And also, that's not within the policy. That was just something that he said.
No, he's working on it though. Trust.
I haven't seen that within the policy.
Oh, well.
And Davo, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For your statement when Dean was on, but apparently he does not. Sometimes he doesn't. I think it just depends on the circumstance. Ash, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Go ahead. You were saying?
But yeah, no. To get back on that, I also support his immigration policy.
What specific immigration policy?
Oh god.
Can't hear you when you swipe out of the app. Just letting you know.
Oh.
In the meantime, everyone tap that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream, it'll help get it out to more people.
Give me 2 seconds.
Okay. Alrighty, give him a second to join up, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let's get the next person up here real quick. Tammy, thank you so much for the $7. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, I'm back. Mostly the deportation.
Hold up.
Oh,
Let me read this real quick. Tammy, thank you so much for the $7. I appreciate it. I'm wondering if you can share the site to help the firefighters that were killed on Canfield's Mountain in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. I live here and I would love to see support. It said redfoundation.org specifically for that. Just look up redfoundation.org and look up relating to the firefighters of Canfield Mountain. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Tammy. All right. Grant, you were saying?
Mostly deportation and stricter border policies.
Okay. Stricter border policies.
Mhm.
Which specific stricter border policies?
For the most part.
What's up?
Just like all of them in general.
Can you give me any specific ones? I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app. Aaliyah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I know, right? And then Sweet Dreams, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Give him a second, everyone. He's trying to find this information real quick. Do tap that screen, share the live. It will help get it out to more people. We're going to get another person up here to help him out because it seems like he has to do a quick little Google search in the Trust Me Bro University real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 48.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
A couple of things I would like to speak about. Number one, abortion. Now, I know that you are for it. I am pro-life. But I will say I was pro-life up until the Supreme Court decided that they could tell a woman what to do with their body, and I am now pro-choice. But I did back Donald Trump on abortion. That was one of the things that I did. Another thing that I want to bring up about the abortion.
Have you changed your mind in general? Like, if you could go back in time, would you still vote for Donald Trump?
I don't know that I would now.
Hey, that's based. We really love that. We really love that. W there. We need some W's in the chat for that. We fucking love that. We love that. That's what we do this for, right here. That's what we do this for.
Okay, so mostly like stronger physical, like border, like making the border stronger.
Here, what policy?
Couldn't find one.
You couldn't find one? Oh, that's probably an issue. I'll give you
Yeah,
time
I
to keep
guess.
looking it up. Jake, how old are you?
I'm not 18, but can I please say
Fetus. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Jessica, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. If MAGA had to choose between aborting a U.S. citizen or letting an undocumented immigrant stay, what would they choose? They'd probably let someone stay, to be honest. Colleen, thank you so much for the $20 for FTT. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's about you?
Hey, 32.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Just all the policies that he's implicated, you know,
Like which ones?
and like all the things he said that he would do. He like kept those promises.
Which ones?
I mean, as of right now, none of them. But you know, like he's Trump. You know, go Trump.
Okay, so what promise has he ever kept?
He in this lifetime, for me, he hasn't kept any. But I mean, I'm still for Trump.
Okay, so you said that he kept his promises, and that's why you were for him. But then he hasn't kept any promises. So why are you for Trump if he's kept no promises?
Yeah, I mean that's how a Trump supporter thinks. So you know, but go Trump.
Okay, I'm
I found it.
guessing that he's trolling. What'd you
I
find?
found it.
What'd you find?
Lone Star. You know which one that is?
Well, okay, which policy did you find?
Called Operation Lone.
Oh, you swiped out of the app. I can't hear you.
It's called Operation Lone Star. That's the name of the policy.
Operation Lone
Star,
Star? What
yeah.
did it do?
It's like increased National Guard and DPS along the border to help with the infrastructure and security of the United States border.
You said, wait, say that one more time.
So it put more National Guard and DPS along the border to help with security.
I just want to let you know, March 2021, Operation Lone Star is from Greg Abbott, and that's in Texas, and that was from under Biden's administration.
See, the one for me it
That
says
has
Trump,
nothing to
but I
do with
could
Trump.
be looking at
Nope.
the wrong source.
Nope, that's Greg Abbott.
I guess so. I mean,
In the arms of an angel, fly away from here. Let's get another person up to help him, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Hello?
Well, said it a little late. Davo, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I am 22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do, yes.
Okay. Why so?
Well, forgive me for being misinformed or whatever, but I don't know too much about politics, so I was wondering. I wrote some stuff down, and I was wondering if you could help me with that.
I got you.
So one of the things I wrote down is, what was the deal? This is stupid. What was the deal with Trump's daughter?
What was the deal with his daughter? Or what do you mean?
Well, because I saw a screenshot in one of the comments on a political video that said it was a picture of Trump on a talk show, maybe. It looked pretty old, but he said, if you weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating you or something like that.
Yeah.
Is that something he truly said?
Yep.
Is there any more context you could give or that I could find? Oh, keep in mind, I forgot to tell you, I don't have any sources with me because I just don't have the what's the word, devices. I only have the phone.
Okay, so wait, what are you asking for?
Is there any more context that you could give me?
No, that's
for
all the
that statement?
context for you. He said he'd be
That's-
dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter, yeah. He also
That's-
said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass.
Oh, wow.
He called his
That's
daughter
not good.
voluptuous.
Yikes. And then, okay, so, well, I guess I'll cross that off.
Yeah, no context makes that better. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Well, I don't know about that. But,
What extra context is there, Grant?
No, I'm saying there is no context to add to that to make that sound any better. Like he
Oh,
just straight
yeah.
up said that.
Oh,
That's
and-
unfortunate.
Oh, Grant's totally okay with that?
No, I'm not okay with that. I'm saying there's no context to make it sound like that's an okay thing to say.
Okay,
Like,
so then why
if
do
you
you
think
support
about
him?
it, no, I do support him because it's like the worst are the worst. He may not be the best president, but in my opinion,
Like the
I
lesser
like
of the
his
evils.
policies more than other people.
How so?
He just stands for a lot more things that are more like biblically correct, in my opinion.
A lot more things that are biblically correct, really.
Yes.
Like cheating on every single one of his wives. The 30,000 confirmed lies in his first administration.
Okay,
The
like I
never
said,
asking God for forgiveness.
okay, like I said, I don't agree on everything with him, but his standpoint on things like, pro-life and everything like that, I agree with that stuff because someone who raised in a church,
I have a
it's
question. Is that it? Is that all you can mention? Name one other value of Christianity that he upholds more than the other side. Seriously, name one other Christian value that he upholds more outside of the context of abortion. I can't hear you.
Excuse me, I think he might be gone, but may I ask another question that I wrote down?
Go ahead.
I wrote down, is Trump, or is he not trying to make the United States more like the Constitution, and would that be a good thing if he did?
He actually called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, has denied and not followed Supreme Court orders. He's directly violated the Constitution and calls for a Constitution to be changed by executive order without there being a constitutional amendment change.
Got it.
traditional family structures, like getting rid of allowing trans, stuff like that, LGBTQ, all that.
Getting rid of trans people, you think that's a good thing?
No, getting rid of the operations to allow it, for
You think
younger people.
Oh, okay.
the
Wait.
hotline?
You mean? Are you talking about surgeries? Young
Yeah, pretty much banning it and
minors.
only recognizing two genders.
Minors are not getting surgeries.
They were underneath the Biden administration.
What? What policy did the Biden-Harris administration have on that?
They didn't. That's why Trump made one to ban it.
Okay, you're saying they didn't have a policy. So Trump didn't have a policy under his first administration?
He probably did, but he wasn't able to execute it until now.
Okay, so why wasn't he able to execute it when it was an executive order?
I'm back in his first one. I'm not sure. I was
he was able to do the executive order. Why didn't he do it?
I couldn't tell you. I wasn't into much politics back then.
Okay.
If I'm being straight up honest, this is my first election I was able to vote in and look at all the facts.
Okay. So your priority is to kick trans people, is to limit trans people from getting access to basic medical care.
No, not basic medical. I don't know how to phrase it in the way that it should sound. I don't agree on being able to change.
Do you have an issue with adults getting access to gender affirming care?
Yeah, because there's only two genders, male and female. You shouldn't be able to change it.
You have an issue with adults getting access to gender affirming care. You know that there are people who are not trans who get access to gender affirming care as well?
Okay. I don't think I clearly understood what you meant. I meant people changing their sex, not if it's a female and she needs female amenities. I agree with that.
You can't change your sex, but you're talking about in terms of, right, someone who's trans. You're just saying someone who's trans getting access to gender affirming care shouldn't be allowed?
Well, I mean, if you're a male and you're trying to be female, get female amenities, that doesn't make sense.
I have a question to you. Have you ever watched the movie Freaky Friday?
I don't know what that is.
I have, I think, once.
Yeah,
the one with Lindsay Lohan.
Yeah, where they swap bodies. Their minds swap bodies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
Okay, so in this context, I have a question. If your mind was put into the body of someone who is biologically female, would it still make sense to call you a man?
Well, they switched it back though.
Well, think about it this way: if you when you swap bodies, would it make sense to still call you a man?
I think if you're going off of what you see, then yes. And before I finish, if you're going off of what you see, then yes. But I don't think that people should be actively trying to, I think I heard a story about this kid who was only exposed to pro transgender stuff, and he was exposed to it, and now he's a woman, or he grew up to be a woman because he was only exposed to those things.
What? Okay, hold up. I'm sorry.
I think to your answer,
I have a question. Do you think that you could have been taught to be trans?
I think if you're exposed to something I'm sorry if this doesn't directly answer your question, but I think if you're directly exposed to something as a kid, then you're going to grow up thinking that to be true.
Well,
In the
okay,
same
okay.
way that
Well, then most of
sorry.
the stuff that people are exposed to is the fact that you shouldn't be trans. That's what people are exposed to within society. Being trans is heavily stigmatized within our society.
Is it
Right.
objectively right?
Yeah, that's
What do you
correct.
mean? What do you mean objective? Wait, say that again.
Is it objectively right to be transgender?
Objectively, yes, it's right to be transgender. I'm confused.
Like, is it okay? Is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Or let me rephrase. Is it objectively right to if you're like a younger transgender person, is it objectively right or wrong
Like when
to
here
expose
here
like
I
hormone
thought I
blockers?
thought you were just saying is it descriptively true? Yes, it's descriptively true, right? A trans woman is a woman, a trans man is a man.
Yeah. So are things like hormone blockers objectively right or wrong because those are defying the natural order of the human body?
I'm confused what you mean now. So before, when I thought you were saying objectively right or wrong, I thought you were just saying descriptively true. Now I don't really know what you mean. So what do you mean by objectively right or wrong? Because when it comes to like objective and subjective morality, I believe in subjective morality. I think the idea of objective morality is kind of nonsense.
I'm so sorry for being confusing. Is it right or wrong to expose a young child to things like hormone blockers and hormone therapy for them to acquire attributes of the opposite sex or gender?
I don't think it's wrong for trans people to get access to gender affirming care. In terms of like puberty blockers and hormone replacement therapy, you understand that in this context, cis children are also able to get access to it. So if cis children are also able to get access to it, then why would we restrict trans children from being able to?
I guess I just don't understand, so we can move on if you'd like.
What do you not understand with what I just said?
Well,
Wait, so you think it's okay to let children have the ability to change their gender as like an 8-year-old?
I don't know what you mean by change your gender. What does
Like
that mean?
trying so they're still a man, but they want to be a woman. Like, you think that's an okay thing to do?
So when we're talking about like, do I think trans children's identities are valid? Absolutely.
Well, why is that?
Why would it be invalid?
There's a
'Cause
difference
it's
between
immorally correct.
How so?
Well, in my beliefs, it's immorally
Why?
correct.
Why is it immoral?
It's because you're trying to be something that you weren't made to be.
What do you mean made
Like,
to be?
God created us to be man and woman, not be a man and try and be a woman.
Oh, okay. So it's the way that God created you. I have a question.
What's up?
Are you Christian?
I am.
Okay. So do you think that gender is biological only?
Yes.
You do? Okay. Is it possible? Like, can you tell me what a father is actually?
A father is the person who is born a male and able to reproduce and not. How do I explain this? Hold on.
So to clarify, God the Father is not actually a father then?
Well, my father is my father. He's the one who helped give
But
birth.
well,
to
you
me.
just said a father is male. So is
May I
God the
speak on the-
Father a father, or is he not actually a father?
I think
That makes no
whenever
sense. Like, how are you supposed to explain what's a father? Like, what?
What? Wait,
I
no,
could be
no, no.
wrong.
You're saying a father is born male, right? God the Father is not born male, therefore it wouldn't be a
Father
father.
is someone who has XY chromosomes.
God the Father doesn't have XY chromosomes.
May I speak on the God the Father statement, please?
Go ahead.
I think what that means is not that he is a man who has certain chromosomes. I think that when people coined the term or made the term God the Father, they were saying when I think it was Gabriel the Archangel told Mary that she was going to have a baby named Jesus.
Mhm.
The baby was conceived out of the miracle of God, and that baby, I believe they looked in the womb years and years later in the modern day, and they saw not the womb. What am I saying? The tomb. Years and years later, and they saw blood or some sort of cells that had, I believe it was 23 chromosomes, and I believe most, like all humans, have 46, but Jesus didn't because he was conceived out of
None
one.
of this is verified information.
I don't know what he's
Okay, that one that's not verified. Two, as it relates to this, we're talking about God the Father, not the Son in this context. We're talking about the Father, which has no biology. And if God the Father has no biology, then it's demonstrating the idea that father as a concept is not solely biologically related, right? It's the case that you can be a father without having a fucking dick. You can be a father without having XY chromosomes. You can be a father without having small gametes. That is not determinant of whether or not you are a father. That is not determinant of whether or not you are a man, because a father is a man, correct?
Yes.
Okay, if a father is a man, well, then it is the case that a man isn't determined specifically on the basis of the fact that you are just having that set of biology then, because then it's very clear that God the Father then wouldn't be a father if that was the set of definition that you were using. So since you're clearly using a definition of gender that can say that it's coherent to say that, you know, it's socially related, well, then why would you say that it's invalid when it comes to trans people?
I'm sorry, forgive me for pausing.
So, in
Trying to
which way do you
think of my
mean by
words.
father? Do you mean by non-biology, like what's it called, biology way, or without the biological way? Because with the biological way, in order to be a father, for one, there's different roles that a father carries, but then two, the biological way is that a man carries 23 chromosomes mixed with a woman's 23, which equals 46. So, in which way do you mean? Do you mean the biological way, or with just the roles of what a father carries?
When we're using the term father in this context, when we're talking about God the Father, you're using it in a social sense, correct?
I think so. Yes.
Okay, so then
Unless you meant the
then you
biblical
can't
way.
so then you can't say it's incorrect for trans people to use a social sense of gender.
Explain further. I don't think I understand what you mean.
You're using a social sense of gender when you're saying that God the Father is a father. So then you can't say that that social sense is incoherent when referencing trans people.
I don't think I still understand.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's
I think
probably
he's
a you
comparing.
problem.
I think he's comparing. I think Parker's comparing.
Are you talking about the
God the Father
biblical
statement?
father?
Yes, God the Father in the Bible.
Oh, okay. So that's where I got confused. I thought you were talking about something else. Okay.
God the Father in the Bible. God the Father in the Bible has no biology, yet still is considered a father. The idea of fatherhood is then independent of the fact that there's biology.
Yes.
I think that's pretty clear. Is there anything
I'm
else
under
you'd like to
the.
add or talk about, Eric?
Oh yeah, sorry, because I think I might be digging myself in a hole with that topic. I have a few other notes. I had one. Oh, where is it? Excuse me.
Gary, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you, or $7. Thank you so much. They said
Is
my
it?
mom has stage 4 metastatic breast cancer and needs hormone blockers to treat it. Banning gender affirming care would impact cis people too. W. Sarah. And Gary, no, it's not.
Where did?
Alrighty.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I'll let you say one more thing, and then I'm going to go on to the next person because I want to be able to get at some debates.
Okay. I guess my main question is there a way for you to decide your political views, without putting religion in the way and going purely off of, like how would you do that?
Yeah, I'm not religious.
Oh, well, there you go. Right.
Yeah. So, like, how do you do it? Reason, logic, evidence, and facts.
Well, I'll take all that into account. Thank you so much.
Wait, so I have a
Appreciate you.
question. Since you're not religious, this kind of goes off topic, but where do you think you go after you die?
I don't know.
So do you believe in reincarnation or
Nope.
so what are your beliefs in, like, after you die? Where would you think you'd go? Like, do you have any thoughts on it or
I
no?
have no clue.
No clue. Dang. Well,
That's the reality. No one knows. People who claim they
I
know
guess,
are lying to you.
I guess, but the Bible tells us that after you die, that you will go to heaven, and which is that the better side of the world. It's like Earth, but better because everyone's healthy. And
Okay, well then why didn't God send us directly to heaven?
Say again?
Why didn't God send us directly to heaven? Why do we have to go to Earth in the very first place if heaven is so much better?
Because you have how do I explain this? So, in the sense that I was taught, it's he created Earth for all beings to live happy, free, and all that, like to believe in his word and to have no lies or anything. But when Adam and Eve was created, it created deceitfulness, lies, and sin. So therefore, he created Earth to depict those who know right from evil and to let him
Sorry,
into their lives.
Prescription. Okay, is there free will in heaven?
Yes.
In heaven, do people understand the difference between good and evil?
I'm not sure. I don't know if the Bible talks about that or not, but
is heaven better than earth?
In the way that the Bible describes it, yes.
Is it possible for God to send us directly to heaven?
I'm not sure on that.
Do aborted babies go to heaven?
Probably so, yes.
If aborted babies go to heaven and they don't have to go to earth in order to be able to experience heaven, then none of us had to go to earth in order to experience heaven.
Well,
if heaven is better than earth, then it's logically concluded that if God's all-knowing, all-powerful, all good, that we would directly be placed in heaven as it's a more preferable state of existence comparative to the state of existence we have right now. If God is all-knowing, all-powerful, all good, that means he would create the most great set of existences that are possibly able to be created. That's because he's all-knowing. He knows of its existence. He's all-powerful. He can create its existence. And he's all-good, meaning he has the preference in accordance with that particular set of condition. So that is the entailment. The logical entailment of reality would be that if it's possible, logically speaking, to go to heaven right away, and heaven is better than earth, then we would be in heaven without going to earth in the very first place. So you either have to believe in reincarnation, or you have to believe that there's a contradiction entailed by your religion. And reincarnation is not described at all within the context of the Christian Bible.
No, I was talking about, I was asking your sense if you thought reincarnation was a thing. I don't think reincarnation is a thing.
I understand, but you're logically, you have to believe it in order for you to have a coherent worldview. But there's no evidentiary basis of it within Christianity.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, well, thank you for debating. Would you mind if I did a quick prayer or no?
Going to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Push the hand up. Thank you, MK. How old are you?
I'm about to be 30.
And do you support Trump?
Fuck no.
Nice.
My bad.
Nice. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Also, make sure to follow me here if you have not already, everyone. Make sure to follow me here if you have not already. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello.
Child. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, I just wanted to reach out and say I really appreciate all you do. You're the voice of a lot of people that don't have a voice. So I did vote for Donald Trump, and I've been kind of regretting it. And yeah, and here I'm having trouble hearing you one more time say something.
No, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. WW for acknowledging that, and W for progressing. We fucking love that. Can we get some W's for Fitz in the comment section right now? We love that progression. We love that. That's what we do this for. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
All right. Look.
How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Appreciate the hand hearts. Thank you.
Hello, how's it going?
You support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I'm 20 years old.
Jennifer, thank you for the $10. What's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
May 18th, 2005.
Why do you support Donald Trump?
The big, beautiful bill, immigration, and the woman playing in sports with dudes. Did you hear that?
Okay, yeah. Can you name one women's sports
It
team?
looks like you're like not paying attention. Did you understand what I said?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I appreciate the diamond gun. Thank you so much. I appreciate the diamond gun. Can you tell me one women's sports team?
What do you mean? Can I tell you one women's sports team?
Yeah.
Indiana Fever.
Other than Caitlin Clark's team.
I don't watch women's sports for a reason. It's not good.
Okay.
Like,
So,
why would I be sitting here telling you women teams? Tell me what? How is that relevant to anything? As a matter of fact,
oh, okay. You said women's sports aren't relevant to anything that we're talking about. So then why'd you bring it up?
I said trans women.
Then what about trans women specifically? Because you brought up sports. So you don't care about women's sports. You said you don't give a shit.
No, I said trans women.
Yeah, but you don't
playing
ca-
in
you don't-
men's
you-
sports. Well, I don't really care about
What?
women's sports. No.
Yeah. I
don't
mean,
really care about it, no.
I agree. I don't.
I mean, it's kind of just bullshit.
I
It doesn't really matter,
I
yeah.
agree. Trans women
Like
should,
watching little kids play.
I agree. Trans women should not be forced to go and play in men's leagues. Trans women should be allowed to play in women's leagues. Yeah. Like, what's your point?
They should have their own league.
No, wait. There are not enough trans people to do an own league of
Oh,
trans
well,
people.
if they can't
Plus,
have
it's
their own league,
incredibly,
then get them out of-
plus it's incredibly otherizing to trans people specifically to do that because there's no mechanism of fairness that is present. Mechanism of unfairness that's present.
Okay.
Okay, but you want to
What
tell me
is
one?
that information you do? Just tell me. It doesn't do anything. What you just said. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
I mean,
if
you
there's
brought it
not
up.
if there's not enough trans people to make their own league, then they shouldn't be in the sport. It's very simple. That's it.
What's wrong with them playing in sports?
As with the other gender.
Why?
They should only be playing in the gender that they were born with.
Wait. Okay, I have a question. Do you think that gender is only biological?
No, I'm sorry. Sexuality, I meant.
Sexuality? Sexuality has
No,
nothing to do with being trans.
No, gender is like a social construct. I know that.
Okay.
Not their gender. What do you fuck? Yeah. They're male or female. If you're born a male, you cannot transfer over to a female. It's a very simple
Yeah,
concept.
no one's claiming that.
Okay. So then what are trans people?
That's
then?
biological.
Okay, then what are trans people? If that-
There's
what
a
are
distinction.
trans
There's a
people?
distinction between biological sex and gender. Gender specifically is referencing right, like someone's social commitments towards certain types of norms. Right, it's a prescription of identity. Right, whereas specifically if we're referencing sex, biological sex, we're referencing like someone's genitalia, chromosomes, or gametes.
Okay.
Okay.
I understand that now. Thank you.
Sure. All right. I have a question. Can you name one provision within the Big Beautiful Bill?
Tax cuts.
Jen, I purchased the membership subscription. What specific tax cut within? I'm saying which provision.
I don't really know the specifics.
Okay. Did you know that the
Am I
big,
supposed to? Oh, wait, I have a question. Am I supposed to know the specifics inside the bill, like everything inside the bill?
I would just like to know specifically what you support within the bill.
Like
but
I don't.
Seemingly you
like,
don't. So I
you
can
think
ask
the
you.
average person,
I
you
can
think
ask
the
you.
average person spends their whole time like scrolling through this shit? Like, oh, let me read through this and just like no.
If
No,
you
Parker, I
make
hate
claims that you like
Parker,
it, sure.
Parker, I hate to break it to you. Not everybody does this for their job like you do. You realize that, right? People have lives, right? You understand? I hope you. I know you.
I have a life, and there's also.
You're not a stupid person. I hope you. You're not a stupid person.
You know, there are plenty of people that have jobs outside of this that also know this in the chat.
Yes, but there are plenty of people who also don't, and I would say there's more that don't than do.
Yeah, because
You're
they
gonna disagree with
didn't
that?
watch my live stream. So if you watch my live stream, you
Only
would
a
know.
few people watch your live stream.
Only a few people.
Yeah.
What do you consider a few people?
There's a few thousand. What's a few? There's a few thousand.
He got hate speech, hateful behaviors. Well, I just want to know there's 3,600 people on the TikTok stream and there's 2,400 people on the YouTube stream. That 6,000 people is a few people. I agree. 6,000 people is a few people. He's right, chat. He's right. 6,000 is just a few. You know what's a to you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yehoshua, thank you so much. Appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. Absolutely. I definitely will read. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I got my driver's license today. That's sick. That's sick. That's so sick. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go on to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the bio, and the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Everyone, make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. It helps send it out to more people. If you're on YouTube, let's try to get to 1.5
I don't
thousand
give
likes.
a fuck. I asked you a question I need a fucking answer as a man.
Okay.
Do you agree with Donald Trump just did with Iran?
No.
Why?
Because I
I
think
want
that,
your reasoning why.
yeah, I think that it leads to more global conflict. I think that it's worse for the country in terms of our international relationships. I think that it didn't actually lead to like them not having access to nuclear weapons. And I think the whole reason why we're here in the first place is because Donald Trump pulled out of the nuclear peace agreement.
Okay, so let me ask you if you agree with this fact. I'm not going to tell you my age. I'm not going to give you anything of my identification. But I want to say this. What the world is right now, everything that happened in Iran and Iraq, I'm going back to Saddam Hussein, for one. And number two, Osama bin Laden. Okay? Our military is very, very elite. After 9/11, it was a hard lesson learned because our hands were down and security was down. That's never going to fucking happen again. But that's what they did. But that's what happened. So now, and also think about this. Think about it. Every time any fucking foreign country has a problem, the United States, right, as an ally, so to say, jumps in, provides them money, help, Salvation Army, whatever the fuck they need. And guess what happens? When something happens here in the United States, have you ever heard of a foreign country coming over here to fucking help us? Think about it. Fuck that shit. So I like Trump for the reason of doing the ICE. Take your immigrant ass and get the fuck out of here.
Can I ask you a
I know
question?
people that worked. Hold on. I know people that worked all their life, right? And then you gotta.
Where does the Statue of Liberty come from? Unmute your mic, man, and just tell me, where does the Statue of Liberty come from?
Huh?
Where does the Statue of Liberty come from?
Where does the Statue of Liberty come from?
Mm-hmm.
I believe Germany. Or somewhere in that area.
France.
A good country.
Why did we get it from France?
There you go. It is from France. I said it was close. My mother was born in Germany.
Cool.
In the times of Adolf Hitler. And then
So she was a Nazi?
Huh?
Was she a Nazi?
My great grandfather was a Hitler SS. So 3 people away from that motherfucker. But my mom and my uncle and her, I guess, yeah.
I'm sorry. Why do you also want to? Oh, he got a restriction violation. Oh, he left. Oh, he immediately got kicked by TikTok as soon as he said that his grandfather was an SS member. That's crazy. I'm like, dude, why are you now also supporting the fascist? Oh, did I just lose my fucking? Chat. I just lost my guest request. I just lost my guest request, dude. What the fuck? I just got my account back, too.
A foreign country coming over here to fucking help us? Think about it. Fuck that shit. So I like Trump for the reason of doing the ICE. Take your immigrant ass and get the fuck out of here. I know people that worked. Hold on. I know people that worked all their life, right? And then you gotta.
I got banned for that. That's what I got banned for. What? I got banned for that. I sent the appeal. We'll see how that goes. We'll see if I can get the appeal approved. Hopefully I can get my account back. Mike, thank you for the $10 or the $5. Thank you so much. Absolutely, Mike. Jennifer, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Give it a second, everyone. I'd recommend to go over to the YouTube channel because I probably will go over to the other TikTok account because I have no fucking permission to look at my multi-guests. That's very unfortunate. That was crazy. Original, thank you for the 5 Australian. Thank you so much. Alrighty, give it a second, everyone. Let's see if we can get a response back on the appeal. Hopefully I can get a response back. Ashley, thank you for the $8 for sorry you got banned. Yeah, I know, it's very unfortunate. TikTok is super annoying. Mia, thank you for the £2. Thank you so much. Sid, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for L TikTok. I feel like it was good for a while too. So silly. I know, right? It was really good for a while where there was like almost no bans. And then, oh, I got appeal not approved. Are you serious? For how long? What the fuck, dude? Till July 3rd? Are you serious, bro? I just got my account back literally yesterday. All right. All right, everyone from my TikTok, go over to my YouTube. If not, I'm going to go over to my third account, Parker Get a Real Job, and we'll do the debates there because TikTok wants to just fucking take me down for no reason. It's ridiculous, bro. Davo, thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Davo. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Davo in the comment section right now for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the incredibly kind words. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I know, TikTok has been super annoying. Been so annoying. All right, we're going to try to go over to my third account real quick, everybody. For the 3,600 people who are on TikTok, I'd seriously really recommend to go over to my YouTube right now. There's 2,500 people on my YouTube. You can go watch there. Otherwise, I'm going to go to my third account, Parker Get a Real Job right now. Appreciate the hand art. I'll see everyone there. I got banned for 3 days. I got a ban on my main for 3 days. Again. So ridiculous, bro. It's so ridiculous. Log out. And then we'll go sign in. Alrighty, everyone. Let me go to that account real quick. QR code. Alright, there we are. Alrighty. I know. Thank you so much, love you. I appreciate the $5. I know it's been so crazy. Like, I don't know why TikTok is like this. I've been dealing with these issues for years. It's so ridiculous. Alrighty. Eric, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much today. Got an email from a company complaining about straight rights. Very sad to see this oppression. That's crazy, Eric. Miss Smiles a lot. Thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Miss Smiles a lot. Good to see you. Good to see you as always. What's up, everyone joining in? TikTok hates me. They fucking hate me. They hate me so much. Alexander, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Alexander. Thank you, thank you. That's great to hear that you got your first apartment. Amazing, amazing. All right, let's get some debates up here, everybody. Trading Wheels, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next version, everybody. Only sending guest requests if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the bio. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Fermi, thank you for the $2.
Parker Trump. It's better, you dirty fucking faggot cookie king. Mogs the...
What a fucking gross person. Pablo, thank you for the $5. I have thought about it. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello, I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
2005.
Why so? Why do you support Trump?
Why is my birth year 2005?
I meant to say, like, why do you support Trump? I apologize.
I support Donald Trump because of the immigration.
What about immigration?
Mass deportation.
Okay.
I agree with it 100%.
Why do you support
I
mass
agree.
deportation?
Why?
Yeah.
Because it just makes sense.
Why?
To me, it makes sense to just kick everybody out that shouldn't be here.
Okay. I have a
Does that not make sense to you? Like, seriously?
I don't think every undocumented immigrant should be deported.
Really?
Yeah, I think there are circumstances where undocumented immigrants shouldn't be deported. Like, I'll give you
Like
examples.
when?
Yeah, for example, I'll give you a circumstance where you would think that. Let's say that there was a child brought to this country when they were a baby, and it is the case that you don't know who their parents are. They were left with a
Okay.
family that doesn't know who the parents were, and you don't know which country they came from. They're still undocumented when they're an adult. Would you deport them now that they're an adult?
Yeah.
You would?
Yeah.
Where would you deport them?
I don't know. Somewhere.
Where?
Out of the U.S.
Where?
But I don't know.
Then tell me where
I
specifically.
don't work for these people, so I don't know where they send these people.
We
but
want to
yes,
send them to Guantanamo Bay?
Sure. Whoever pleases you. I don't give a
You're
fuck.
okay with sending undocumented immigrants, right, who were brought here when they were children. They've been here their whole life to
Well, that's
fucking
irresponsible
Guantanamo
from their-
Bay.
It's irresponsible from their parents to bring them here then.
So because that happened, that means that they should be put in Guantanamo Bay.
So, yes or no, is it irresponsible of their parents?
No.
How?
It's not irresponsible of their parents to put
How?
them into the America. It's irresponsible of their parents to leave them without supervision. That's what's
Yeah.
irresponsible. It's not
Yeah.
irresponsible for them just to come to the United States. It's irresponsible
So
for
it's
them
still their
to
fault.
leave their children.
So it's still their fault.
That doesn't mean that the child should then be deported.
Sure.
So then you're arguing that the child should be deported. Where should they be deported?
I already told you. I don't know, Parker, but they should definitely be deported.
But you don't know where they should be deported to.
Yes.
So how can you deport someone if you don't know where to deport them to?
What kind of question is that?
What? What is deportation?
I don't. How am I supposed to know where ICE or
What
where the
is
US
deportation?
government sends people?
What's deportation?
Or what is deportation?
Mm-hmm.
To deport somebody out of something.
You can't use deport within the definition of deportation when I'm asking you to define deportation.
Says who?
That's how words work. You need a different
Oh,
word in
okay.
order to be able to give clarity on what the,
Okay,
the
to
word
move
is.
something out of something.
Okay. So then where are you going to send them?
To a different country, back to their homeland. Run a DNA
How do
test.
you don't know? Okay, so again, ethnicity is not a determination of where specifically which country they're from.
Well, it'll
And
give
I have
you
a
a good
question. I have
idea.
a question. They don't have documents in that country. How do you expect that they're going to be accepted in that country?
I don't know. I'm sure India or China will take them. They have a lot of people.
So just randomly send them to India or China,
Yeah, as long as it's not
even
the
if they
US
don't know
travel.
even if they don't know the language.
Sure. Like I said, it's irresponsible from the
You are
parents
fucking
to do that.
disgusting to send someone who has lived in this country their whole life
It's their
to a
parents'
different country
fault.
where they don't even know the language, where they don't know
First
anything
of
about
all,
the
you're
country,
giving
they
me
don't have
hypothetical
documentation, they have
situations.
nothing that they would be able to have in that country. They are literally fucked if you do that, and you don't give a shit.
Parker, you're giving me hypothetical questions, and on top of that,
These are reality. This happens in reality.
In this hypothetical question, it's still the parents' fault at the end of the day.
That doesn't
They
change.
should never
that
put their
doesn't, that
kids
doesn't
in that
mean
position.
children
It
should be.
doesn't matter.
Wait, it's also your fault for treating the children that way as well. You fucking
No.
disgusting pig.
Okay, why are you so mad?
Because you just said that someone should be deported to a country that they never fucking lived in, that they don't know the language of, just because it is the case that they were in the country and documented because their parents brought them
What
here.
does not knowing the language have to do with anything?
They don't know the place. They don't have
There are
documentations.
plenty of
They
people
don't have
that live in
language.
America. Parker, have you ever worked an actual job?
Yes,
You know how
I
many
have a job
people-
right now.
You know how many people that
What
live
is it?
here
Wait,
that
can
don't
you
speak
define it?
English?
Can you define job?
No, don't run away from.
Can
what
you
I just
define
said.
jobs?
Yes. Do you know how many?
Can you
people-
define job? Is it possible?
Look at you ducking at what I'm saying.
Oh, look at him not able to answer what a job is. Look at this.
Parker,
Answer.
do you
What
know
is
how
a job? What is a job?
A job is something that you do for a wage, service you get paid for.
Okay, that's what I'm doing right now, genius. Have I
Okay,
had a job
okay,
before?
okay,
Yes.
sure.
While
Okay,
I'm
sure,
working,
you have a job.
asking me if
Yes,
I've had
you
a
have a
job before
job.
while I'm working at a job is
Wow,
crazy.
Okay, Parker. So can I get to my point? Or are you gonna keep
That's like
interrupting me?
asking an employee at a fucking grocery store that you work at. Have you had a job before?
Well, evidently,
What?
evidently, it's not clear because you just asked a stupid question. Do you know how many people?
Have you had
that
a
live
job in your life? They're currently fucking working one, dude.
Oh, you're so mad. Do you know how many people that live in America that don't speak English?
A lot of people.
Yes. So why does it matter if they get sent to a country where they don't know the language? It's irrelevant. They
You
can learn it. It doesn't matter. They can adapt.
Okay,
We're all
so an
humans. We're
18-year-old
people.
that's only lived in the United States their whole
Sure.
life, because it is
Yes.
the case that their parents brought here when they were a child, right? They don't know
Mhm.
what country they're from. They should be sent to either India or China, a country that they never grew up in, they have no relation
Yeah.
to, they don't know the language of, right? Specifically because it is the case that you
I
want
told
some
you my
fucking
preferred
idea of
option.
vengeance. You want some idea of
No,
revenge.
I told you my preferred option. You run a DNA test, you get the most, reliable place where they're from, and then boom, just like
A
that.
DNA
It's
test
not a
does not
complicated.
identify that either.
No,
Austin, thank you
Parker.
for the $15. Thank you so much,
Parker,
Austin. I really
I
appreciate
have
the
a question
$15.
for
Thank
you.
you.
So you just like a whole bunch of murderers and rapists that just come into this country for free and for fun? You like that? You're okay
Anyone,
with that?
anyone who
Obviously you do. No. Obviously you do. And then those same people come to this country and then protest and wave their flags in America. If you hate this country so bad, why are you waving the flags? Why don't you go back to your country? You know exactly what I'm talking about. The protests in LA, right? You know what I'm talking about. These people are stupid. You call me a pig. These people are pigs. How you come to a country and just shit on it and bash on it? The reason why you came here is because your country was dog shit in the first place. It don't make no sense. Explain that to me, Parker. You can't.
Yeah, so do you think that everyone who has left a country to come to the United States thinks that the country that they came from is dog shit?
Compared to the U.S., yeah. Or else why would they come here?
No, they could come here for job opportunities. They could come here specifically because
Obviously,
of
yeah, because
they
they
could
wouldn't
come
get
here
those
because
job
they know
opportunities
someone
in
here.
a
They
shit-ass
can
country.
Wait, are you saying okay, again, you're saying every other country shit? Okay, I have a
No.
question. Someone who
No.
someone who
I'm
moves
saying
to
Mexico is shit, yeah.
Mexico, how so?
But I just think the government's corrupt, that's so.
Our government is corrupt.
Okay, theirs is way more corrupt. It's run by the fucking cartel.
Okay, so you say, oh, it's run by the cartel, therefore
Yeah, buddy.
their country is shit. Okay,
Yeah.
I have a question then. Do you think that Russia is shit?
I don't give a fuck about Russia.
Oh, he's not willing to say Russia is shit, even though Russia is literally incredibly corrupt
Sure, Russia's
and they're run
dog
by a
shit. Yeah,
murderous
Russia's
dictator.
shit. There you go, Russia's shit. Yeah, Russia's shit.
Russia's
Fuck
shit.
Putin. Yeah,
Okay,
fuck
I have a
Putin.
question. Do you think every country outside the United States is shit?
Sure, USA only, yeah.
Okay, name one characteristic that the USA is number one in.
Shit. I don't know. That we don't have to be number one for me to support them. Like that doesn't make any sense. We have the number one military. There you go.
That's it?
That's the most important, evidently, huh?
So whatever country has the best military, you're
How do we- I have
saying.
a
Wait, I have a
question.
question. I have a question. You're
No, no,
saying
no, I have a
whatever
question.
country
How
has
do
the best military means they're better. I have a question.
How did we obtain the best military? Is my question. How did we obtain the best military?
We spend a lot of money.
And how do we get that money to spend?
We get that money because our economy is large.
And how is our economy large?
High population, geography.
Yeah. And how come we
we've
have a
taken
high
advantage of a bunch of
population?
other countries.
And how come we have a high population, Parker? How come so many people want to come here,
Immigration.
Parker? How come so many people want to come here, Parker?
Well, how come so? Because this country is a good country to come to.
Oh, okay. So there you go. You just answered your own question.
That doesn't
It
make us the
matter-
best
it
country in
doesn't
the
matter
world.
It doesn't matter.
You just said
Obviously-
every other country is shit and that we're the best country in the world, but you couldn't mention a single characteristic other than military that we're number one in. Or you know what else you could have mentioned? You could have mentioned
I
prison.
just broke it down for you.
You could have mentioned number of
You
prisoners
lack
per capita.
comprehension?
Yeah, I don't. Do you? Sweet dreams. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Love you with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I just broke it down for you.
Absolutely.
and
Thank you
still
so
don't-
much.
I don't know how much simpler it can get. You don't listen. It's okay.
Lovey said, I've said it
I
before
don't
and I'll
care
say it
what
again.
that-
I am
I don't
black
care
and I will
what
always happily raise the Palestinian and Mexican flag for those who are too afraid to do themselves.
Who is too afraid to do that?
Because
Why
of
would you be
retribution
afraid?
from our government. Because our government
Why
is
would
insane.
you be afraid? Okay.
Because our
Parker, I
government
have
has
a
been
question.
trampling people's
Really, our
First Amendment rights.
Oh, really, Parker?
Yes.
So I have a question. If I step out of my house right now in my front yard and raise a Palestinian flag, what is the government going to do to me, buddy?
Nothing happened to you in that specific
I know
context.
nothing's
but-
going to happen to
but
me.
the-
I know.
Yeah.
I know nothing's going to happen.
Yeah, but the answer is different from Mahmoud Khalil, right? The answer was different, where he was held for hundreds of days without due process, just because it is the case that he was literally, by the way, he's in the country legally, but just because it is the case that he was advocating for Palestine.
Really?
Yes. And he
Well,
was
I'm
just
gonna-
recently
I'm gonna
released.
do something to see more of that because That sounds like a whole lot of BS.
Look up Mahmoud
Our
Khalil.
government doesn't just arrest people for no reason.
Can you look?
Parker.
They do. Can you look
No,
up
they
Mahmoud
don't.
Khalil? Can you look up
No.
Can you look
To
up
be
Mahmoud
honest, I
Khalil?
don't care about the guy that you're talking about, and he probably deserved whatever happened to him. I don't
Okay.
care.
So you believe that he deserved a violation of his First Amendment rights?
What was his First Amendment and how did he get
Free
violated?
speech.
What did
Because
he do?
they
How
held
was
him
he-
without
how
due
was he-
process. They detained him without reason.
Why did they detain him?
Without reason.
Where was he?
Where was he? I can figure out the specific place he was held, but
So
he was
you're talking
detained.
about something that you don't even know the specifics about? That's very irresponsible.
I'm sorry,
of you,
I don't know.
Parker.
I don't know where
That's
he was.
very irresponsible.
I'm
of you.
sorry, I don't know where he was detained. Does that
Oh, okay.
change whether or not his due process rights
Yes,
were violated?
yeah, it really does because it depends. What
No,
he
it
was
doesn't.
doing.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter where specifically his rights were
Are you
detained.
slow? Yes, it.
No, it doesn't. I have a question, Joey. I have a question. Can I ask you a question?
Who's stopping you?
Okay, I will. Where is Auschwitz located?
Why is this relevant to our conversation?
Just answer the question.
Why is it relevant?
Where is Auschwitz located?
How is this relevant at all to our conversation?
Where I will explain. Where is
Wait,
Au-
I have a
where
question.
where is
I have a question.
where is Auschwitz located?
Why are you deflecting?
If you don't answer my question, I'm going to kick you. Where is Auschwitz located?
Poland.
You read that from the chat. You waited to
Okay.
fucking read that from the chat. You fucking
So
disgusting annoying
I
ass.
answered your question.
So you didn't know the fucking answer. You read it from the fucking chat because you fucking sat up here and didn't want to answer it. I'll keep asking you questions because you wouldn't want to fucking answer this. Where specifically?
I answered your question and you get mad at me.
No, because you specifically answered it.
You're a
because-
narcissist. You're a narcissist.
I'm a narcissist? How?
You're a full-fledged narcissist. You get mad at me when I don't answer your question, and then once you mute me, right? So then I can find.
That's not what a narcissist is.
Then you start yelling at me. Because I get the question. What is?
I'm not yelling at you right now. You're actually insane.
What is it, Parker? No, you're actually insane. The way you run your lives is insane. This is the only.
Would you like a Kleenex?
Yeah, I actually do. Thank you very much. The way you run your lives is insane, Parker. This is the only power you'll ever get in life. So you feel the need
Tears?
to just do this to people.
Tears?
Nobody wants that
tears?
dirty ass sink water, buddy.
Tears? You want to put your tears in here?
No. You get mad because I'm smarter than you.
Really? You think you're smarter than me?
I know I'm smarter than you.
Really?
Yeah.
I have a question.
You don't know anything. Literally, I beat you in every discussion. We literally debated tonight. Everything.
What's
Everything.
eight? What's 8 squared?
Everything.
What's 8
Everything.
squared?
81.
That's not 81. No, 8
All right.
squared is 64.
All right, cool. You got me, Parker.
How many branches of government are
What?
there?
Wait, what now?
How many branches of government are there?
3.
What are they?
Judicial, legislative, and what the fuck? And judicial, legislative, and what the fuck? I can't remember the third one.
He's
Parker.
so much smarter than me, Chad. He's so much
Parker,
smarter.
This doesn't because you're asking me questions on the
It's
spot.
executive. It's executive. That's
Okay, cool.
that is like
Yeah,
that's a second grader
Okay,
can answer
how many
that question.
amendments are there? How many amendments are there?
26.
27, you dumbass. Holy
God.
fuck, you're stupid.
I'm so
How many
dumb.
articles are there?
I don't know.
7. Look, so you got me for 2 and I got you for 2. Look at that. Aw.
Are those as general known?
Look at that. Yeah, it's the Constitution, buddy.
The amount of branches of government are obviously more well known.
Look at you. Aw, Parker. Aw. So now you're making excuses for when you got.
You didn't know 8 squared, bro.
Look at you. You didn't know how many amendments there were. In the US
that's
Constitution.
totally fine. Your presidential candidate called for the termination of the Constitution. Your presidential
Nobody cared.
candidate is a Christian and couldn't name a single verse that he said that was his favorite.
Listen, Parker, you just got owned.
I have a question. Are you Christian?
Am I Christian?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say so.
No, you're not.
No, I believe in God, but I don't think I'm Christian.
Okay.
Like, I don't tie myself to a religion.
Can you name one specific policy that Donald Trump passed?
No. Do I need to be able? Wait. So it says, why do I support Trump? So now you're asking.
Can you tell me what's
that
the
I
Second
need to have-
Amendment?
Wait,
What-
whoa. So now you're asking me that I need specific policies in order to support a person? Really?
Yeah.
Parker, I hate to break it to you. How many people in the U.S. voted this year?
How many people voted?
Yeah.
77 million plus 75 million. Can you do the
okay.
math?
Okay. Yeah. And how many of those people,
Can you do the
right?
math?
And how many of those people, right, do you think
He can't.
voted like actually listing and knowing every single policy? Not a lot of them. No. A lot of them are just casual voters, and you know this, Parker.
Okay. Does that
I don't-
justify not knowing a policy?
Yeah, it does justify it. Yeah, because it's the majority. So yeah, it does justify it.
Okay. If a majority of people thought the Earth is flat, would that justify believing that?
No, different situation, buddy.
Okay.
Yeah, I know you can't believe it, right? It's hard for you to comprehend. Is it hard for you, Parker?
Appreciate the hand heart. No, it's hard for me to
You see,
comprehend
they're
this.
donating to me. You see, they're donating to me more than you.
Lovey, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's crazy, Lovey. That's so crazy. Miss Smiles a lot. Thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for Joey, baby girl. You need a binky? You have less emotional regulation than middle schoolers I taught, and at least they were funny. Joey is the bootlicking. Is bootlicking something you like or your kink?
Hmm?
Is they asked if bootlicking is your kink?
I don't know what that is.
It's what you do.
Okay.
Lovey, thank you for the $5. Thank you so
Haha,
much.
I guess.
What'd you say?
I said haha, I guess. Like, this is bad for you, Parker. This is
How
bad.
so?
It's not going well for you right now.
How so? Mayra, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, as we get closer to them, I absolutely will.
Keep
Megan, thank you
reading
for the
your
$1. Thank you so much.
questions.
Esmeralda, thank you so much for the $3. Megan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Megan. Sweet Dreams, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sweet Dreams.
Yeah, donations.
Even though there's spending cuts, won't they have to make money in some other way? Yes, they will, but they don't. They didn't. So it's just gonna be debt related spending.
What happened to Kamala Harris?
Caitlin, thank you so much for the 64 cents.
What happened to Kamala Harris, Parker?
What do you mean?
Did she do anything? Like, is she like?
Laura, thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much for this guy's the worst. I know this guy's diabolically bad. Thank you so much, Laura. Can we get some W's for Laura in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Laura. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Like, does she hold any spot in politics anymore, or does she just fall off the face of the earth after she got demolished by Trump?
Did Trump hold any office 4 years
That's
ago?
not what I asked you.
I
Answer
know.
my
4 years
question.
ago, did Donald Trump hold office?
Okay, so now you're answering my question with the question.
Yes.
Is that what intelligent people do? I
Yes.
don't think so. Sorry, Parker.
can you answer
You're not
the
as
question?
smart as you think you are. I'm sorry. No.
Yeah, I
It's
must
okay.
be smarter.
No. You're so smart that you landed yourself a job of sitting in your chair every day. Wow.
That
You are
sounds pretty
so
cool.
inspirational. Wow.
I like my job.
Parker. I want to be like you.
What's wrong with my job?
It's just a little weird.
What's wrong? What's weird about my job?
A little played out, you know? If Trump, I have a question. If Trump didn't win the election, what would you be talking about right now? Like, what would your live streams be about if Kamala Harris, if Camel Toe Harris was the president?
Don't refer to her that way. That's crazy.
Yeah. Or what?
I will mute you and I will kick you.
You
So
come out the
in
block,
terms of this,
Oh,
so
you're so sensitive. Oh my God. Jesus, my bad.
Cool. So I might still be talking about politics.
No.
Two, it might be the case that I talked about multiple different topics. What actually led to me specifically continuing to do politics was the fact that we lost, right? That actually incentivized me to continue doing it. I was actually planning on going back and doing, right, multiple different topics relating to social issues, religion, social issues, politics, things like that. I did all of those prior to the election. But I
Right.
decided to do and continue with just politics because it is the case that I had like a calling in myself to do that specifically because
You have
of
a calling?
how the election went.
How so do you have a calling, Parker? Can you explain that to me? What is your calling in this? I don't understand that.
To continue to talk about politics to convince people to vote otherwise, because I think that's the most effective way for
You
me to
think
use
you
my
convince
attention, the
people?
attention that I have surrounding me, to get people to do the right thing within society.
You think you convince people, Parker?
Yes, I convinced thousands of people.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You don't even talk to thousands of people, Parker. How would you
I've talked to thousands of people.
Parker, no.
Miss
How-
Smiles, thank you for the $10, and I don't have to talk to people to change their mind.
Parker, you don't change people's mind. You make people hate the left. That's
Watch
what
this.
you do.
Watch this. If
I'm not gonna
if
lie.
I have changed your
You
mind
have-
in any way or changed anyone's mind in your life, type 3 in the comment section.
I don't see any threes.
You don't really?
No,
You
they're
see
all
zero.
bots.
You see no threes. They're all
They're just
bots.
Yeah. Just like your bot AI donations. They're not real.
Are you
You're reading
real?
off
Are
Chat
you a
you're
real
reading-
person?
you read
Candace,
off the
thank you so much for
chat.
the $2. Thank you. Are you a real person?
You read Chat GPT donations. What happened, Parker? How did we get this low? Really? Is this what we do every day? Really?
Yes, I do this every day.
Is this what your life has came to?
Yeah. Is this what your life has come to? You're on my live complaining about how I run my life when I've actually gotten to some level of success and being able to change people's
You don't
minds
have any
in accordance
success.
with the particular purpose that I came on here in the very first place. What have you done?
I've done more than you.
What? Name what? Name
I've
one
changed
thing.
people's lives in
What?
real life.
How so?
I've changed people's lives in real life.
How so?
Because I'm an inspirational person in real life.
What'd you do to
That's
inspire
something-
people?
That's something you wouldn't be able to relate to.
What did
because
you do
all
to inspire
do is-
people?
Because all you wouldn't understand. Because all you do is just sit.
You
online
you
all
didn't
day.
do anything.
Because you're scared to talk to people in their face, so you sit on
There's
TikTok.
over
saying,
5,000 people listening to live right now, and I have spoke to people in person. I debated
Right,
Charlie
oh.
Kirk in front of 29 million people on
Oh,
YouTube.
you debated Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is a little bitch, bro. Nobody cares about Charlie Kirk. Nobody. Charlie Kirk is a peon. Nobody cares
Okay, well,
about what
I
Charlie
also
Kirk-
debated Ben Shapiro. I also debated Jordan Peterson.
Ben Shapiro, the little Jew midget. Are you serious?
Don't what
Nobody
one
gives a fuck
one
about-
don't use the M slur. That's actually crazy, right? Secondly, don't absolutely use like the word Jew specifically in a negative connotation. That's fucking incredibly anti-Semitic, right? Don't
I'm
fucking do
sorry,
that.
I didn't mean to do it like that. But seriously, come on. Everybody hates Ben Shapiro. Nobody thinks Ben Shapiro.
Okay. Not everyone hates Ben Shapiro, but regardless of whether or not you hate Ben Shapiro, don't like take that away from the fact that I did debate people in person. Caleb, thank you for the $10. Sierra,
did
thank you
you
for the $1.
debate?
Thank you so much for being a bot. Nina, thank you for the $10 for doing charity work debating these incels. Nightblade, thank you for the $5 for AI donator. Esmeralda, thank you for the $1 for the AI donation. Sid, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for I've learned valid arguments and sources from Parker that have genuinely helped me sway beliefs and misinfo from some of my family members that have held those particular beliefs. What has this guest done? For real. Jane, thank you for the $5. Thank
What
you
do
so
you
much.
mean,
Really
what have
appreciate
I
it.
done?
Oh, and thank you for the $7.50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for you made me strong in my atheism in 2022. Base, thank you so much. Amanda, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
What do you mean? What do I do?
Yeah, what do you
do?
do?
Just because I don't have a TikTok platform like you, Parker. You know, you seem to have a very high ego because you make TikToks on the internet.
I
It's
don't
very
have
sad.
a high ego.
You
I'm
could be
just willing
humble because
to.
you know in a couple of years all this shit could be wiped away from you. You know that, right? And you could be back to square one, working in a restaurant or working in a regular place like everybody else. You know that, right? The way that you talk to people, all this, like.
Hey guys.
And now
What's
you
up?
bring up this dude who
Appreciate
you
so
like
much.
hold his pocket or some shit. This is like
Hey, real quick, Joey, were you just telling Parker that if Parker lost his job, then he wouldn't have a job? Wow, that was really inspirational of you.
just come out of bed to talk to me.
Did I just come out of bed to talk to you? No, I didn't. I finished eating dinner, then came up here to talk to you.
Oh,
Because you
How
sound
was-
like an interesting guy. Now,
how was your dinner?
it was very good.
Oh, okay. So, what did you want to come up here for to yap about? Nothing. That's it, or you just wanted some attention?
No, I'm just waiting for my turn, man.
Oh, okay.
I speak.
Oh, okay.
Something that you'd said earlier was, Parker's just a tough guy on the internet. Well,
Dude, aren't you like 5'5"?
am I 5'5"? On a good day. On a good day. I'm just kidding.
You weigh like 120 pounds.
Damn, bro, you trying to size me up when I get my?
No, I'm not trying to size you up. You're
Wattpad
talking.
store
You
you're
just said
writing, bro?
no, Park. I mean, no, not Parker.
Are you writing the Wattpad story and like?
Yeah,
extra
I'm writing it
rules
for
on
you. I'ma
You're
send it
trying
to you
you're
later.
trying to
Yeah,
make
I'm-
sure that all
Yeah.
the proportions are spot
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you later tonight. Don't worry about it.
No,
But I'm just saying. You just said that you were a big tough guy, so I'm just saying, like.
yeah, big and tough. LFG. No, but what you were saying earlier is that Parker is just a big tough guy on the internet. I was out in
Parker's
Vegas.
built like a 7th grader. He's not a big tough guy.
He's built like a 7th grader. He's not a big tough guy. Okay. Anyways, I'm gonna get back to what I was saying. So, I mean, I was out with him in Vegas. I mean, you said that he wouldn't like confront people.
Really?
Yeah, I saw him confront.
You went out
somebody
to Vegas with Parker?
Yeah, man.
What'd you guys do?
We also
we
debated in
debated-
person at a Trump rally
Yeah,
specifically.
we debated Trump.
You guys
supporters.
went to Vegas to debate politics?
Oh
Yes.
fuck yeah, bro! Yeah, of course, Joey.
That
Are
was
you kidding
actually
me?
a really fun trip. I had a really good time at that trip, specifically to Vegas when we went to the Trump rally.
Oh,
That
yeah.
was that YouTube video is actually gold. It's straight gold.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
it
was
is.
pretty
Oh,
fun.
wow. I'm so proud of you, Parker. That's a good
That's pretty
job. I'm
fun.
proud of you.
No, but Joey, are you you're like a Twitter groiper, right?
What the fuck is that?
No, like a fan of Nick Fuentes. I've just kind of picked up on a couple different things. I could actually tell you how I know that.
What are you talking about, dude?
Are you like an active like groiper fan of Nick Fuentes on Twitter?
I don't even know who the fuck that is.
Okay, you don't know Fuentes. Do you use Twitter frequently? Because I mean,
I
just,
use
like,
Twitter for sports, yeah.
I could just tell that like 75%.
I use Twitter for sports, buddy.
I don't even know if that's just it. 75% of the things that you've said so far have been like
How?
Twitter, like groiper rhetoric.
How?
Oh yeah,
How?
like
About deportation? Are you serious? That is very normal thinking.
I didn't even hear you talking about deportation. I'm talking about.
It was like the first thing he brought up on the live.
Yeah, I'm talking about like your comments towards Ben, and then also like the Dean is 5'5". That's a groiper thing. You know, they like that a whole lot. Let's see what else. I don't know, man.
Hold up, I got some people to thank. Michael, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for guests is incredibly cringe. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said anyone can go on a live and say they did something. Few people can prove it like you, Parker. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Ian, thank you for the $50 for these guests are so sad. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Tanner with the $5. Thank you so much. I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. Thank you so much, though, Tanner. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Apples, thank you for the $2. Davo, thank you so much for the $10. Jake with the $2. Thank you. October's, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Shell, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Thank you. Angel, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. This guy is just a hater to be a hater. It's literally crazy. It's crazy. Brittany, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for Hi Parker. I'm actually a bot. Tell Joey I feel sorry for his mom. That's crazy. Nafi, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Brittany with the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Brittany. And Christine, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much, Christine. I really appreciate it. Caleb with the $10 for the bot money. Thank you so much. Need some W's for Christine and Brittany. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
That actually brings a good question to my mind. You were talking about maybe Joe's relationship with their mother. Does your mother know you peaked in high school?
What do you mean, Pete?
And Nafi, thank you so much for the kind message. I really appreciate
do-
that.
can you
W.
ex- can
I'm
you,
glad I
like-
can give
can
you
you, like-
sources.
Can you explain to me what like peaking in high school means?
Yeah, for sure. Just been a downhill since.
No. I mean,
So wait, so I
my
just want to
life
clarify.
has
Your
been-
answer is no. So your mom does not know that you peaked in high school. You should tell her, man. Maybe she'll help.
Oh, okay. I guess so. But no, I mean, I'm only 20. I mean, I like my life ever since high school.
Wait, you're the same age as me, bro. Grow up. Oh my god,
What do you mean?
dude. Yeah, dude. Come on. You're spending your Monday night.
Exactly.
Talk
It's
live to
Monday
tell a
night,
grown
Dean.
man
Dean,
who looks
it's
like
Monday.
a 7th grader,
Dean,
and then to talk shit
Dean, it's
about
Monday
how
night,
like
buddy.
he wouldn't say the same shit in person, bro. Like literally, imagine like a grown fucking man sitting on his ass on
Are
his
you not
couch
sitting on your ass,
in
buddy?
his own
Are
fucking.
you not sitting
apartment.
on your ass, buddy?
Wait,
How old do you
actually,
think
wait.
I
You know what,
was?
Joey? What state do you live in?
I live in Jersey.
You live in Jersey?
Yeah.
I was gonna say if you lived anywhere on the West Coast, I would literally debate you in person.
I don't.
And I would say all this shit to your face.
Yeah, because it's a debate.
And
It's a
you'd be
debate,
fucking
Parker.
scared, and you'd be so scared, bro.
I'd be so scared of you. Yeah.
You'd be terrified.
No, I'd actually want to come and do it so I can just get the cloud off you. I'd actually do that 100%. Because you would probably
you
post
want
it to
cloud off of me?
Yes,
you wouldn't get shit for
100%.
clout.
Okay, really? So you wouldn't upload it to your YouTube? You just debate me for no reason?
Well,
you have that much.
how is
you have
anyone
that
gonna?
much free t- Wait, you have that much
Joey,
free time?
how would anyone know who you are?
Wait.
I wouldn't put who you are in my YouTube video.
Wait, you
First
have
episode.
that much free time on your hands that you would just debate me?
And
fun?
you
Nothing?
know, I would debate you on YouTube, right?
Oh, okay. I thought you just said in person.
Yes, that's for YouTube.
Yeah. I'm just, yeah, I would still get the clout. It doesn't make any
No,
sense.
you
what you're
wouldn't because
saying.
I wouldn't put anything to identify you
I would
specifically
say
through the
it.
YouTube video.
I would literally say it.
Well, then I would.
while I'm talking to you.
Oh, you know what's funny? I would bleep you
Yes,
saying.
I would make it
and I would bleep
apparent
it.
in every sentence, buddy. I hate to break it to you.
Okay, well then
Yes.
then I wouldn't talk to you and post it. What? If you said in every
then
sentence.
we wouldn't debate, you sped.
Oh, okay. Get the fuck off my live. You fucking disgusting. You're so disgusting, dude. This guy's so weird, bro. Reed, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I would love to get on the Daily Show. That'd be great. I feel like Dean could at this point.
I think that they invited me for a panel a while back. I just didn't respond to it.
Yeah, you got to debate some Trump supporters with Jordan Klepper.
Wow, that'd be a fun idea, bro. Parker, you're getting some crazy guests tonight. Honestly, like I really just requested up for like the sole purpose of talking shit to that guy.
Yeah, I have been getting some crazy guests. I got banned on the main account, so I don't have that for 3 days. And then on this account, I just got a restriction for sending people to other platforms.
I actually got one of those today as well. I think that it's probably here. I need to get the cat out of the bedroom.
Probably
I think
Sing
that
bio. Maybe. I didn't get it on my main though.
So I don't. Well, see, it's hard to determine what they're flagging because they only flag it like 5% of the time. I think it's bio. Maybe it's also like something that I say sometimes is, like, oh, like I'll get 100% of the proceeds on these other platforms. So I'm like literally talking about other platforms, but a culmination of those things.
Yeah, I don't know how we could say this.
Yeah. Anyways, I'll leave you be. I'm gonna just felt like talking shit to Joey, but he's gone now. You have a good rest of your day.
Appreciate you coming up. Yeah, that guy was such a insane person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, you are so corny, man.
Oh no, they were trolling. I thought. Wait, no, hold up. That they were probably a fetus anyway. I was about to say. I was like, oh, they called me corny. I wanted to hear why. Yo, what's up?
Hey,
How old
man,
are
how's
you?
it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
Good. 28 years old.
Do you
How
support
are you?
Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, in his first and second term, he got like immigration under control. Well, Biden didn't even get it under control, so that's number one.
So in his first
Number
term, he
two,
got it
the
under
economy.
control. You said? Can I
Yeah, in
address
his
that
first
point?
term, he got immigration under control.
Can I address that
Because
point?
Biden didn't get it under control.
Okay, so
What?
first term he got it under control. Did you know that the border crossings on average and on a daily basis were greater at the end of Trump's administration, first administration, comparative to the end of Biden's administration?
I mean, if you compare it to Biden, I think it was way worse than Trump.
No, I said at the very end
Why
of
do you
the
think the mass deportation happened?
I said at the very end of the administration, it was the case that there were a greater level of border crossings for the end of Trump's first administration comparative to the end of Biden's administration.
And how worse was it in that term, please? Because I don't think it was worse.
I just said it was higher. So you just said specifically that he did more to address the border, but under your view,
Trump did more in immigration. Yeah.
yeah,
control
under
of
your view, than
immigration.
Biden also did as
was
well.
horrible. Well, Biden was more worse because you know that the mass deportation, a lot of illegals
Oh, wait,
were actually
hold
criminals,
up.
100%.
What's up with your bio, man? Women hate you? Why do women hate you?
You know, man, let's just say that I'm just kind of like Ben Affleck. You know, I don't get accepted into the real world as my condition. So
What do
it's
you
kind of
mean?
like something that I can't explain. People like us, bipolar, they take us as stupid, but we're actually smarter than people. So it's kind of like a mental illness, you know, something that people don't understand. So I don't want to get into that, but I think that's the reason why I'm being hated because, you know, it's racism. They don't respect us. You know, like that Joey guy, he didn't respect you because you're doing a job that's not a real job, and it is a job.
Wait, so then why would you make a generalized claim that all women hate you? Not all women are going to hate you because you're bipolar.
Because I've had a lot of history with women in my timeline, and the majority of them were not even respectful. They were actually disrespectful to me.
Okay, then why would you assume that a majority of women in general are disrespectful? Right? Why wouldn't you just assume that the women that you've met in your life have been disrespectful?
Because, man, they used me. They took me for granted.
And those women
They didn't respect
and
me.
those
They didn't
women
respect
did bad things, but that doesn't mean that all women are like that because it is the case that some women have treated you wrongly. Right? Like would you say
Right.
that it's
A
just
lot of celebrities nowadays, they actually betrayed their own co-stars, like Jennifer Lopez. I'm sorry. What else? Jade Smith, which is Will Smith's wife. There's a lot of them. I can name you thousands of them, of celebrities that are corrupted, which are women.
corrupted? What do you mean by corrupted?
Corrupted, man. Like, so, what do you think? There's paparazzis trolling them
Can
all
you
the
tell
time
me what you
because
mean?
they don't.
Can you tell me what you mean by corrupted?
Corrupted in a way that they're like a mind control. They're They're evil. They're the definition of the devil.
Okay, how is Jennifer Lopez the devil?
Do you not know about the history between the relationship between Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez? It wasn't
No,
stable.
I
She was
don't. I don't.
basically
But like,
evil.
I'm not familiar with how it would entail that she's the devil.
Because, man, she used the man for granted. She didn't care about his love or nothing, man. She was basically the definition of, what's it called? Adam and Eve. Well, basically Eve, basically.
What? Okay, so you're saying that she only cared about Ben Affleck for his money and didn't care about him outside of that context?
100%
Isn't
of
she
women now
super?
care about
Wait,
men with money.
isn't she super fucking rich?
She is, man, but
Then why the
Ben
fuck would she
Affleck
only
gave her
care about that? That
tons
makes
of
no
work.
sense.
Because, man, that's what women do. They suck
No, they
you
don't.
in your money. They don't care about love.
Then why would you say that? Right? For example, like, do you think that about your mom?
Okay, don't put my mom into this.
Okay, well, obviously you don't think that about all women, right? Because you don't think that about your mom.
Let's just say that it's something that I don't want to discuss.
Okay, and also, if you have such big issues with
Look, at the end
women,
of-
I have a
at the end
question.
of the day-
If you have
at
such
the end
big
of the
wait,
day,
hold
I
on,
have
hold on,
my
hold
own
on.
opinion.
Well, if you have such big issues with women, why don't you date some men?
Wait, who?
Why don't you date men then?
Oh man, people don't like me, either men or women. So what's the difference?
You're saying you can't find a single man out there that has the similar views as you?
I'm like the Punisher, man. I don't believe that people are good. That's what I believe in. Men or women, doesn't matter what it is.
The Punisher would have taken out Trump. If you know anything about the Punisher.
Yeah. Yes, but he's not only taking out people. Like, he's taking out people because they committed crimes.
Yeah, like Donald Trump, who is a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, that pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th.
It is what it is. I don't talk about Trump's past. It is what it is. Let Jesus handle that, or God. It's not my problem to what happened in his life.
That's what the Punisher does. So if you call yourself the Punisher,
Let's just say that the Punisher for me, I don't basically take out people's lives. I just feel depression, which is basically different.
H, thank you for the $5. Okay, so that's not the Punisher. So like here, like let's address this. Here's something that would be really good.
Was Daredevil ever the Punisher?
Hold up, listen.
Was Daredevil ever the Punisher?
No, they're not. No, they're different. But like, let me clarify.
Okay.
Hey,
That tells different because of the comics
you're
and the show.
hey, bro, if you're going through stuff, go to therapy. It's incredibly helpful. I go to therapy. It's incredibly helpful for me. I think you should go to therapy. It's genuinely helpful.
Why were you saying that? You're basically describing that I'm a person that has no control over my conversations.
What? Me saying to go to therapy is not saying you don't have control over your conversations. Me
Why
saying to
would
go
you
to
say that
therapy.
was to go to therapy?
What?
Why?
I go to therapy.
Why?
Because it's helpful. Because
For what reason?
why? Because I have anxiety. Because it helps me cope with everything daily life. Develop healthy coping mechanisms.
And that's understandable.
Oh, yeah, and that would help you
That's
as well.
understandable.
It sounds like you, instead of addressing the types of issues that you have, right, in the way that you have, should address it in a way which allows you to develop healthy coping mechanisms. So I'm saying do something specifically to help yourself out so that you can then be in a situation where you're then ready for a relationship, where you then can maintain that type of
Look,
stuff.
man, I've been through a lot of therapy in my life, and you know, half of them, what I told them, what is the point of even moving on and believing in humans if at the end of the day they're gonna crush you, man? They're gonna insult you. They're gonna toss names at you. That's how humanity works. It's not perfect. It's basically a shithole. Humanity doesn't accept us. People like us, millennials. You know what the weird world looks like, man? Parker, have you ever seen what's it like
Hey man,
in other states?
yes, I do. So I just want to let you know.
Okay,
right,
so
it
you
is important.
understand that
Hey,
this is how
hold up.
politics
I need you to listen here quick. What you got to do is you have to be able to love yourself. You have to be able to stand up for yourself in the very first place. And if you don't stand up
If
for
I
yourself in the
didn't, I
very
would
first
not
place,
be alive
let me
for
please,
20 years.
let me please make this point. I promise you, I'm trying to make a point here that's very relevant. Would you like to hear this point? Because you have to show up for yourself in order
Yes,
to be able
please.
to show up for anyone else or show up for any other person. Showing up for yourself is incredibly important. Okay. Now, if you want to talk specifically about being able to do that, we can, and we could talk about how you can then be able to like bring self-love back into the image so that you don't have this idea specifically where you just want to hate everyone because it is the case that they've done bad things, because you need to love yourself in order to be able to do that in the very first place, right? And we can then talk about, right, after we get to that point, then, right, how you treat other people, right? And how specifically it is the case that because certain things that happen to you that are bad, you then generalize it onto everyone else. And I don't think that you'd say that about all humans. You wouldn't say that about your mom. You wouldn't say that about your family members. You wouldn't say that about people that you care and or love in your life. And you can develop relationships that are healthy and that feel good for you. And not all relationships are going to be toxic. Not every single person who's a human is going to do something bad or is going to treat you in that way. Not every single person who's done something bad is not going to acknowledge that it was harmful. There are plenty of people out there that will do that. And to surround yourself around people specifically who do that is incredibly important, not only for you in terms of your health, but for the health of the people around you as well. It is incredibly important to, again, treat people positively. And when you reinforce those negative types of behaviors, those toxic behaviors, specifically on the live right now, when you say, and no human out there is going to be good, no human out there is going to be able to treat you in a way in which you're going to be able to feel happy for, you're not only are you harming yourself, but you're harming any relationship that you'd have with someone in the future. Because inevitably you will have relationships with people in the future.
Is that the same thing that what you would do in politics, that you just trust these outsiders, that they're good? You know what they've done to our country, right? Are they worth trusting? I'm asking you, are they worth trusting? Because I don't see any single illegal that is good in this country. The mass deportation was not only a reality, but it's opening your eyes on how many people come into this country and do bad things. It wasn't just one, it wasn't just 3 or 10, it was a bunch of people. Millions of people were deported in this country when Trump took into office. So you're telling me to trust in people, and I'm telling you, did you ever have at least one single person in your life that you trusted? At least a woman or a man who was your friend? Because I've had over 10 people that I trusted, and they betrayed me 100%. And they were not even outsiders. They were Americans. We Americans were not perfect, man. We're careless. We don't care. We don't pay attention. We're uneducated. We're basically bullies 24/7 on TikTok every single damn day. And you're asking me that I should love myself. Because if I didn't love myself, I would have been dead for a long time ago. And to prove to you that I love myself, I follow the 10 Commandments. 10 Commandments says this: don't take away human's life. And the way how I see it about Joe Biden or Democrats, they're basically the definition of the devil. And why do I say this? Because they don't care about people's lives. They don't value it. They just let these people enter pretending that they're good, and they just take away American lives. Donald Trump controls
Can
these
I
things.
respond to this?
This is what politics should look like. It's about control and not trusting in anybody. Because you have to be careful out there, man. You can't trust always everybody is good. You can't have a soft spot. That's what Donald Trump is. We cannot show our weaknesses. We show our weaknesses to our enemies, and they attack us. You can't trust anybody, man. That is exactly what Donald Trump is demonstrating. Control and not trusting. Because if you're not going to listen to the truth and you're not going to accept it, then what is the whole point of debating with Palestinians, Pakistan, or other people that are
I have a
protesting
question.
this country?
I have a question.
Yeah,
You
please.
said you can't
Please go.
trust anyone. Do you trust your mom?
Do I trust my mom?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so you can trust someone. I understand that you've had relationships
No,
in
I
your
only
life.
trust my mother.
I want you.
Nobody else.
I want you to listen to this real quick. This is incredibly important for you to hear.
Please,
I
go
understand in
ahead.
your life that you've had relationships where people have betrayed you, and I'm really sorry to hear that. I genuinely am really sorry. Like, I think it's incredibly horrible that people betray people, right? Oftentimes, right? And people hurt others. And that's something that happens within human society. And I understand that's something that happens. And that's something that we have to acknowledge from our perspective, that people are going to harm others. And that instead of specifically associating that every human is going to do that, because some humans have done that in the past, we have to be able to set aside and say, specifically, it was just that person. We can't generalize that onto everyone else. Because yes, there are people that you can trust. Yeah, no, you should not trust every single person, but yes, we should come from a basis of innocent until proven guilty. That's a foundational element of this country, and the reason why that's incredibly so important is because it is the case that allows for us to actually meaningfully treat people around ourselves with dignity and respect. And if you don't treat people with dignity and respect on that very basis, well, then you're actually feeding into the very problem that you said in terms of people betraying others in the very first place. You are betraying your fellow Americans specifically when you generalize onto every other American that they're going to betray you no matter what they specifically do. That is a betrayal
I
of the
didn't say
entirety
that.
of every person before you even engage with them in the very first place. So if you want to talk about betrayal, you have to be able to acknowledge the
Corrected, my
betrayal that
friend.
comes
I
from
didn't
yourself.
betray them.
Let me
They
please
used me for
let me
granted.
please finish. I said you're betraying any other relationship you could have in the future because you're assuming specifically that they're going to betray you no matter what. If you just need to do exercises to build up your trust. You've lost trust for people because a lot of the relationships in your life have led towards betrayal. And I understand why you specifically
And
have trust
friendship.
issues. Please listen to this. I understand why you have trust issues specifically because of that. It makes sense because you've had so many relationships that have led to betrayal, but that you can still build up your trust with people who are trustworthy, with people specifically that are good. You just need to find those people. You need to be able to surround yourself with those people. And if you support the specific things that you do, I promise you, are going to be less likely to find the people that are actually going to be meaningfully there for you and who are going to treat you in a positive and good way. Okay, I also want to address other things, and I'll let you be able to address this, right? You specifically said that Democrats are the devil. All right, I want to be able to address that. I'm going to let you respond to everything that you said prior, but please, when you are responding to that, just know I want to be able to ask you that question right after.
Yes. Okay.
Here, can I thank some people first, real quick? H, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. H, thank you. Thank you. Colin, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I do think it's wrong from a logical standpoint. Eliana, thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Eliana, thank you. Sweet Dreams, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sweet Dreams. Absolutely, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though, thank you so much, Sweet Dreams. I really appreciate that. Miss Smiles, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I definitely see that. I definitely see that. Kirk, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Kirk. Get some W's for Kirk in the comment section right now. As well as thank you so much, Stephanie. I really appreciate the $5. Janet with the $5. Thank you. Jessica with the $10. I really appreciate it. Esmeralda, thank you for the $1. Nightblade with the $2. Esmeralda with the 2. I really appreciate it. Christine with the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Nafi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. George Han, thank you for the $3. Talia, thank you so much for the 75 cents. Thank you so much. Absolutely. And Sierra, thank you for the $1. All right, go for it.
Let me tell you something, man, and this is actually true. When the first time that I met my friends, at first they didn't believe me that I was a good person. So you don't want to know what I did? I went over there to my state. I actually got a background check, my papers, and I showed them that I was a good person. And you want to know why they didn't believe me that I was a good person? Because that's what people do. They don't always believe you that you're a good person. You have to show them proof, evidence, etc., yada, yada, yada. But every single time that I've tried to help them in believing not only in God, but in the good of humanity, because intelligence, it's a gift. It's a gift to help humanity, but they never practice intelligence. All they practice is basically using me, basically blackmailing me, and basically humiliating me in my high school years. So at the end of the day, this could happen in the adult life. A lot of people nowadays, they just pick on other people for no reason. I mean, look at Elon Musk. They pick on this man for what reason? He's basically done a lot of good things for humanity. And I've done a lot of good things for humanity because, one, I don't take away human lives. Number two, I never harmed a woman. And number three, I gave her everything she needed when she needed me the most. And at the end of the day, you know what happened? All of them said the same thing. I wasn't qualified because I have bipolar. It's racism, it's disrespectful. And I gotta tell you something. I'm a millennial, yeah. But people like us, man, when we're doing this job on TikTok, we don't get respect from anybody. Not from Americans, not from women, in general, and everything, because this is how racism, disrespect is. People tell me that, oh, hey, you're not an American. You're not this. You're not having a real job. You're basically wasting your time on TikTok or Uber Eats. But at the end of the day, I contribute to America. I'm a taxpayer. And I wasn't brought here for nothing by my grandfather. I was brought here for a reason. And that reason is to help people understand that we should believe in doing good things instead of just on the negative and basically not believing in the person that they're good or not. Because I've shown that many times, so people don't listen. This is what
I
happens.
just want to let you
when
know
try to
that's what you're doing.
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. When people try to reason with a person who is bad, like the president of Russia, he's telling him over and over again what he's doing bad. He's had over 47 attempts of basically, they try to take him out, whatever, and the guy literally doesn't listen to the problem that he's having. And the problem is this: you're doing harm to your own people. You're going at war to a country that's basically not yours. And that's the same thing in Venezuela, bro. They don't listen to the truth. And when people don't listen to the truth, they go away. They basically walk away just like any other friendship and any other relationship, because this is exactly what people do. They don't listen to the truth. And the truth is this: I'm a good person. I'm trying to help you in becoming a good person. I'm trying to basically do my best in contributing to you. And you just come up here ungrateful and basically telling me that I'm this, and that, I'm not qualified. I'm like, seriously, who does that? No women tells you that you're not qualified to be a father, because it's basically stupid and it's basically ridiculous. Especially when it comes to those two presidents, Ukraine and Russia. Same exact thing, what they're doing to Trump. They don't respect him. They don't care about peace. If they did even care or listen to the truth of what Trump was saying, we would have had a peaceful country. But this is how the reality is in every single country and in America. We don't listen, we don't hear out good people, and we basically ignore the truth all of the time. And I have a good heart, and you have a good heart too, Parker. But you expect me to just have a soft heart and believe that everybody is good? Bro, I've seen a lot of things more than you in this life. I've seen a lot of dictators in this life. Germany, France, Russia, and don't even get me started with Venezuela. It's even way worse than that. Because this is how the life of mankind is. Men don't listen. They care about power, which is money. But let me tell you something about what America should
Can I respond to some of those
with
points?
great power, hold on. With great power,
Respectfully, I'm
comes
not going to be.
responsibility.
Respectfully, I have to be able to respond to these points. You've said a lot of points, and I have to be able to respond to them.
I know. I'm a speaker. I like to speak.
I understand, but like if I'm going to end up referring to one of them, and then you're not going to be able to address it because I have to address so many different points, and you'll only be able to talk about one.
Yes.
So I want to address a few of these things, and then we'll get to those points. So you were bringing up this point that like they won't believe that you're a good person, right? People are doing bad things because they're not believing in the good in people. Right, that's actually what you were doing. You were believing that people specifically aren't going to be good. You weren't having a soft heart and believing in people, right? Giving them the ability to be able to change or become better people, right? Or do things like that. You're specifically associating that because 10 people like this acted this way, particularly within your high school years, or people have treated you this in terms of your relationships throughout your life, that every other human is going to treat you that way. That in of itself is you focusing on the negative and not you listening to the truth. All right, and then someone claiming that you're not qualified to be a father, that is probably them making a claim that they specifically, one, they might be making a claim about certain qualifications of being a father. I don't know. But what they could mean, right, is that they specifically have certain conditions and boundaries that they want within the context of parenting for the person that's going to be parenting with them, right, that they're looking for in a relationship, and simply you didn't provide that specifically for what they wanted in that relationship. And that's totally fine. I promise you will find someone out there that does specifically want those particular set of conditions for what you're going to provide. It just wasn't that relationship. Not every relationship is going to work out. Plenty of relationships aren't going to work out. You have to be willing to accept that plenty of relationships aren't going to work out, and some people aren't going to think that.
I wasn't trying to force people to change. I was trying to help them my best, but they didn't change. People don't change, Parker.
No, people do change. Oh. That is it. Wait, people do change. Really? The people in your life specifically just didn't change in the ways that you wanted them to change. And I understand that, and I get that, and I empathize with the idea that someone didn't change in the way that you wanted to, and it didn't allow for that relationship to continue. But that does not mean every other relationship in your life is going to work that way. And for you to assume that every other relationship is going to work that way is actually incredibly harmful, not only to your health in terms of the relationships that you have in your life, but also in terms of how it affects other people in the relationships that you have. You have to.
Isn't that the same thing with Donald Trump is? That he has insecurity, that he doesn't trust any other outsiders? Why do you think he's taking out the visas?
By the way, one, that's not good. And two, he does trust other people, and that's why he's in a relationship, right? Apparently, to his view, right? He does have trust
No, I
for
get
some people
that,
in his life, but
the
like,
mass deportation was horrible. You know that, right?
I do think the mass deportation Trump's advocating for is horrible. Can I address some of the other things? Like I told you this would happen. I want to be able to address everything that you said, and I wasn't able to. And then it seems like you were taking things that you were humiliated with in terms of like when you were younger in your high school years, and you're extrapolating that for like way after. And what I'm telling you is that it's not helpful for you because you're just going to simply sit in your negative feelings about how you were treated in high school. When I can point to examples of my life when I was treated negatively in high school and middle school, where I was bullied, where I was treated horribly, right? But I don't sit there and point to that particularly within my life and say, because I was treated in that way, particularly at that time, that I'm always going to point back on that because it's not helpful for me progressing as a person, right? For me moving on. I have to be willing to let go of the way that I was treated in the past in order for me to be able to move on as a person. That's how it works for me. And I'm saying that could be helpful for you, right? Because you could take that same sort of thing that's worked for me and you could apply it to yourself. If you let go and let yourself move on from the way that you were treated, it will inevitably help you. It'll make yourself feel better.
If people don't accept the truth and they deny it, just like Trump is, then there's no point of me trusting in people. I'm pretty sure. Have you ever seen the movie The Apprentice? Well, I encourage you to watch it, and that basically shows you the true meaning of what Trump is. It's a movie of the story of Trump. You should watch it though. But I'm just saying though,
that movie thinks that Trump is a bad person.
Okay, so if people saw that movie and they know about the life of this man, then you should know for a fact that he's never going to accept the truth of what he's done in this country or in the past. Because the whole point of life is to accept the truth and basically move on and love yourself. But do people actually do that? My friends didn't do it. I did it. They didn't do it because they're uneducated. They failed like a classroom.
And you specifically can find friends that will change and that will specifically care about the things that you care about. You just have to find friends that specifically care about that. And also, it doesn't mean that they're not intelligent. It just means that they weren't changing specifically at that time in their life in the way that you wanted them to. And that was true for me at points in my life. For points in my life, I wasn't at the point where I had the ability to change in the way that I should have changed. And it took experiences in my life, it took things that happened to me, and it took a reflection period and critical thought for me to then have that change. And if you pointed to me at specific points in my past, right, you would have thought maybe I would have never changed. But I did have the ability to change. I did have the ability to develop. And if people didn't believe in me, I would have never changed. If people never taught me that I had the ability to progress as a person, if they never gave me the space to be able to progress as a person, I would have never. And because I learned those things throughout my life, I then was able to change and become a better person. That's why I'm here right now talking to you, having this conversation, because I've done that work. I've specifically tried to progress as a person. I'm still doing that to this day. Every single day I'm progressing as a person.
Okay. And that's fine. But at the end of the day, who's the one to blame? The people who denied the truth and denied basically that I was trying to help them? They were the ones that left me, man. I didn't do anything. I did my best. Like Jesus did with his father, Moses, and all those followers. They did what they had to do. And at the end of the day, you know what happened? A lot of bad things happened in the Bible after that. Because you want to know why? Because this is how people work. You basically take away Jesus' life and you spit on his face and you just ignore the truth about what Jesus was trying to tell to the people. And that is peace and love and understanding and respect.
Then you have to carry yourself with that. You have to carry yourself with that too. And you have to assume that people can be good. You have to. And you have good reason to believe that people can be good as well. You have really good reason to do that. And if you never do that, you will never be able to progress as a person. You talk all about progression. You cannot progress as a person if you are not willing to even acknowledge that other people can progress and change as people and become better people. Because then you're claiming yourself you can't change and become a better person because you are no different from them, especially based on your own religion. You are a human. They are a human. You are not perfect. They are not perfect. And if you can change and you can become a better person, then other people can do the very same. And to believe that no one else can is actually you believing that you cannot yourself.
And I used to believe that, yeah, it makes sense. And I used to believe that my friends could have changed. And guess what? They didn't change.
That's
Especially
fine.
when it comes
That's
to
fine. That's fine. Make new friends. Meet new people. And find people that will change and will progress with you. Don't hyperfixate your entire life on the people in your life that have torn you down, that have treated you terribly, and have been toxic people. Don't do that. It harms you. It doesn't allow for you to progress as a person. It doesn't allow for you to actually. We're right now having a conversation specifically about this, and we're not having conversations about maybe the policies you support specifically, because it is the case that you as a person have not been able to move past this. You as a person have held on to this yourself because it is the case that you've been so harmed by it. And I'm telling you right now, you have the power to put that aside as a person, right? To be able to progress as a person and move forward and believe the best in other people. Like you said specifically, you wish people believed about you.
Right. Like as the government never helped my grandfather.
And now let me apply this. And now let's take that same type of reasoning and let's apply that to undocumented immigrants. Like you said earlier, specifically, you believe the worst in undocumented immigrants. You think that they were bringing worse to this country. Actually, undocumented immigrants, not only are they multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens, but you should assume the best in them as you assume the best in every other person. They are not coming to this country to harm you. They're coming to this country for a better place. Most people are doing that. They're coming to this country for a better place.
It's not a better place because people don't always come here for a better life, man. Some of them do and some of them don't.
Not always, but
let me tell you
mostly.
something.
But mostly.
We had Democrats back then that they had more control in immigration. I'm pretty sure if you know the history of Miami, why is it the home of Latinos? Let me tell you why. Because we had an amazing history between the Cubans and Floridians. Why is that? Because we had a Democratic president that cared about illegals, that cared about Cubans. They came in here because they
Undocumented
wanted
immigrants.
to flee from... Okay, yes, that's what I was trying to say. They fled to their country, they came here for a better life, etc., etc. But that was the first president that ever cared about illegals. And now they came in here, and now there's a lot of basically neighborhoods that's from Cubans. It's basically history, man. Like nowadays, when you look at Joe Biden,
Wait, isn't that it? Wait, by the way, the immigration from Cubans oftentimes was legal based upon refugee status because of things that have happening throughout history, right? And if you are saying that, like,
yes, but a Democratic president allowed them to come in here,
and that's good, right?
Yes, it is.
So then,
which is not now what Joe Biden's trying to do. He's just trying to turn this into a carnival.
Joe Biden's currently not president, and how is he trying to turn us into a carnival?
I'm not trying to say that he's president now. I'm trying to explain to you that he is not a qualified Democrat than what we had back then in the American history, because we had qualified Democrats that had control over immigration. Nowadays, when you look at Joe Biden, he's not a qualified president. You take a look at the history back then and what it is now, compare it.
Who was the candidate in 2024?
That ran for Republican or Democrat?
Democrat.
Kamala Harris, obviously.
Kamala.
Because Joe Biden didn't.
Why are we referencing Joe Biden?
Because in his first term, he didn't get anything under control when it comes to immigration.
He had lower levels of border crossings at the end of his administration comparative to the end of Trump's administration.
Lower levels. A lot of people that basically broke into a person's apartment and basically just started robbing their stuff and another person
undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States. The natural-born U.S. citizens.
Why do you think there was a mass deportation? It wasn't just one; it was a lot of people.
Yeah, because Donald Trump specifically wants to deport people for being in the country undocumented. I don't think that's a good reason. If someone hasn't committed, if someone as a person has not committed a violent crime or bad crime, I see no good reason to deport them. Can you give me a good reason to deport them?
They committed crimes that are homelands, and they committed crimes here in America. Simple as that.
So if you've committed a crime, you should not be allowed to enter the country legally. I have a question. Do you think there should be harsher qualifications?
If they committed it here, then you're not qualified. But if they committed to their homelands a crime, then yeah, you wouldn't be qualified to enter. It's called background check.
Okay, if they committed a crime here, they're not qualified to legally enter the country. I have a question. Do you think
they committed a crime here or in their homelands? No, they're not. Sorry.
Do you think there should be harsher qualifications on becoming president, right, or coming into the country legally and entering as and becoming a citizen?
If they become a citizen and they don't commit crimes, then yeah. But if they do commit crimes, forget it. They're not qualified to come in here.
Did you hear my question?
Look, man, you can just look up the mass deportation.
Hey, did you hear my question?
Yeah.
What was my
Go
question?
ahead, repeat it again.
Okay. Should there be harsher qualifications on becoming president of the United States or legally immigrating to the country?
Yeah. Yes.
Can you repeat my question?
You said two of them. If the president is what legally to do whatever, what?
Should there be harsher qualifications on becoming president of the United States or legally entering the country through immigration?
Harsher qualifications. I'm just specifying to you what's going on right now. I'm not trying to say something incorrectly. I'm just trying to explain to you what's going on right now in USA. These are lives that are being lost, man. Do you even care about that at all? What this man has done, Joe Biden?
Did you hear
I'm
my
not
question?
trying to be stupid here.
I can repeat the question if you didn't hear it. Should there be
So you don't agree with it?
Should there be harsher qualifications on becoming president of the United States or legally entering the country through immigration?
Legally enter the country with immigration.
You think it should be harder to enter the country legally through... He left. All that time? All of that time. Did my live just end? Did I get banned? Whoa, did I get banned? Check your network. I got permanently banned. What? 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 Okay, let me try to fix this, everybody. I'm sorry, give me 1 second. Okay. What the fuck? I got permanently banned, bro. Yeah, well, Everett, if you're on, what's it called? TikTok or YouTube, make sure to like the stream. Make sure to like the stream. I would really appreciate that. I got banned and I have to figure out how I got banned. Is it gonna let me appeal? Is it gonna let me appeal? Okay. Let's send this, I guess. I can't believe I got permanently banned for no reason. I got banned for no reason. Network issue, please try again. Appeal submitted. What the fuck is going on my TikTok? Dude, this is so fuck, chat. I'm gonna try to get a new account open. What the fuck just happened? Couldn't log in. Hold up. Is it not letting me log into my... Oh no, chat? Oh no? Is my main account still there, everybody? Is my main account still there? Yes? Okay, good. Just making sure. Yeah, I see my main account is still here. Okay, I need to get my third account back. All right, everyone, give me 1 second. I'm sorry about this real quick. Let me just get back my third account. I apologize, everyone, for the technical difficulties. Jesus Christ. No, it's not that account. I could probably try to use that, though. No, not that one. I see, the thing is, I don't know what email. Parker login expired. Oh, great, dude. Okay, I guess I'll try this. Give me a second, everyone. Let me see if I can get signed in. Oh, no. Oh, dude, this is so bad. This is horrible, chat. I'm so sorry. I can try to just sign in on a different account. I don't want to lose this account. It's kind of unfortunate. Jesus, chat. What do we do? What do we do? I don't know which account it is. TBH. Don't know which account it is. Okay, I'm going to go onto my girlfriend's account, and we'll go live on my girlfriend's account. We'll get some debates up there, and in the meantime, I'll try to fix that account. I'll try to get that account back. We'll see what we can do. That's so fucked, chat. Oh my god. Keep working on your stuff, Parker. Don't panic. Yeah, I'm trying. Okay, camera. There we go. All right, we're all good. I can turn on debates there and then tell everyone, because that's fucking crazy that just got taken down. I can't believe that. Like, what the fuck, dude? Do I not have? Wow, I don't have one. That's great. Is that gonna work? Is that gonna work? Okay, everyone, I'm trying to. My main account got banned again. Yes, I know. That was not my main account. My third account just permanently banned. For no reason? Yeah, I didn't even get a reason. I got no reason. I'll try to sign in. Sweet dreams. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what to do, chat. Because I can't even fucking sign into this damn account for some reason. I guess I'll figure it out later, because it's like I literally can't figure it out right now, and I'm not going to waste the whole time of my life like trying to figure it out. Dude, I'm so frustrated right now. I'm not going to lie. I'm really frustrated. Like, why are they banning my account, bro? Like, seriously. We're going to get some debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
All right, just let you know, I'm not like I'm not supporting him for 2028. I don't want him to run again. I'm not like against the Constitution. Just letting you know, this is just for you to let me up here. But I support him for.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. For the 3,100 people, I would really appreciate if you like the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you? What's up? How old are you? Okay. I don't know why you did that. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay.
Good boy.
I didn't kick you. So, it's funny. It's funny how you say that. I actually didn't kick you. You did it yourself. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
26. Do you support Trump?
No, I didn't vote for him, but
Do you
I
support
kind
him?
of like him for the culture.
Do you support him?
Yeah, well, I support him, guy. I like him from the culture.
Like, if you could go back in time, would you vote for him?
No, I wouldn't. But I just kind of like the family aspect of it. I think he's just like more for America than.
Let's go on to... So he wouldn't vote. So... Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Dude, I don't know where my... Dude, I don't even know how to get into my third account. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
06, July.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Wait, so first I just wanted to ask how you're doing today. I've been watching your things for a while, and I was just saying that I think, let me think. I think that the illegal immigration part is what really does it for me. And the abortion. I'm really big on the abortion too.
Okay. So what immigration policy? Actually, first, before you do, let me say thank you to some people real quick. Holy shit. Love you. Thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't think there's anything I can go to about anyone I can go to about it, but I'll try. Sid, thank you for the $200 on YouTube Super Chat. I'm so sorry that this is happening. This is your career, so I understand the frustration. L TikTok genuinely, and take care of yourself first. We all appreciate you so much. Can we some fucking W's for Sid in the comment section right now for the fucking $200 on YouTube Super Chat? Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. That's incredibly fucking kind of you. Thank you so much, Sid. W's for fucking Sid in the comment section. Sunny, thank you for the $2. Thank you. They just left, by the way. Sweet Dreams, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Sweet Dreams. I appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Sweet Dreams. I really appreciate it. Again, everyone, W's for Sid in the comment section. Seriously, so nice of you. So nice of you, Sid. Marlene, thank you for the $12. River with the $1. I really appreciate it. Anastasia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. All right, everyone. I don't know what to do about my account because I'm having a hard time getting into the account right now for some reason. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's
Hey,
up,
I
audio?
love you, Parker. Woo woo. Yeah.
Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
No, you're not. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006, February 1st.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because as you can tell, when Iran and Israel were messing around, he showed them who was the big boss. You know what I mean?
How so?
So he pulled up and he kind of destroyed their nukes, hence why they stopped. You know what I mean? Like he actually stopped a nuclear war from happening
He stopped a nuclear war. How did he stop nuclear war?
by destroying the nukes.
So they didn't get destroyed. They were only set back by 3 months.
Prove it.
AP News. Look up AP News. Iran only set back a few months.
I don't know, man. But how does that like prove that they're not destroyed though? How do you know for sure?
How do I prove that it's not destroyed?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
What I asked you what you mean.
Yeah, you just gotta prove that they were never destroyed.
I asked you to. Can you look at the source?
Yeah.
I told you where to look.
Yeah, you did.
So why don't you go look?
I did. But how does that not prove that they weren't destroyed?
You didn't go look.
How do you prove?
What do you mean? How do you prove?
How do you prove that I didn't look?
Because you didn't take any time to go look.
What are you talking about? We were talking for like 30 minutes.
Do you want me to kick you off? What do you mean we were talking for 30 minutes?
Oh no, shiver me timbers.
Were you already on the live?
What do you mean?
Is he just rage baiting or something? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to request. My bad. Sorry.
You're good. You're good. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Trying to get some debates up here. Do give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, I just wanted to say about the Iran thing. They didn't.
I am just looking for people who do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
2006.
I don't believe you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Why so?
Mainly because of his policy stances on trade and immigration.
Hold on 1 second. What the hell? What the fuck, dude? Sorry, I was trying to sign in. Sorry. You said what? What was the reason?
Immigration and trade.
Immigration and trade. What immigration and trade?
Just his kind of stances on what should be done in those areas. So.
Okay. What about it?
Just the mass deportations and the restrictive immigration in terms of the immigration, then in trade, getting better trade agreements negotiated and using terrorists.
Here's my question. Why is mass deportation good?
Because we have a lot of people who are here illegally and they shouldn't be.
Okay. What makes you think that people shouldn't be in the country?
Because we didn't give them permission to.
Okay. So then are you saying any person who's in the country undocumented, you would deport?
Yeah, anyone who's in the country illegally.
Anyone who's in the country undocumented. Okay. So even if you don't know what country they're from?
I mean, if they're in here illegally, I don't care what country they're from. They should get out.
Okay. So I'll give you an example. They were brought to this country when they were a baby. You don't know who their parents are. They were left with a different family. They're still undocumented when they're an adult. Would you deport them? And where would you deport them to?
I would deport them to whichever country will take them.
Okay. Whatever country will take them. So let's say no countries will take them.
I mean, that's pretty. I think we can find one country to drop them in. We've been paying El Salvador to, take some of those criminals.
So you'll send people to El Salvador, like a prison in El Salvador, right? Is that what
I
you're
wouldn't say
referencing?
those people to a prison, but I'm saying I think we can find somewhere to deport them to if they're here illegally.
Okay. So again, a country that they've never grew up in, a country that they don't know the language of, right? You're saying that they should be forced particularly into those conditions For what reason? Just because they're in the country undocumented, not even due to their own fucking determinations?
Well, yeah, that's their parents' fault, but that's not,
It's not their fault. They didn't
responsibility.
even do anything themselves.
Yeah, it's their parents. It's unfortunate the parents did that, but it's not our responsibility to like take them. We're a sovereign nation. We have the right to decide who gets to come here, who doesn't.
Yeah, so I understand, but that doesn't mean that you should just deport whoever. Well, I have a question. Would you deport a child if they were here by themselves? Like a little
They're
kid?
here illegally, yeah.
So you deport a 12-year-old that's here by themselves?
That's the parents' fault. It's not our fault.
You deport the 12-year-old.
They're here illegally. Why
So?
does them have being a 12 make any difference?
Wait, I have a question. Do you think you should always enforce the law?
I think on a whole basis, you have to generally enforce the law. I don't think you can let, mass amounts of exceptions to it. So like generally you have to enforce it. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question. How do you feel about the law being enforced in terms of the TikTok ban? Because Donald Trump's currently not enforcing the TikTok ban. That's why you're able to use the app currently. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to use it because it's illegal.
He's able to put a pause on it. That's legal.
No, it's just temporary non-enforcement.
Yeah, no, it's like a legal
So
pause.
it's literally just him not enforcing the law.
No, I would say that's part of the legal system, and he's able to do that legally. So,
it's not technically legal, but
well, I mean, then why hasn't there been like a court challenge to that?
so when I say it's not legal, I mean it's just not enforcing the law.
No, but like you can.
Are you saying it's a
if
legal
he's not
act from
doing
his position of presidency?
If he's not doing his presidential powers, they can, people can bring a challenge to that, and they can, bring that to court. And they did that, I think, with Obama because he wasn't like enforcing the Affordable Care Act when they wanted him to. They actually brought like a challenge to that he wasn't, enforcing the law. So like, if they believe that he's not enforcing the law, they can bring a challenge and do that. But what I understand is
wait. That's exactly what he's doing though.
No, I think like yeah, you can bring a challenge if he's legitimately like not enforcing law, but I think he's
That's literally what he was doing.
I don't think. Well, I don't. Like, where's the court challenge then?
Wait,
that would be my question. That
so again, there doesn't have to be a court challenge in order for us to say that he's not enforcing the law. It is not something that would necessarily be challenged by the courts if you don't enforce something by the law.
If he was doing something that was not part of, he was not enacting his presidential duties, they could bring
it's within his presidential duties, but that doesn't change whether the fact that he's not enforcing the law.
I don't think like this situation is the same as just not enforcing the law. I think he's doing like a legal pause.
It's an example of him literally not enforcing the law.
I don't think the way you're using not enforcing law, I don't think is applicable in this instance because he's doing like a legal pause, which is part of the legal mechanisms he's able to do. And if it weren't, there would be a court challenge.
Is it under the law? Is TikTok banned?
Yeah, there's a law. So.
Okay, well then that means he's just not enforcing that law, right?
I don't think like the way you're using that phrase, I don't think it really applies here because like they can put pauses.
I don't know what you mean. Because we were both clear that the ban enforces it, that it's illegal, right? But it's just not being enforced by the Trump administration. This is not even disputed. It is very clear that Donald Trump is just not enforcing this law. The fact that you're disputing this is kind of weird.
Oh, I'm disputing it because this is like, you're trying to kind of make this legal argument. And like, I don't think he's like breaking the law and doing that, or he's not. He's violating violation.
Oh my geez. Okay, well, he's in violation of the Constitution with other things. I'm not saying he's in violation of the Constitution by doing this. I'm confused what your point is. I'm just saying he's not.
Okay, so you're saying
dude, all I'm saying is he's not fucking enforcing the law. Do you disagree with that point?
Don't get heated, man. We're just having a conversation. Like I
don't like sitting here and fucking bullshitting when you know this is bullshit. What do you dispute? Is he enforcing the fucking law? No, he's not. He's not enforcing the law. That's a very clear point. Can you acknowledge that, or are you not able to acknowledge that?
I don't know that I agree with that phrase because, like, you're making
what does it mean to enforce the law? What the fuck does that mean?
Well, because like that would imply that he's not doing his presidential duties, which is to enforce the law, and that would be saying that he's in violation.
What does it mean to enforce the law?
It means to like put proper like parameters on like, I guess, enforcing law, making sure the law is followed, and punishing people for not following it, and charging them.
Punishing people for not following the law. You agree that the law states that it's against the law to utilize TikTok, right? You will get fined for helping using TikTok if you're a third-party platform, right? That's something you get fined for. Why are the fines not being enforced? Because Donald Trump sent an executive order to literally not enforce it.
Yeah, he put a pause on it, which is with his legal mechanism to do so.
He has the legal ability to do that, but the legal ability to do that still means he's not enforcing the law.
Okay.
That's all I was saying. So do you acknowledge that now?
Yeah, sure, I acknowledge that.
Okay. So you don't enforce the law in every single scenario. Sometimes there are laws that don't make sense, that it doesn't make sense to enforce.
Okay,
so
sure.
This is why I'm giving you an example. I'm giving you a specific example.
Okay, I agree. There's wiggle room there. So.
Okay. Do you want to?
You can make your next point.
Okay. Then my point is, what's the reason to deport someone in the country who hasn't committed a violent crime or a bad crime?
I think on the whole, it like if we have mass kind of unenforcement and mass exceptions, it encourages more people to come to this country illegally, which only worsens the problem. Also, there's like all sorts of like fiscal and social impacts that illegal immigration has. So I think it's just a benefit.
Which are negative. Which are negative.
They have like a net negative fiscal impact.
Can you give me any good evidence of that?
Yeah, George Borges goes on it in his book, We Wanted Workers. He talks about kind of like,
I'd like a study, not like someone just claiming something in a book.
No, this is a top immigration economist, and he, compiles, from different studies, and he, takes into account factors that they didn't. And he comes to like a calculation at the end that like every illegal immigrant is a net negative of $200,000.
What source does he cite? What source does he cite?
He like cites like previous studies on like the fiscal impact, and then he does his own calculations on top of that to like account for different other factors.
What previous ones does he use?
I don't remember.
Okay. I don't know how I'm supposed to respond to this.
Well, I mean, if you look him up, even the Wikipedia page will show that he like has like a record of like criticizing kind of illegal immigration and kind of talking about the negative fiscal impacts of it. So
you think legal immigration is negative in its fiscal impact?
Illegal immigration in the context that it's happened over the past 50 years in the United States, and the kinds of workers we've gotten, kinds of demographics.
So to clarify, legal immigration is beneficial.
No, I'm not necessarily saying like that if we make them all legal, it'll have a better impact. I'm saying in this instance, the kind of immigration we've had in this country over the past 50 years has had a net negative fiscal impact.
Do legal immigrants have a net positive fiscal impact?
They can. It depends. It's not like a one way or the other thing. It depends on like how much you get, what type of workers you get, that kind of thing.
Why wouldn't that depend for undocumented immigrants then?
Well, in this instance, he's talking about on the whole, on average, as we've had it.
So on the whole, on average, legal immigrants, are they beneficial to the fiscal budget?
For like, no, not just budget, but like the whole like economy in general, everything when you calculate together, just to clarify. So
GDP?
I'm saying like he's talking about the immigration we've had in this country for the past 50 years. Not necessarily all illegal immigration.
Can you stop talking about a guy when you don't know anything about the source you're referencing? I can't have a conversation with you about it if you don't know anything about it.
No, I know like generally. I don't like, don't know the specific studies that you're taught, like, that he referenced. I have to go like look that in the book.
Any information you could tell me about
I mean, you can look up the guy, you can look up George Borges and like, his I gave you the name of the economist.
Just look up the guy is all you can say?
I mean, yeah, you could also go read the book if you want to do that.
Read the book. Wow. So in order to be able to verify the source, right, I have to read a whole fucking book?
Yep, maybe. I don't know.
No. Give me some genuine fucking source. Can you give me an actual study?
He like talks about studies in the book. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I think you can also look up studies by him. You just like look up George Borges immigration studies.
Borges? George J. Borges. Okay.
Yeah.
This is from May 2019. All right, let's look. One second. Give me one sec. Let's see. Let's see what he even says. The fiscal impact. Immigration generates a short-run economic gain through the immigration surplus and may generate a long-run increase if immigrants are sufficiently skilled or there are human capital externalities. The economic gains accrue through the labor market, however, need to be contrasted with the fiscal impact of immigration. The fiscal impact can either be positive or negative depending on how many immigrants contribute to the funding of the of government programs and how much it costs services to provide to them. That's like no fucking shit. The question whether immigrants use governmental programs more or less often than native-born immigrants is controversial. The answer is highly disputed. Wait, I'm confused. It doesn't even show anything. It literally was just like the most basic, trivial statement ever. The fiscal impact can be positive or negative depending on how much immigrants contribute. Like what?
Yeah, he talks about the specific, immigration we've had in this country.
That he doesn't actually make a claim on that.
He does in the book.
So, okay, wait, no, he's referencing the average legal immigrant. He's making this claim about legal immigrants.
In the book, I think he's talking about illegal immigration.
Nope, he says legal immigration here. So
is this from the book or what?
So he's claiming, well, he's obviously assuming rate of discounts, like discount rates and stuff like that for immigrants. He said that the country would be 211 billion immigrants if all of, or 211 billion richer if all of the immigrants have been college graduates. That's all he's claiming. And the projected gain is larger. Okay, well, obviously we should invest in college graduation then.
Well, I mean, the majority of immigrants were getting.
Hold up, let me
clarify.
Right, so. Hold up, let me clarify. So, in terms of this is him under the fiscal impact. He again is not making a specific claim about undocumented immigration at all. He's claiming this about immigration in general.
Okay.
So then, are you claiming that legal immigration in general causes that?
No, I think I'm not I think he was claiming
because this is I just want to know this is a conservative, by the way.
Huh?
This is a conservative, by the way.
Yeah, well, he was named the top immigration economist. So
by who?
By the Wall Street Journal.
I'd love to see, but even then, still, I don't care.
Okay, I don't care that you think he's conservative, but whatever. I mean, you're just saying he's conservative because he has these views on immigration. So
no, he is conservative. That's known. Look him up. It literally says conservative.
Okay.
So, what's your point?
Yeah, I think it just has the kind of immigration we've had. We mostly get low skilled workers from South America. I don't think that's having a great fiscal impact on us. I think when he talks about the college education, yeah, that can have a net fiscal benefit.
I have a question. Would you be okay with undocumented immigration given the context in which they are quote unquote high skill?
Not necessarily, because then that can also depress the wages of the American worker.
That's actually not true. That's not true according to your own study from your own guy. Your own guy says that it would be positive for us to have immigration specifically relating to high skill immigration.
Yeah, positive for GDP growth, not positive for the wages of the workers they displace.
And no, he says positive for wages and per capita income. I'm reading that right now from the study.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I disagree with that, but Like that hasn't been the case with the H1B visa workers. So they make lower than the average wage and they depress wages. So, and he also like he talks about like a lot in that book, a lot of instances where like he can show that like when you had periods of immigration, like the wages of the workers went down in the jobs that they got, that
By
were
the way,
just
that's just not true. That's not true. Like, if you look at the vast studies across the context of economics in terms of immigration, practically all studies indicate that there are not negative impacts in terms of wages, specifically from immigration.
Well, he looked at like in Miami in the 1980s when you got a large influx of Cubans, the average wage did go down.
That doesn't mean that it was caused by that. It's a correlation causation fallacy.
Well, I mean, like, I don't know. He correlated it like heavily to the increase in
Yeah,
immigration.
correlation doesn't equal causation. You can look up something called spurious correlations. There are plenty of examples of things that are highly correlated that specifically don't have good reason to believe one caused the other.
Okay.
You clearly didn't read the book.
I mean, I think they do depress wages. Like, I think like proof, like the H-1B visa workers, like they make lower than the average wage, right? So.
Wait, I have a question. Did you read the book?
Yes, I did.
Really? How many pages is it?
I don't know the exact number of pages.
Can you tell me one of the chapters names?
Yeah, the fiscal impact.
That's it?
Yeah.
What's the name of the book?
We Wanted Workers.
We Wanted Workers?
Yeah.
George Borjas. Let's look. List of chapters. Right here. Okay. Can you name another one? Hello? Muscles, you there? Muscles.
What?
Can you name another one?
The melting pot.
How about another one?
The labor market impact.
How about another one?
How we got here.
You're totally reading it. You just looked it up.
Prove it.
You fucking gaslighting fuck. I don't like you.
Well, I don't like
you
you
know you looked it up. You know you didn't know the chapters' names, and you know that is evidence of the fact that you didn't fucking read it. And not only did you not fucking read it, but it is the case that you told me to read it as evidence for your claim, yet you haven't read it yourself.
Don't get angry, Parker. It's just a conversation.
How am I angry? I just called out your bullshit.
Well, you were cursing, so that.
I'm sorry. Does that make you sad? Do you need a little bit of a Kleenex because words have made you mad? I'm sorry. Did my swear words make you mad? Do they make you sensitive?
No, they're an indication that you got mad and lost control of your emotions.
Okay, soy boy. Jay, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Sinjin, thank you for the $10. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Parker, you have noodle arms. You're a soy boy, if anything.
Really? What makes you think that? I was saying that ironically. I was saying that ironically.
You're seriously going to use that insult for someone that has noodle arms?
Uh-huh, I am, yeah.
Like, how can you actually, like, stare at and use that insult?
Do you need a binky? Do your muscles make you feel like more of a man?
You use the term soy boy. You started to engage in this before I did.
I said it ironically, dude.
That doesn't sound like ironic.
It was ironically because I was making the age-old joke of, oh, words made you sensitive, snowflake. Like that type of idea.
Yeah, but you specifically used the term soy boy, which is,
yeah, it was ironic.
It was talk about men who are feminine.
It was ironic. And I understand it was very good rage bait for you, apparently.
Yeah, I don't think you're like a very good irony, bro. I think you're quite bad at it. So.
Okay, I'm sorry. Would you like to write that into like a notebook for yourself, and then maybe go talk to your therapist about it later?
No, I don't go to therapy because I'm not a liberal like you.
Sorry, is
I
it
don't
bad?
have a mental health. I don't have like mental health issues like you do.
You don't have to have mental health issues to go to therapy.
That's exactly the type of people who say that, who go to therapy, who have mental health issues. You do have mental health issues. Doesn't Dean also have
What
a
what mental
vape for an anxiety pen?
what mental health issues do I deal with?
Do you use an anxiety pen? I
No.
mean vape.
Nope, it's a patience pen.
Nah, it's a vape.
It's a patience pen.
You guys are all addicted to vapes.
Nope, it's a patience pen.
Yeah, that's a vape.
No, it's a patience pen.
Yeah, well, whatever it is proof you have like a mental disorder because you need it.
What? I'm sorry. How could me utilizing my elevation pen indicate that I have a mental disorder?
Because you're dependent on this like foreign substance.
By the way,
that you need, otherwise your mind
by the way, me utilizing the patience pen doesn't mean I'm dependent on it. But I am. I absolutely am. And
yeah,
it's not,
so therefore
it's not
you have
foreign.
mental health problems. You can't even control your own mind.
What? Being addicted to a
You
substance.
just lose control over your mind. You're like addicted to this. You're dependent on these chemical
having an
substances.
addiction is not a mental health issue. Like it's not like a mental health disorder. It's an
It is
addiction.
precisely mental. It is precisely with your brain. That's mental health.
That's not mental health. That's just wait. Do you think all addictions are mental health?
They mostly are, yeah. It's
I
an
mean,
issue with your brain.
if you want to view it that way, sure. I don't think I would view it as like a. Is it like it's not like a diagnosed mental health issue? I don't think.
You said you talked about going to therapy, so you've clearly been diagnosed with
That doesn't
something.
mean wait. That doesn't mean that it is. Is it, chat? Is it? Even if it is, what's the point? Why would you like be like, oh, someone who has an addiction, right? Like that specifically, I'm gonna like try to stigmatize that. Why would you do that?
I mean, you started this mudslinging contest first, Parker, so don't get upset now.
Wait, well, I just said that it was bad for you to stigmatize like mental health issues. Also, being a liberal doesn't necessitate that you have a mental health issue. Plus, so like
statistically, it's very common among liberals.
It's very common amongst
54%
conservatives.
of liberal women have a mental disorder.
Where'd you get that source from?
I think they did a study.
What study?
I don't remember the name. It's a very nice prop. I'm sure your minions love it very much.
Yeah. So, do you feel better now?
Yeah, Auslander aus. Get illegal immigrants out.
Is that all you have to say?
Yeah, kick them all out.
I have a question.
Auslander aus. Auslander aus. Deutschland, die Deutsche. Auslander aus.
Are you fucking singing? What the fuck? So fucking crazy. By the way, everyone, someone did inform me. It is in the DSM, so I do appreciate you letting me know that. Thank you, by the way. Thank you. That guy was fucking crazy, though. Nina, think of the 3 Canadian. I appreciate it. Thank you. Holy shit. Let me catch up, everyone. Christine, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Christine. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Christine in the comment section right now for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Christine. I really appreciate that. Can we get some W's for Christine in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Dana, thank you so much for the $2. Appreciate it. Sophie with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Sophie. Can we get some W's for Sophie in the comment section right now? As well as Sarah with the $75 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Sarah. Can we get some W's for Sarah in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sarah. I really appreciate that. W's for Sarah in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Seriously, W Sarah in the comment section. Let's go on to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Roddy, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate mental health, well-being, and fitness should never be stigmatized, weaponized as weak, or focused on one demographic. Conservatives need to be less selfish and more compassionate. Very true. Let's go into the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? In order to rage bait him, I should have blamed my mental health issues on him. I should have done that to rage bait. Jay, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jay. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I have my mental health issues because of going on live and debating people like you. Like that's what I should have done. God damn it. I do have mental health issues, though, and it is important to address your mental health issues in therapy. That's a great thing to do, and I am going to therapy. It's actually pretty helpful. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Do you support Trump?
Kind of.
What state do you live in?
Irish.
Irish? Okay. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump if you're on YouTube to make sure to like the stream. Make sure to like the stream. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's going on? I'm 25. I just want to say
Do you
this.
support Trump?
No, but thank you.
Nice. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle.
Okay, we are just looking for people who do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're in the middle, I would recommend watching the live stream. That's probably the best way I could convince you. Is just by watching the live stream. Parker, elevate. I was going to. I need to find a debate first. Gosh, why does it keep doing that? Why does my computer keep doing that? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2004.
What month?
March.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
So, my main reason for supporting Trump is probably for his abortion policies.
Okay. What abortion policy?
So, I think I actually disagree with the giving it up to the states. However, so I was watching your live and you brought up the 10 zygotes versus one newborn baby dilemma. It was actually really interesting. And so if I were to answer that, honestly, I would choose the baby. However, I don't think that gives the 10 zygotes no moral value.
Yeah, you could say that. That totally makes sense to me. But then here would be my question. Do you consider it a person still then? Because you're saying a zygote is at least 10 times less valuable than a newborn baby. Meaning that you probably don't value it like you value a human person, right?
I would say not as much as a newborn baby.
Nowhere near as much. Like if I were to ask you 100 zygotes or one newborn baby, you'd pick the newborn baby still, right?
So just to be clear on our definitions, zygote is like after the moment of conception.
I understand.
Okay. And that doesn't necessarily mean that they will for sure be implanted and such.
Oh, we think that in the future it will 100%. In this context, in this hypothetical, we know 100% it will.
Okay, understood. Thank you. So like, if I were to answer honestly, I would say the baby. But again, I do believe that doesn't mean that the zygotes don't have any value. And I would suggest that they are human life. However, it's like the same thing. Like if your mother was on a train track and you was either pull a lever and kill her or 10 strangers, you're going to pick your mother because of your emotional connection to your mother, and that gives her value.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. We're talking about like typical strangers, and regardless, there's no relation, family relation that would be relevant. I don't know why that hypothetical is brought up. Your no family relation is relevant to the hypothetical I brought up.
Yes, sorry. So my point in bringing that hypothetical up would be that.
And Evelyn, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat for I'm a therapist. No, liberals do not have mental health, a mental illness more than conservatives, but liberals are more likely to exhibit symptoms and ask for help than conservatives. And conservatives are not more likely not to because of stigma. That's based. That's based. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Christine, thank you so much for the fucking $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for H1B. Doesn't get paid less. I wasn't. Thank you so much, Christine. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Christine in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Christine. Go ahead. You were saying?
Yeah, so I really only brought that up because I was like, there can be human life. You can value a quantity of human life more than the other based on the value that you give it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. But I'm just saying, because there's such a distinction in the value, you at least value a zygote 100 times less than you value a newborn. That it sounds like you don't even value them as a person anymore.
I would.
Does it make sense to say that one person is 100 times less valuable than another person in any context?
I think outside of this context, no. But I think in this context, yes.
Okay. So there is no other context where you would say a person could be so much less valuable, but a person, even though it's so much less valuable in the circumstance, you still value them as a person. So, I mean, okay. Then you're saying that like it's some circumstances, you could say that one person is 100 times less valuable than another. And actually, wait, why does it only apply to this circumstance and not others?
Because we're talking about pre-birth, and then every other scenario would be post-birth.
Okay, why does birth matter? That's only a change in location.
That is a good point. And so I guess the question for you is, so I think conception is a non-arbitrary point. Do you agree?
No.
So conception for...
It's arbitrary.
For
what do you mean by arbitrary?
As in, like, for you and for me, that moment of time is trackable, and it's like you can like each.
Okay, well then, so is the point of sentience.
When is that time?
20 to 24 weeks.
Okay, so that's like a range. Do you agree?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, how can we establish that?
Would you like? You can pick a day, pick a year, or not a year, a month.
Pick a month. So let's pick how many months, for example.
You want to pick 5?
Okay, so let's go with that, right? So like, how about 4 months and 29 days? Like, what do you say when someone asks you that?
Totally fine.
So like, literally up to the minute, you consider it not a human life, and then a minute later.
Oh, well, life begins at conception, but the value doesn't begin until the point of sentience. So yes, value becomes relevant once they're sentient.
Okay, I understand that. But like, do you truly believe that we know exactly when that happens, and that there are circumstances where...
Well, in the same way that we can identify specifically that life begins at conception, we can also identify that sentience begins at a certain point.
So like, basically what you're saying is we can't like know the exact moment that conception happens, but we have a general range of when it does, and therefore
in the way that you mean no, yes, because you meant no as certain. If you mean no as most likely to be true, well then we've already established that with sentience.
So what do you think the difference is between sentience and non-sentience?
Subjective experience.
Okay, so you believe it's a human life, but you don't believe it has a subjective experience.
Yes.
Do you have subjective experiences when you're sleeping?
So the certain standard that I value is past or present and future subjective experience. And yes, you do still when you're sleeping.
Like the entire time you're sleeping?
Technically, yes. Like you're still having a subjective experience, right? It's not like your subjective experience goes out. You can only say in certain points during comas, right, that people might lose subjective experience, but that's only temporary, and it still meets within my criteria because it's past or present and future subjective experience. They meet the past and future criteria for sentience.
I see. So you're saying like someone in a coma has had a past experience before that.
Yeah, and they have a
Whereas-
future.
Understand. So like a baby, like a fetus
A zygote prior to the zygote has never had a past or present and future subjective experience. It's nor had a past or does it necessarily have the future.
Understood. But like you can say it for sure has a future. Like
You
it
could
has
say,
a,
you could say at certain points it's more likely than not that it has a future. But even at the point of it being a zygote, it might not.
Yeah. Well, I can see it obviously doesn't have any past experience because, like you said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like on the fence. I mean, I voted for him because of this primarily. I mean, I'm a Catholic, right? And so
Can I ask you a question? Do you believe in separation of church and state?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Then why are you bringing up religion as a relevant point to how you vote in terms of abortion? And then here's my next question. Can you name one other thing outside of the context of abortion that Donald Trump supports that is Christian-like?
What was your first question?
Can you give me one thing that Donald Trump supports outside of the context of abortion that is like Christian-like?
I think protecting borders is a Christian value.
Really? Did Jesus talk about that in the Bible, or did he specifically say to treat foreigners like the people who are native born to your country?
Okay. Yeah, I agree that he would like accept
So
it.
he would actually disagree with Donald Trump's position on borders. So let's be very clear. What specifically is Christian-like in terms of Donald Trump outside of the context of his position on abortion?
I cannot think of something else.
You can't think of anything, right? So like,
Yeah,
are
but,
you
like, if
really
I'm thinking-
hinging the entirety of your perspective on simply just abortion? Because there's plenty of other things, like the increase in the child tax credit that Kamala Harris is advocating for, the expansion of the housing tax credit that would allow for there to be an expansion of building of houses, the getting rid of the effect of medical debt on your credit, the $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just people on Medicare, right? The Donald Trump trying to cut Medicaid, right, and food stamps. These are all antithetical to Christian-like norms. So if your only specific reference for the difference as to why you support one candidate than the other is just abortion, and the only distinction between the positions are whether or not it's left up the states or not left up the states, well, then we just have to evaluate based upon your position whether or not there are more or less abortions now than there was prior to the point in which it was banned, right, in all of those states. And could you answer that question? Are there more or less abortions?
There are probably more when it was given up to the states.
So since there are more abortions, why did you want it to be? So then why are you arguing that it's better off given that you overturned Roe versus Wade? It sounds like it led to more abortions.
So I do disagree with him giving it up to the states primarily because of the so I watch you a lot, and well, I watch your lives a lot, and you brought up a case. I'm not too educated on it, but basically this, if I'm remembering correctly, this mother was basically like an incubator. She was like brain dead, but basically, can you just like
Adriana Smith? Yes, Adriana Smith.
Like-
Let me explain this set of scenario. Adriana Smith was brain dead, and it was the case that they literally extracted a fetus out of her system, right? Specifically when she was brain dead against her family's consent, right? Because her family didn't get the ability to determine whether or not they specifically wanted to pull the plug on Adriana Smith, given that she's brain dead, because it is the case that the abortion law said after 6 weeks in the context of Georgia that you are forced to go through that pregnancy, regardless of whether or not the individual is sentient. So she literally, her body, right, was used as an incubator against her family's consent, against her consent.
Yeah, like
isn't that like incredibly inhumane? That's actually a byproduct of Donald Trump overturning Roe versus Wade and leaving it up to the states because of how strict the policies in Georgia now are, that then led to that.
Yeah, I think that's an issue, not because of like his stance on abortion as a whole, but like giving it up to the states makes this discrepancy across them where doctors, I think, first of all, doctors should be in charge of things healthcare related.
You're pro-choice. You're pro-choice. You think it should be legal. You think it should be up to the doctors and the patients. And that means you believe specifically in Roe versus Wade and federal protections. If you believe in federal protections, there is not a single specific thing that you can mention about Donald Trump that is Christian-like as you have a means to support him then. If it's not abortion and you can't mention anything else, then you are a Democrat, bro. And you just haven't mentioned it yet to yourself.
I don't think I can, like, although it's really only comes down to, I don't believe in abortion past conception. Like, I understand the sentience argument.
Wait, you can disagree with it. Do you think it should be illegal?
I believe there are definitely circumstances where it's medically necessary. Absolutely.
No, but like, do you think it should be illegal in elective circumstances? Like, do you think someone should go to prison for getting an abortion in the first trimester because they were not ready to have a kid yet?
I think prison's kind of crazy, but
So
I don't.
It sounds like
think
it sounds like you're pro-choice. You think it's immoral, but you think it should be legal. Did you actually know that's the position of Joe Biden? Did you know that's the position of Kamala Harris? Because they're both Christian, and they believe it's morally wrong, but they think it should be legal and up to the choice of the individual.
Do you think we should politically support something that we think is immoral?
Well, I don't think it's immoral, but for other people, yes, you should allow it to be legal in the same way that you would fight for it to be illegal for people to engage in adultery.
That's a great point.
Do you think adultery should be illegal? Otherwise, you think Donald Trump should be in prison.
Well, yes.
And adultery is wrong, right? Like, adultery is
course.
very fucking wrong. It's really bad to do. But it shouldn't be
definitely shouldn't go to
illegal.
prison for it.
And you would fight against it being illegal, right?
Of course. But I think like as a Christian, right? I think holding like the value of a life is more than like the value of someone not going to jail for cheating on their wife. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I feel like it's just like it's like a bigger issue.
Like,
and it's hard
obviously
to make
you
that
care
applicable.
more about it than like adultery. You think adultery is not as bad as murder. I understand, but like, again, if you're Christian, you think it should be legal. You don't think people should go to prison for it. Well, then that means you're pro-choice. You can think it's wrong. There are plenty of things that are wrong, like blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. That's unforgivable.
Yes.
Yet it is the case that it's legal. Right? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Like,
that's
I could blaspheme the Holy Spirit right now, and you would think that's horrible. But you don't think I should go to prison for that? That would be ridiculous to say that I should go to prison for that.
Yeah, I agree. That's very interesting. I don't know. I mean, I definitely have to think more about it, but thank you for the conversation. That's very insightful.
Absolutely. Appreciate you coming up.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
thanks,
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request. If you do support Donald Trump, ASMR MAGA changes their mind on live stream. W them in the comment section right now. We love that. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello?
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
What was that?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 42.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
And why do you do that?
Well, because there's a few things that I like about him. Number
Such
one,
as?
he's a decisive leader, meaning when something comes up, he's quick to make a decision. And if you have any experience, especially in the history of any sort of a war scenario, it's very important to have a leader that is quick to make a decision and makes a decision that he believes is the best for his country.
I have a
And
question.
he's very good at that. Go ahead.
What's his healthcare plan?
His healthcare plan? I haven't really looked into that too much.
Yeah, he said he's had concepts of a plan for 9 years. Does that sound very decisive to you?
Well, I don't really care too much about the healthcare plan. I mean, look what happened with Obamacare. I mean, we ended up spending millions and millions of dollars on a website that.
Wait, so then why didn't Donald Trump repeal and replace it?
Well, I don't know. I'd have to ask him. But there's other things that I think are a
Sounds
little
like
bit
he's
more
not very
important
much of
than
a
healthcare
decisive
plan.
leader. Can you give me examples of him being a decisive leader?
Well, he said, about the whole border thing. And if you look back far enough, a lot of the Democrats had the same ideas about needing to put up a wall until he decided to say, hey, I'm actually going to do it. And then they turned around and said, hey, that's not a good idea because it's a Republican idea and we're Democrats. So there's a lot of things that former Democrats
That's not
in the
what people
past-
said. So in terms of the border wall that you're referencing, he only refurbished 22% of it. He only built 3.7% new wall, 52 miles of like a 1,900 mile border, right? So he didn't build the
Right.
wall. And actually, he undermined a bill that would have built more wall than was built under his entire administration. The Democrats were willing to compromise on building the border wall if it was the case that Donald Trump was willing to make the immigration system safer and quicker. And Donald Trump was not willing to actually do that when it was a conservative-leaning border policy. This border policy was so conservative-leaning, right, that Democrats, right, were literally giving up so much. They were compromising on so much that we were losing people on the left because it is the case that it was such conservative immigration policy.
Okay. Well, I was listening to what you were talking about with the last person, and this is kind of a complete different subject, but I mean, I guess we can go here. But I was listening to your whole thing about the abortions and all that stuff, which one of the other reasons that I like Trump is that he's more for putting laws more of the control into the state's hand, meaning give the states more power and the central government less power. I believe in that. I agree with his less regulations. I believe that's a good thing.
I have a question. You want states to have more power? So if California wants to let in as many undocumented immigrants as they want, should they be allowed to?
That still falls under the federal borders. Those are United States borders.
Wait, but like you want the states to have more power, so why shouldn't the states have more power to do stuff like that?
I mean, because once they come across the country's border, it's the federal government's responsibility to safeguard the entire country as a whole. Now, the states within themselves can make their own laws, but you can't have states just saying, "Hey, we're going to open up the federal border."
Well, wouldn't you say the same thing
United
for
States
wait,
border.
then shouldn't you say the same thing in terms of safeguarding the country when you're referencing abortion law? So that no state should be able to restrict any woman's access to abortion, specifically who's been assaulted, right? Because you disagree with those rights being infringed upon?
Well, he took that out of the federal government's hands and said to the states,
Exactly.
"Here, each of you
I
states
thought you wanted to
get
safeguard the
each-"
country.
Well, that's a federal border, okay? So that's the country as a whole. People who can get into California have free access.
Is that
to
not a
get anywhere
is
in the
that not a
country.
federal right?
See, what you're doing is you're going around a circle right here. Okay, so picture it this way: if a person can go into California and they don't need to go past more border agents to get out of California, people can just funnel into anywhere in the country because California decided that they could by allowing them a free access to the country. So that's where it becomes the federal government's responsibility to safeguard the country.
Okay. Because
now,
there's-
as far
because
as,
there
hold
are
on,
going to be
as-
issues that lead to people being
Right.
harmed, you're saying it should be up to the federal to determine specifically what happens.
No,
and I said the
I
same
didn't
thing
say
is
that.
true when it comes to the context of abortion.
I did not say that. You're a very smart guy. All right, I can tell that. I've listened to a few of your shows. I might not have all the same, views as you, but I can appreciate that you're very well thought. When you come up with your arguments, but because it's not like somebody needs a passport to get from California, say, to Arizona, right, or to whatever the bordering states are, right? So there's no border patrol. Now, if they wanted to allow that, then they need to be able to, if they're going from one state to the next, then everybody has to go through a border check.
I understand. I understand. That's the
California to be able to
implications
do
of
that.
what you're arguing. The implications of what you're arguing for states to have more power is that states will have all of these different laws, right, of literally limiting people from coming from other states and restrictive immigration processes from going through different states. And like that seems obviously absurd to you. And if that seems obviously absurd to you, then you should obviously think that these types of things that impact people to such a degree in which it harms them should be determined by the federal government. Well, it seems like you're not advocating for states to have more power, and you're advocating for that power to be federally determined.
No, you're saying that that's what I'm advocating, but it's not.
No, that is
All right?
what you're advocating for. When you specifically advocate for there to be federal rights that are recognized, you are advocating for it to be in the hands of the federal government and not the state. What you're saying is that states should be able to literally discriminate against people's federally recognized rights.
I didn't say that. All right, here.
That's what you said with abortion.
Okay, all right. I believe, as what's good for the country is for the states to be able to create their own laws, as long as it's all. There are certain things that are allowed by the federal government where they say, you know what, we believe that this is something that the states can handle within their own. They can govern themselves with these things. There are certain things like right now marijuana is illegal federally, but they're basically saying, you know what, we're going to allow states.
You can't say that on
sorry.
the live.
I'm sorry.
No,
All
it's
right.
okay.
All right. Well,
I don't think it's wrong to say that on the live, but TikTok will restrict the live. So I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. It will restrict it because of TikTok. Very unfortunate. Yo, what's up, Holiday? You cannot reference the elevation necessities. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Kaya, thank you for the 10 Australian. Thank you so much. For Adriana Smith was denied tests that could have found blood clots before they killed her. She was denied because she was pregnant. This is because the laws in Georgia. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. Melissa, how old are you? That is actually so insane. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. I'll probably do 30 more minutes or so because I don't know how many more debates I'll be able to get everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your birth year?
1980s or 1990.
Okay. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, he's the man. I mean, he's like a celebrity. He's like got that status, that star status to him. and I think he just did a great job his first term.
What did he do? Can you tell me?
What?
What did he do? Can you tell me?
He presided over, like, at that point, the lowest unemployment rate.
That was not the lowest unemployment rate. There were lower unemployment rates in multiple times throughout history,
In,
even under
in
the
50
Biden-Harris
years.
administration. No, there was a lower under the Biden-Harris administration. 3.4%, 2 separate months.
Yeah, but what about the
You
Tax
got to
Cuts
go to
and
bed.
Jobs Act?
Hey, man, you got to go to bed. It's time to go to bed.
What do you mean?
Someone was just telling you to go to bed. You got to go to
No.
bed.
No.
I just heard that.
She didn't say go to bed. She said that her and the girls are going somewhere.
Oh, no, I think she told you to go to bed. Bedtime.
No. I don't get told when to go to bed.
Really? How old are you?
34.
It sounded like you got told to go to bed, man. Go ahead.
What about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
Have I talked to you before?
No.
Chat, yes or no?
I've never been up here.
Yeah. Bedtime. Looks like it's his bedtime. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, hey, I'm 20.
Do you support Trump? Wacky, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Oh, sorry. Hey, man.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
04,
What month?
November.
Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump? Jaden, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jaden, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. AJ, thank you for the $1. What do you mean, dang?
Okay. That dude, Jaden, just dropped some money on you, bro.
Yeah, yeah. W's Jaden.
Anyways.
Can you say thank you to Jaden?
Jaden, I love you, man. Always good to support. So, all right, so let's get down to business here, shall we? So, I believe Trump is pretty based because Cookie King Moggs, so does Nick.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
I do, yeah.
What's your birth year?
2005.
And you said you're how old?
19. 2005.
What month?
November.
Okay. 2005, November 19. Okay. Why do you support Trump? Ed, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I hope so. Thank you so much, Ed.
I support Trump's. I mean, there are definitely multiple reasons, but I'd say a big one is I support Trump's overall views around diversity.
You've been on a million times. Why do you keep coming up, man?
Are you sure I've been on before?
What do you mean? Am I sure? Dude, you know that you've been up before. Real question.
Well, I don't know if I've talked about this before. I think I talked about foreign policy last time, right?
But why do you keep coming up?
For fun. To talk about something that interests.
Hey, man. I'm just looking for some debates, man. First, people who have not been up here before. I've had a debate with you. People probably don't want to hear that again. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Not entirely, but I support some things.
Health, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Or is it Heath? Or Health? Sorry, I can't see it. It's a little bit far away. Health, thank you so much. I appreciate the fireworks. Thank you. Is the Parker Get a Real Job account back, or is it still gone? It's still gone. Oh no, chat. We might have lost that account. No. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you like the stream. For the 2,400 people who are here on TikTok, I'd really recommend to go over to my YouTube because we're currently on my girlfriend's account right now because my accounts are banned. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, go Parker, go Dean, go Hassan, and go Mom Donnie. Love you.
Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We might not have much more left on the live, everyone. It looks like there's not many people here to debate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No.
Nice. Why is he on Marge's account? My accounts are all banned. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Okay, I'm 22. I'm not a Trump supporter, but please talk.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty. Oh, well, they joined as soon as I kicked them. That's great.
Well, hello, Parker.
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
He's the greatest president America's ever seen.
What makes you think that?
He's done the best things for us. Why do you not?
Like what?
Why
What
do
has
you
he
not
done?
support Trump?
Can you tell me what he's done?
The stuff with Iran, he helped us out there.
Like what?
It was a quick reaction. I do admit it wasn't very needed in the moment, but if it didn't happen sooner or later, we would be taken for weakness.
Okay. So we are weak. Okay, so then why didn't he respond to Iran after they bombed us? Isn't that weakness, or like not defending Ukraine against Russia from invading them? Isn't that weakness?
Isn't that not our problem though?
No, it is the Budapest Memorandum.
Yeah, but that's between Russia and Ukraine.
Say that one more time.
That's between Russia and Ukraine.
We signed a Budapest Memorandum. Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
No, I'm not educated on that. If you could educate me, that'd be perfect.
Yeah, so the Budapest Memorandum is an agreement we signed with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them. They gave up their nuclear weapons. Now it's our turn to defend them.
So why? You tell me, why aren't we defending them, Parker?
Because Donald Trump withheld aid from them. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Do you have
And
proof on
Anastasia,
that?
thank you for the $5.
So
Yes, Donald Trump said this himself. It's been reported in the media. ABC, or not ABC. I meant to say AP News, PBS, Reuters, NPR have all reported on this.
And didn't you say abortion should be legal?
Yes.
That pretty much shows you have no morals, Parker.
How does that show I have no morals?
Because it's a classification of murder, isn't it?
Are you trolling?
No, I'm not trolling.
Okay, what's murder?
What do you mean, what's murder? Killing someone?
Killing someone.
Yeah.
Okay, is self-defense murder?
No.
Okay, if you kill someone in self-defense, is that murder?
In some parts of the world, it can be.
No, should it be considered murder?
Well, it is killing someone, so yeah.
So if you kill someone in self-defense, that's murder.
It's self-defense, but I'd say it.
So that's not murder, because it's justified.
It is though, but it is self-defense, so it is needed.
Is it justified to kill someone in self-defense if it's the only way to defend yourself from them?
No, but
as I said, it is murder.
I have a
So
question. If someone is graping someone else, does the person who's getting graped have the right to kill them if it is the means that the only way that they could stop themselves from getting graped?
no,
No? You just what? That's fucking disgusting.
that,
What? Let's go on to the next person, everyone. That was fucking crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support most of what he has to do, not everything.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Definitely Trump.
Why Trump?
Well, between the two, I don't think the way they kind of did Joe Biden was right. Kind of shoving him to the side, the Democratic Party.
Push the money gun. I'm sorry, he decided to drop down.
I'm sure there was a little bit of push from the Democratic Party.
I'm sure there was as well. That doesn't mean that he didn't make that decision.
I mean, in the end, yeah, he probably had to decide to, but he probably basically had his whole party going against him. So
Yeah, he should have dropped out well before. He should never have gone in the first place.
Yeah, that's probably fair. I think she would have had a better chance of actually getting nominated if that was the case, or elected, I guess. Biggest thing is, just closing down the border, and that's a whole mess on as far as people that have been here for a long time and work and don't have criminal history. I don't think that they should get kicked out, but I also don't think that everyone should just be able to come across the border. We don't really know what their intentions are, and I think it's just best and safest for our country. We've got lots of homeless people.
Yeah, can you name one policy that Donald Trump advocates for that would benefit homeless people?
I don't. I'm just saying, and I can't name one policy, but I just think our resources need to be going to taking care of our own people and our veterans before.
Name one time Donald Trump did that, because he cut the VA.
I can't name one time. I'm just saying I think if our money's going to go somewhere, at least it opens it up for that potentially to hopefully happen.
Really? Because he signed off on more debt-related spending, so we'd have less money to go around.
As far as excuse me, as far as
he signed off on 8.4 trillion overall debt-related spending, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. That's from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. And the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget also indicated estimates for the campaign plans for the Trump administration versus the Harris administration. And over the next 10 years, right, Harris would have added 4 trillion less comparative to Trump's campaign plans. According to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, which is a nonpartisan committee from the federal government.
I'd have to see where that money's going to basically, make a decision on my feeling on that, this country is so far in debt. It's unbelievable.
Because of people like Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't think we should have been sending millions and millions of dollars to Ukraine either, so.
What's wrong with us sending money to Ukraine to defend them from Russia? Do you want Putin to have more power within the region?
I don't necessarily want Putin to have more power, just as far as, if maybe if everything was different. I honestly think Zelensky's a cokehead, and
you can't say
of course,
that
no
live.
But
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, you're a capitalist-driven shill. You're a performative capitalist-driven shill.
Okay, cool. Are you a Trump supporter? Are you a Trump supporter?
You'll never make a single
I asked if you're a Trump supporter.
significant contribution to the.
I asked if you're a Trump supporter.
Yeah, Trump's a great guy.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
because he's tough and
Okay,
he has balls unlike.
I have a question.
Kamala.
Is Trump a capitalist?
Yeah, semi. I think.
Okay, is he a
I
shill because
wouldn't
he's
say
a
fully.
capitalist?
No, he's not a shill because what he does it's for the American people. What you do, it's to fill your own pockets.
Okay. What makes you think that I don't specifically advocate for policies that are better for the American people?
Because you advocate for a system that is based on meritocracy. It's based on theocracy. You advocate for a system that's
theocracy?
based entirely on wealth.
You think I advocate for a theocracy? I'm an agnostic atheist.
Yeah, no, you do. You advocate for a theocracy. A theocracy is what I said.
Theocracy.
No, not a theocracy. A theocracy where it's all based on money. It's all based on wealth. It's all based on
Okay.
meritocracy.
Okay. So I don't think everything should be based on money and wealth and meritocracy. I think certain things should be provided as social safety nets to be able to go
why aren't
against
you a
those certain
socialist?
norms.
Why are you a hyper capitalist?
How am I hyper capitalist for being a social democrat? Why am I not a socialist? Because I don't think that socialism is going to lead to the best set of conditions for the working class and for people in general. I do think that certain elements of socialism are important, but I don't think mandating things like cooperatives or forcing every market out of the conditions of our distribution process would be effective to do that.
Yeah, you also don't believe in free housing, free food,
I
free
do.
essentials that
I do.
people need to live.
I do.
Oh yeah, so you,
I
so
do.
you
I
don't
do.
think people should be paid to eat essential food and to have an essential place to live?
No. I think there should be baselines and
Because-
safety nets for everybody, where no one in this country should go homeless. No one should go without food. No one should go without water. No one should go without health care. We can provide those things within the context of a capitalist system. So stop acting like everyone's position.
No.
So stop acting like everyone's position who holds to a capitalist framework would then mean that they don't advocate for bare necessities to be taken care of.
No, you know why that's wrong. You know why you don't advocate.
Also, by the way, I know you're not a Trump supporter. You're a socialist. So can you tell me how I'm like performative?
Yeah, you're performative because you're just a capitalist shill who does what you do to fill your own.
Because I'm a liberal means I'm a capitalist shill that only does this for money? Is that your view?
Yeah, you only do it for the money because what are you contributing to? You're not
I have a
contributing
question.
to any.
Did you know when I first started this, I was a socialist? So when I first started this and I was a socialist, what were my intentions?
To fill your own pockets because you need to do something.
As a socialist? As a socialist? I was literally a socialist. What do you mean?
No, that doesn't matter.
To fill my pockets? By the way, I just want to let you know, when I first started TikTok, there was no ability to make any money on this app. There was nothing. There was absolutely nothing.
You're a status quo.
No, I'm not. I advocate against the status. Dude, you are so crazy. You're actually insane. You think I advocate for the status quo? You fucking insane lunatic. You think I'm advocating for the status quo? Dude, this guy's a fucking lunatic. Dude, who am I talking to right now? I advocate for
establishment-oriented shill. You shill for the establishment. You defend the
I
status.
shill for the establishment. I'm a progressive, by the way. I'm a progressive.
No, you're not progressive enough because you're a status quo defender.
I'm
You
not
think everything
progressive
should be
enough.
made-
Wait, by the way, what is progressive enough?
No, I don't need to explain to you what progressive enough is. You should
No,
already
just tell
know.
me. Can you tell me what that is? I'm asking you from your perspective because I think I'm progressive enough. What does it mean to be progressive enough?
To be progressive enough is to radically change the system entirely instead of defending the
What does
status
that
quo
mean?
like you
Oh,
do.
wait. So are you saying revolution?
Yeah, by
That's
any
clearly
means,
not
yeah,
what
by
you're
any
doing
means.
right now. That's not what you're doing. So you're clearly not doing that right now. So this must be
because I'm
applicable
calling
to you
out-
as well.
I'm calling you out.
Huh? Is this applicable
Because
to
I'm
you as
calling you out for being a show.
Wait, but like you said that's not effective. You said that's not changing anyone's minds. If I'm not changing anyone's mind by coming up here and having a peaceful dialogue with people, then how are you doing that? How are you going to do that by coming on the conversation having a dialogue with me?
I never said that was my job. That's your job.
Wait. How are you going to wait?
Job.
If I can't
Now
change
you're only
people's
doing
if I can't change
performative activism.
how then you're performative. What makes
No,
me
you're- no, I'm
what
not
makes
performative because-
then tell me what makes me performative but not you?
because you literally contribute to nothing. You don't contribute to
How
any
so?
change. You just
I
sit
do.
on TikTok live
How
and
so?
you LARP and you just
Wait,
keep
wait, wait,
yapping.
wait, wait.
You just
What?
keep
Wait, wait.
bringing
I have a
people
question.
up
I have a
to
question.
just
I have a
LARP.
question. Are you saying going on a live and arguing against people on a debate live doesn't contribute towards change? Isn't that what you're fucking doing right now? Isn't that exactly
All
what you're
you
doing
do
right now?
is you just virtue signal. You shill for the
Wait,
establishment.
wait, wait, wait. You see how he just pivoted? He moved the goalpost. Did you see how it started? You see how it started? He literally was just arguing, debating on a fucking TikTok live. What he's doing fucking right now is performative. And what he's doing right now is not changing anything. So if he doesn't fucking think it's...
You'll never make a significant...
Well, I'm going to kick you off. If you think it's not changing anything, if you think it's not making a significant change, well, then you had no justification to come on my live in the very first place. Because you thought you were going to fucking change my mind? You thought you were going to change anyone's mind in the fucking live? What do you think you're doing? This take is so fucking insane. And let me explain why it's so insane. Because they contradict themselves doing that and arguing that position when they come up to change my live and to change people's minds on the fucking live. They think it's fucking impactful and it changes things. And that's why they're coming on the live in the very first place to debate it. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. Dude, like I just don't realize how he doesn't see that. How does he not see that? That is diabolical. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. All right, let's go on to the next individual. By the way, just because the last guest said this, I'm going to do this just specifically to piss him off. If you want to support me, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. You can support me over all of those places if you would like to do so, because I'm a capitalist-driven shill. If you'd like to support me, Lola, thank you for the $12. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Sid as well? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Sid. Thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. We're on my girlfriend's account right now because it is the case that what's it called? I got banned on my other accounts. Alrighty. What's wrong with earning money? It's just that's their position. Their position is if you earn money doing something like debating on TikTok, that means it's performative or something like that. Like, that's crazy. That's a crazy take. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
My what?
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. How'd you vote when you were 17?
I was 17.
And you voted?
Yeah.
How'd you do that? You have to be 18 plus to vote. Did you know that?
Because I heard it was gay.
Okay. We're gonna go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Louise, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I'm not a socialist because I don't think that in order to be able to better conditions for people in general that you have to be a socialist. And I don't think that it would make sense to do so. I think it would actually lead to worse outcomes if you were to hold to an absolutist socialist position. You know what's about you?
I'm 28. I was already in here and you kicked me, but that's my bad. I said something I guess I shouldn't have.
Well, then I can't have you back up on the live. Actually, you know what? I will. Send a guest request back again because I only have a few more minutes left on the live anyway. I have 9 more minutes. Parker, I couldn't find you. I'd recommend to go to my YouTube and follow if you haven't already. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 40.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Is there a way you can get out of the wind?
No. I do apologize.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
I just figured he was a lot better than Kamala. I just didn't trust
Kamala?
her.
How so?
I just had a bad feeling about her because of things that I heard.
Okay, what things?
She kept people in prison for things that they didn't do.
Can you give me one example?
No, but what I've heard about it and I've saw articles.
Okay. Hearing about it and saying you saw articles, which I doubt you probably read, are not good reasons to justify things to be true. You probably would need, like evidence or good reason, right?
Can I come back up at a later time and show you?
You do you. Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go to the next person. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. By the way, everyone, I just want to let everyone know, tomorrow I should be live really early, either probably like 9 or 10 a.m. I'll be live. Actually, let me do the math. 3. Yeah, 9 o'clock. I'll be on at 9 o'clock tomorrow. 9 a.m. Pacific time. Speaking of which, I'm going to type on my Instagram right now. By the way, I just opened up this Instagram live stream updates thing. You can join it. You can join my live stream updates thing on Instagram. I post every single day updates on when I'm going live. I will be live tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific time on YouTube and TikTok. My main got banned, so I will probably be on my girlfriend's account on TikTok. Parker got a GF, and I will still be on YouTube. Parker, get a job. Sorry, everyone. I'm just doing this real quick. Get a job. Alrighty. Tito, thank you so much for the $2. How do you send a request? You have to be on TikTok to send a request. And then you go to the multi-guest in the bottom right. Should I mean, I could try, I'll try 2 more people. If I can't get a debate within 2 more people, I'm just going to end it for today. And I'll just answer questions and talk to people until I get off. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next person. By the way, everyone, just want to let you know my main account's been banned. I don't have it for another 3 days. Very unfortunate. Alrighty, let's go to the next person here real quick. I'll try 2 more people. If I can't get it after 2 more people after this person, if I can't get a debate, I'll then just answer questions. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Cookie King Moggs the fuck out of your bitch.
Okay. 1 more after this. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
47.
You support Trump?
Of course.
Why do you support Trump?
I mean, everything he's done so far.
Okay, can you name something he's done that you like?
Immigration. I mean,
what about immigration?
He's kicking all the illegals out.
Okay, 1, undocumented immigrants. 2, do you think that every undocumented immigrant should be deported?
I would say in time, but get rid of the criminals first.
Explain to me why you think that someone who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime should be deported.
Well, it's not about a violent crime or a... It's not about that. I mean, once they entered illegally. That's a crime.
So you're saying criminals shouldn't be allowed to legally enter the country? Okay, I have a question then.
No. I'm saying people shouldn't be allowed to enter illegally.
Yeah, you think that you should enforce the law in all circumstances?
Yes.
You're currently on an illegal app that's not being enforced to be illegal because of the Trump administration just deciding not to enforce it.
Trump said he's giving them, leeway for some kind of American company to buy it, so that it's not, basically part of China, because they're communist and
Their economy is not communist, but they are run by the Chinese Communist Party.
well, let's be clear on that, because I think Hong Kong.
Andy, by the way, how old are you? By the way, Andy. Andy, how old are you? I think your dog doesn't like your political takes, man.
I'm letting him outside. Hold on.
I think he really doesn't like your political takes. Yeah. Okay. So you said undocumented immigration. So can I ask you a question? What is one?
Hold on. Where we left off was, let's be clear. Hong Kong was kind of separate from China at some point, and they were capitalist and not communist. I think that the Chinese government took over.
Okay, can you define communism?
I can.
And that is?
Wait, hold on. Do you think China's not communism?
No.
Oh, okay. Then why would you ask me to define it? I mean, it's basically a government take over everything.
No. So communism is a stateless, classless, and moneyless society. So there are communists within the government, within China, that in the future want to achieve that probably in their own head, but it is not the case that their current economy is communist. Now, they don't even claim that themselves. They don't even claim that they're socialist yet. They claim that they're going to transition to socialism by 2050.
So do you care what they claim, or do you care what they are?
I care what they are and what they claim.
Okay, so they're definitely communist.
No. They are run by the Chinese Communist Party, but their economy is not communist.
Hong Kong's economy is not communist.
Yeah.
Well, the rest of China is.
No, it's not. They have a state, they have money, and they have classes.
Okay. Well, every country in the world has classes. So elaborate.
So every country in the world is not communist.
Well, I didn't say they were. I'm saying that every country has classes, and you always will have classes. Are you vaping or something?
No, it's a patience pen. So
that's awesome.
So if you agree that every country around the world has classes, and in order to be communist, you have to be classless, it means every country around the world is not communist, indicating that China as a country around the world is not communist.
Well, I'm saying that just because every country has classes doesn't mean that they're. I mean, I know a lot of people like to think that the United States is a democracy. It's not. It's a constitutional republic.
It's a representative democracy and a constitutional republic.
Okay, they're the same thing, but
yeah, exactly. So it's still a democracy. So it is a democracy.
It's a form of democracy. It's not democracy. Do you know what democracy? Do you know pure democracy is never mentioned in the.
To clarify, you said that it's a form of democracy, but it's not democracy. That's quite literally contradictory. So it's a form of democracy, but it's not direct democracy. I agree. I said it's representative democracy. I never said it's direct democracy.
Well, I mean, everything's a form of democracy if you're going to vote for anything. That's what democracy actually means. So, I mean, but we're not going to. If we had a pure democracy or a direct democracy, like you called it, California and New York.
I never said that we have a direct democracy or a.
No. I know that. But I'm saying you don't want a direct democracy.
Yeah, I never advocated for that.
Okay, good.
Abigail, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Abigail. I really
you would
appreciate
agree
it.
that would be terrible, right?
Well, I just don't think that people have enough time to be able to vote on every single piece of legislation.
Well, within their state, they do.
No, I don't even think when it comes to voting on every piece of legislation, right, we don't even do that with our states. We don't do that with our local areas. We don't do that with anything because we don't have the time to do that.
What do you mean? What do you mean by we don't have the time?
People in general don't have the time to vote on every piece of policy that we need as a country. So we vote in people in terms of representatives to do that on behalf of us. And the reason why we do that is because we can actually hold them accountable that way, rather than like not having some sort of democratic process involved specifically within the vote for them. Because we do have the time to vote for candidates, well, mostly, but we don't have the time to vote on every piece of policy.
I agree. That's why we have representatives.
Yeah.
Correct.
But it's representative democracy. So when people say that we live in a democracy, we do. We live in a representative democracy. Saying that we live in a democracy does not mean we live in a direct form of democracy.
Right. That's why the wording has to be precise, because if you just say democracy, that's
no. If you
completely
say
wrong.
No, it's not. It's not. We do live in a democracy.
We live in a form of democracy.
Do we live in a republic?
Yes.
We live in a form of a republic.
Okay.
Do you see how ridiculous you sound?
I mean, I don't know about ridiculous, but
I do think it's a bit ridiculous, because obviously you live in a republic if you live in a form of a republic, and you live in a democracy if you live in a form of a democracy. You don't live in a direct democracy, but you do live in a democracy in of itself.
I mean, if you put it that way, sure, but no other form of government has, or I'm sorry, no other country has the same as what we do. Oh, let me ask you this. Would you want to take away? Would you want to get rid of the electoral college?
Yeah.
So you would be happy with New York and California deciding who our president is every 4 years?
I'd be happy with the people deciding. It's not just New York and California. It's the people. I don't think that someone living in Wyoming should get multiple times more of a vote than I should living in California. I think my vote should be equal to the person living in Wyoming, living in Nevada, anywhere around the United States, because people vote, not land.
Well, you understand that the amount of people decide how many electoral votes you get.
People within that state. I don't think it should be dependent upon the states. I think it should be dependent upon the people overall. I don't think that people, in terms of their votes, should be devalued based upon the state that they live in.
So you'd be happy with, let's say you lived in Montana. I don't know. Give me an example. Montana. New York and California's values might not align with yours.
The rural areas don't align with my values. Living in LA, specifically, I am subject to the values of rural communities in terms of our federal policies, because it is the case that I live in a big city. So actually, I think my vote should be equivalent to the vote of anyone who lives in any other state. And to say specifically that because someone has already been receiving benefits, right, in terms of how much their vote means already in terms of like living in those smaller states, does not mean they should continue to receive that. It should not be just because their vote is going to be less valuable now, because it is the case that it's equal to mine, doesn't mean that their vote should be worth more than mine. Do you realize that? What about where they live should determine specifically, right, whether or not their vote means more than mine. My vote should be equivalent to theirs. If we live in a democracy, one vote equals one vote. Point blank, period.
But we don't. We don't live in a democracy.
We do.
We live in a representative democracy.
That's a democracy.
Constitutional republic, whatever.
That's a democracy.
It's a form of democracy, sure.
Yes.
Well, why did Greece fail? Why did Greece fail?
I'm actually not quite sure.
Because they had a direct democracy.
Okay. I'm not advocating for direct democracy.
Okay. So if you want the United States to fail, you want your vote to count as much. Every vote counts the same.
Wait, if my vote counts the same as someone else's, how does that mean I want the country to fail?
Well, why did Greece fail?
Well, again, I'm not advocating for direct democracy. That's not a good explanation.
But if the only non-direct democracy in our republic is voting for the presidency. Everything else is democracy.
That's representative.
Right.
It's still representative democracy.
to each state, right? So you have a
It
pure
should
form
be.
of
Wait, dude,
democracy.
you're not giving me a good argument for why my vote should matter less than like a person from
I don't think it
any other state.
does.
It does.
Because California has the most
It legally does.
electoral votes than any other state.
Yeah, but like you understand that that's because of the population. That doesn't mean
Right.
specifically that the population is accurately represented because you give each state right a certain amount of electoral votes regardless of their population. So someone living in a population size of 500,000 in Wyoming, they're based upon their population in terms of their electoral votes, they get more of a say based upon their vote than what I get living here in California. And again, just because
Just on
I
the
live in
president.
California does not mean that my vote should matter less. And I think that's fucking crazy.
Just on the presidency, though.
Regardless.
Because you have no, it's not. It's not regardless because
No, I
you
say
live in a
regardless,
state-
my vote should not matter less. My vote should
you're-
matter just as much as yours does. The fact that my vote matters as much as yours does is already crazy in of itself. Right?
Well, I
but
live in Ohio.
what?
But I live in Ohio, and they've got a pretty good electoral vote. But the point is that you also have to take in consideration that each state can make its own laws. I mean, it's evident. I mean, California, you have abortion, right? Well, it's illegal in some states.
I think it should be federally protected, people's access to abortion.
That's another conversation for another time. But
well, if that's another conversation for another time, I do actually have to get off. I will let you come up on another day, but I do actually have to get off.
Yes, sir. You be safe, okay?
All right, you too. Generation, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much, Generation. I'm about to get off, everyone. Love everyone so much. Thank you, everyone, for coming up. I'd recommend to go over to my YouTube. I would really appreciate it if you go over to my YouTube. It would really, really mean a lot to me. If you go over to the YouTube and you check out the accounts and you watch the different videos that I've posted there. I've been posting a lot of videos. I would really recommend checking it out. Plus, you can go to my Instagram, join my live stream updates to see when I will be live. I just posted there that I will be live tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific time on YouTube and TikTok. My main got banned, so I will probably be on my girlfriend's account on TikTok, which is at ParkerGottaGF, which is the account we're on right now. So make sure to follow me here if you haven't already. And I'll also be live on YouTube. So for the people on YouTube, make sure to subscribe to me if you haven't already. I would really, really recommend doing so. Tomorrow I'm going to be live again, 9 a.m. Pacific time, which is here in about 11 hours. So I'll be live in 11 hours, everyone. A little less than 11 hours. So I love everyone so much. Have a good night, everyone. I will see everyone later. And peace out, everyone. Have a great night, everyone. Everyone, actually, we're going to raid someone. Let's raid. Is Santana live? I think I saw Santana was live earlier. Everyone, if Santana's live, we're going to go raid Santana. Yes, Santana's live. Everyone go join Santana. Santana 24 speaks. Spam Parker raid. Spam love for Parker, everyone. Also, right now, they're not doing a debate live. So be knowledgeable about that. So if you want to go learn, they're breaking down the overlapping intersections right now. So make sure to go understand that before you go into the space, of course. So everyone go there if you want to go check out that. I love y'all so much. Have a great night, everyone. Peace out, everyone. Have a great night, y'all.